or human nature, but is somehow taboo to say in this culture.
Like
For
what?
example, crime and
Oh,
murder rates in America are correlated by race. White Americans have
literally not. He's about a 1350.
murder and crime rates identical to European countries. Asian
That's also untrue. What? I'm gonna count that.
Americans
of the violent crime. It is an incomplete misunderstood study from the FBI statistics, where it's less than 6%. It's like fucking 2% of the population. Black men between a specific demographic, I think it's 18 to 35, tend to get arrested more for violent crimes. It's also incomplete because 63% of exonerations that occur are black men. So if 1350 is true, that means 135063 is true, which tells you what if that's the case. If the higher exoneration rate, or the exoneration rate is higher than the arrest or conviction rate, I want to interpret that data. Yeah, it's more like 1380 or 18.5. Yeah. For local unit strikes, hell yeah.
The thing to keep in mind is that cultural change has to be organic and
I'm gonna need this. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, oops. Let us spread ourselves about. Do, 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 do. Oh, I'm bringing that one up in a minute. Give me a minute. Book yourself. Joyce, pause. Okay. Ooh, do, 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 do. Go there. I comes. What? Oh, God. Who is here? Who is here? Ah, that's quite. I can. James? If that be you, James, in the chat. Rejoice. Oh, God. Didn't work. Uh, no, 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 no. Rejoice, comrades. Sozzled Snake is here. Hi, Sozzled. Give me a second. I am doing some research for another comrade. Oh, Campuses. Where are we? What? This freaking hell. You'll see me vanish for a second. Give me a minute. Okay. That's what. Well, is that open? Can look. Leaving. Ooh, for William. Oh. Go to. Ooh, that might actually be quite good. My leg. I have a bastard to get to. Hang on, is that 10? Oh, it's illness. Let's see. Thought they had a campus in Pillars. Oh, Broadford. Upper Tower. Not even. Fort William might be an easy one to get to. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't you worry. Seriously, I've been just as bad in the past. Seriously, so don't you worry about it. Am I sounding quite good? William. And that's fine. Do not feel pressured at all. I was going to ask. Do not feel pressured at all. I was going to ask. Not feel pressured.
A century to assimilate.
Our lovely Brody is coming up here to study, and I'm looking for places for our lovely comrade. Because of the university he's going to be joining, there's 3 locations I'm thinking of for him. And if you could do research into the 2 of them are easy for me because I've been to both, well, grew up in one of them. But the other one I could do with someone's help. If you could look up Allness for me. Again, do not feel pressured. Zombie.
All day, every day, therapist, mother, maid, nymph, then a virgin, nurse, then a servant, just an appendage, live to attend him, so that he never lifts a finger. 24/7 baby machine, so he can live out his picket fence dreams. It's not an act of love if you make her, you make me do too much labor. Why are you hanging on so tight to the rope that I'm hanging from? Off this island, this was an escape plan. Carefully timed it. diving to the waves below. Who turns the old jets? Who fixes up the gables? Emotional torture from the head of your high table. Who fetches the water from the Rocky Mountain spring and walk back down again to feel your words and their sharp sting? And I'm getting fucking tired. With the capillaries in my eyes are bursting. If our love died, would that be the worst thing? For somebody I thought was my savior, sure make me do a whole lot of labor. The kind of skin on my hands is cracking. If our love ends, would that be a bad thing? And the silence won't serve a chamber. You make me do too much labor. Apologies for my tongue.
People like me.
Busy lapping from flowing cup and stabbing.
You've been on Raptor Stream, haven't you? And you know the Lord of, it is called all in caps Labour, as in the political party name, and the artist is called Paris Paloma. She is awesome. The album this is from is called The Cacophony, and it'd be awesome. I would love to go and see her live when she's here in Glasgow, but I don't think it's a fucking chance. Even if I had the money, I think the tickets would probably sell out pretty sharpish. But I'd still love to go and see her live. The rest of her album, The Cacophony, just sublime. I was in Raptor's chat before starting. So Lord of Patriarchy or Dave was live, and I kept on saying in chat, I need to go and fucking destroy this right-wing fucking idiot. Everyone managed to save me though. Don't do it, not worth it. Also, you know the Lord of Patriarchy, if you want to see him in under another name, it's War Corpse. Just go and check out Kev's Descent of the Manosphere. It's quite early on, so Lord of Patriarchy or Dave's been going for probably about a decade now. Maybe slightly over it. And the urge to destroy this absolute chud was really fucking strong. Everyone rescued me though. They kept me in check. I just said, fuck it, just ask me questions to keep me from calling into this absolute fucking idiot. Check him out. So the YouTube channel's called Lord of Patriarchy because he's a wanker. The reason he changed from War Corpse to Lord of Patriarchy, his original channel got nuked from orbit because he be a wanker. I'm still surprised his channel's still going because some of the shit he says while live talking to actual other human beings, just mental as fuck. Like I say, the man needs, well, he usually destroys himself actually, but I wanted to go and destroy him personally for reasons. Might actually be a good education to show you what he was like.
With your I know you're a smart man, and weaponize the false incompetence. It's dominance under a guise. If we had a daughter, I'd watch and could not save her. The emotional torture from the head of your high table. She'd do what you taught her. She'd meet the same cruel fate.
That was a while ago.
So now I've gotta run so I can mother made me, then a virgin, nurse, then a servant, just an appendage, lived to attend him so that he never lifts a finger. 24/7 baby machine, so he can live out his picket fence dreams. It's not an act of love if you make her, you make me too much labor. All day, every day, therapist, mother made me, then a virgin, nurse, then a servant, just an appendage, lived to attend him so that he never lifts a finger. 24/7 baby machine, so he can live out his picket fence dreams. It's not an act of love if you make her, you make me too much labor. Into my eyes are bursting. If our love died, would that be the worst thing? Somebody I thought was my savior, sure make me do a whole lot of labor. If I stand on my hands, it's cracking. If our love ends, would that be a bad thing? Now the silence thoughts of a chamber, you make me do too much labor.
No. Add YouTube. Oh, President Sunday's live. Da-da-da-da. Let us go and check out War Corps that may actually be close to a decade. Manage. Hello, Brummy Comrade. Playlists. Descent of Manosphere. That is a lot of videos. Down, 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 right down. Oh, fuck it is. It's 10 years ago. Fuck it, shall we? Go! Take it away, Dave, you absolute fucking dickhead.
Well, you don't know tonight, I'm a little bit pissed off. Well, hell, I'm a lot pissed off. And that's because that stupid little bitch who just won't go away, Anita Sarkeesian, or as she's better known, Feminist Frequency. Anita Sarkeesian promoting tolerance and equality and all that bullshit. Some stupid woman. Okay, I guess I'm back on one of my favorite topics again.
Look after yourself.
Anita Sarkeesian. Feminist Frequency. Feminist Frequency, or Anita Sarkeesian. This bitch known as the Feminist Frequency.
Yes, this time up we're dealing with Anita Sarkeesian's biggest fan. Hello there, hello there, hello there, and welcome to episode 5 of The Descent of Man.
Oh, would you look at our fresh-faced Brummy boy? Hi, Kev. Christ. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. You'd probably yell at me, but fresh-faced Kev is an emote for my channel. Making some common noise. Hi, James. Would you look at our fresh-faced boy here? We're starting off with the War Corps. On my way to find this video, I did see Thunderfoot. Yeah, we get it. You're a fucking scientist. So am I. Do we want to? Do we want to deal with Sargon? I really can't. The man is just a wanker. How are you doing today, James?
sphere. And in this edition, we're going to be looking at the vaguely humanoid creature known as Warcorpse 666. And he is utterly perfect for the Descent of Manosphere because he's both a man and a sphere. Now, I wouldn't usually do jokes about someone's appearance, but this fucking dude constantly attacks other people for the way they look. So you know what? Fuck you, Warcorpse. I mean, seriously, this dude has the gall to attack others for the way they look. It's like, dude, do you even own a fucking mirror? Do you know what you look like? You look like the runt of Jabba the Hutt's litter.
You have zero value on the sexual marketplace.
In the previous episode of this series, we were dealing with Thunderfoot, who is of course a PhD, and so's Warcorpse, believe it or not. It's just that his PhD stands for Pizza Hut Delivery Man. I mean, seriously, Warcorpse 666 is one of the most stupid human beings in the history of ever.
How the fuck is an examination of video games going to help women in the Middle East? Answer, it's not.
Dave, you're incorrect. It is giving them a release from their social, economic, and family life, really. Why do you think some of the best gamers, especially in Fortnite, are women from the Middle East? And quite a few of them from Syria. I think they're trying to escape the current situation, even back then, their current situation, either in their actual country socially or in their personal life. I'm fairly alright at Fortnite, I guess. I do be better at COD because playing an American Imperial soldier is kind of fun. And for a long time, I did play Tomb Raider, and I tried to think of inventive ways to kill Lara in the game, because it is a game and she'd be a character. My favourite one was getting her eaten by a fucking dinosaur. That part of the game was fucking weird. Plus, there was always the sort of Damocles in it which they were using incorrectly in the game. Because maybe Hellenistic and maybe nerd. And do not get me started on how they treat women in the MCU. Not that you'd give a fuck, of course.
It does nothing. You even say yourself you're a pop culture critic. Boy, pop culture, that's gonna help help women in Iraq and Iran. That'll protect them from the fucking psychos in the Taliban.
Don't get me wrong, they had certain sympathies within the Iraqi and Iranian government, but last time I checked, there's not much of an actual physical presence of the Taliban in either of those countries. They're mostly based in Azerbaijan and Afghanistan. Just my reading on the situation, of course, but what do I know? I be woman and I be dumb because of these and my brain and how I behave. Seriously, this girl. Take it away, Kev.
No, Warcorpse, I think you'll find the countries you were actually looking for there were Afghanistan and Pakistan. But you know what, I'll give you a partial credit for at least getting the right continent.
Through your Sunday morning newspaper. I love how these people 60 years ago would have been the 1960s, as a matter of fact.
No, Warcorpse, your video was made in 2014, so 60 years ago was in fact the 1950s, as a matter of fact.
Basic mathematics.
And these are not isolated incidences, by the way. These basic errors are just strewn throughout his videos, because he doesn't actually bother to look into anything or research it or try and find out the facts of the fucking situation. No, he just spews forth tons of videos, because whereas a lot of other people focus on the quality of their videos, Warcorpse has gone the other way. He's still, fuck quality, I'm going to go with quantity. And so he spews out tons of fucking videos, doesn't look into anything, doesn't research it in the fucking slightest, and just gets drunk and fucking rants about it. Like, seriously, dude, put a bit of fucking pride into your work. Now, as the intro to this video would have suggested, War Corpse has something of a fucking bonerific obsession with Anita Sarkeesian. I mean, he has made fucking tons of videos about her, so I'm just going to take you through a few more of the choice cuts from the veritable fucking smorgasbord of nonsense that this cunt has spewed forth onto the internet about her.
Well, you don't know tonight, I'm a little bit pissed off. Well, hell, I'm a lot pissed off. And that's because that stupid little bitch who just won't go away, Anita Sarkeesian, is now getting national attention.
Yes, because you stupid pricks harassed the fuck out of her and made her the story. So, you know, well done there.
Of course she turns to Anita Sarkeesian, as she is the last true flame of true feminism and is fighting a lonely war for good truth and female justice. As getting the backlash to her little Kickstarter project as gamified misogyny. Because she got some little drawings and somebody did a little flash game of her.
Some little drawings and somebody did a little flash game of her.
Oh no, look, there's loads more stuff, isn't there? Yes, where dickheads like you harass the shit out of her. Ah, right. Oh, so War Corpse lied. What a fucking surprise.
Look, if somebody did a little flash game of old War Corpse about me getting fucking tridents rammed up my ass by Lucifer, I wouldn't be pissed off. I'd be flattered.
Yes, but you're not normal, War Corpse. You're a fucking mental case.
She doesn't do fair and balanced. There is as much chance of feminist frequency doing a fair and balanced report as there is of the old War Corpse going to church on Sunday.
I mean, why the fuck would you expect her to do balanced reviews, really?
Rejoice! We have a new person. Hello, Marco Frank. Welcome in, welcome in. I'd be Mad Cat Scotty, Mad Cat 79 Scotty, a Scottish disabled Marxist streamer. Welcome, welcome. So by that comment, you know, yes, this was a 11. Well, it says 10 years on that, actually, but it's closer to 11 years. Are you? Welcome. There do be a few of us disabled Marxists across the UK. Are you UK based? If you are, feel free to shout out where you are. Ooh, doo doo. Give me a second. Oh, you're in Leeds. Hello. Hello from Glasgow. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Give me a second. I will put the link to my Discord. Copy link. Come on. Thank you. Oh, please, please don't tell me. Nice one. Thank you, John. Rejoice, comrades. John the Brazen is here. Hi, John. Now, be nice, boys. If that's she, her, by the way. Dara, link to the Discord. I am numpty woman over there. Feel free to post in any of the channels. So going on this, at this point in his life, I think Kev's probably about 28 or 27 or 28. He looks so much younger, it's weird. Oh, he's a Helena viewer. Nice one. Welcome in, fellow Helena viewer. Hello, James Holmes. I now have the YouTube chat up. Hello. Welcome. Carry on, Kev, my
Fair
man.
is enough, yes, okay. But balanced. I mean, she's doing explicitly feminist critiques. That was her stated goal. That's what she's doing. So why would you expect anything else?
Look, playing Cubics on Facebook or playing Godfather on Facebook or playing Medieval Village on Facebook does not equal a gamer. Maybe do.
Hi, Dave. Does playing Call of Duty, any of them? I played up to Call of Duty 4. So it's Modern Warfare 4 or 5. I can't remember 4. So I played all three, all the first three. I was quite good. I took part in competitions. Glasgow, Scotland, UK, and Europe, and I always managed to break into the top 50. For the one in Scotland, I came third. I was quite good at the first one and the expansion packs for all three of the first games. Because I be gamey and nerdy, and the Second World War fascinates me. Feel free to direct anyone else here, John, by the way. I think most people who are on either Kev or Helena's streams know about me anyway. It's just a matter of timing, really. And obviously, people have lives to live and things to do and shit to deal with. I be doing nothing. I be numpty. I break myself. I get washed. I get dressed. I drink. Not too much, don't worry. But I do be drinking tonight. Tonight's poison of choice, Inch cider. It be tasty. Seriously, I'm surprised. Is Kev's mental health destroyed because he done the descent of manosphere when he was but a little baby boy? It doesn't look too bad for it, actually, come to think of it. I do like seeing Kev lose the shit over some people, though, because, obviously. And I agree with him mostly. And he has a degree in history. He knows a hell of a lot more than Dave does. Dave, you need some education. Has he got any sort of education between this point in his life and today? No, he hasn't, because he be numpty. I wear the badge of numpty with pride. I know where my feelings are. I need to do more research. Goatee's a crime against humanity. The entire face is a crime against humanity, Marco. Would you prefer Marco, or do you want your full name? Whatever your preference is, put it in chat. This entire Mark, hello Mark. This entire thing is a crime against humanity, and it's a crime against education, really. Dave, get educated, you fucking idiot. And as far as I can tell, he hasn't. For whatever reason he can think of. Yeah, by the looks of it, it could actually, it's got worse, trust me. Rejoice, comrade, some random geek is lurking in the void. Howl, some random geek, watch out for the tardigrades. And as always, welcome. For those of you who do not know, go and follow some random geek. He be gamer, he be based, he be a left winger like myself. He be American, he plays Fortnite, he plays Borderlands. He is good. We lost some random geek here.
Your fucking research, you get another point of view, you stupid, stuck-up New York bitch.
Oh, for fuck's sake, he mispronounced the word stupid.
Everybody One's home is cleaner than Asmongold's. I'm surprised he hasn't actually got a variety of infections at this point in his life. At least he's actually managed to clean it up a little bit. It still looks fucking messy, but fucking hell, it was an absolute fucking just. My nephew, I love him. He be amazing. He keeps on pestering his dad and my sister, his mum. When's it getting released? When's it getting released? You're going to have to fucking wait. It's already pre-ordered. Just wait for it. We'll pay for it so you can shut the fuck up. We did. We got full-blown fascism before GTA 6. Surprising. It's probably going to get worse before the game actually gets released next spring or summer. It's next year at some point. Oh my god, I completely forgot about Borderlands 4. It's coming out in less than a month. Ooh. I've got two games on the go, Deathloop and Hades, the first one. Deathloop be endlessly fascinating to me, and Hades because I'm a Hellenistic nerd, loving it. I'm currently in Asphodel, so it actually rains lava. Delightful. My poor Zacharias keeps on getting deaded. And the second one looks amazing. It is sitting on my Steam wish list. No, we won't, Mark. No, we fucking won't. If it looks like it's going to do it, I will literally pay for my own air flight and go to Washington, D.C. and take the batteries out myself. Unfortunately, even if I didn't have all the medications that I'm on, I still wouldn't get into Russia to take out the other one who's probably going to fucking cause it. But at least I know I can still get into the States and maybe change some things. And for that alone, I won't get in just for actually hinting at things. Do you? Oh, God. So do lots of us, Mark. Mm. I'll be sitting there next to you, by the way, John. Mind you, in saying that, depending on where the shit happens, I've got the Highlands and I've got my super hubby. He be prepped. He keeps on saying we have a zombie apocalypse bag. It's not, and I keep on saying to him, no, it's not. It's for the next Tory government, or at this current rate, in the way the polls are looking, it's the actual Reform Party getting into government. And at that point, I will dig the trench myself and tell Manfrog to stay the fuck away from Scotland.
Stupid. I mean, ugh. Walk-ups. Maybe you should learn how to speak properly, okay? Because you look fucking ridiculous when you're trying to accuse someone else of being stupid when you can't even say the fucking word.
Or hell, there's gotta be a sex toy shop around. Get that big old Bob. Just treat yourself.
Just treat yourself.
Whatever your card is, and fuck off.
But anyway,
I will let this
moving
play. I
on.
need to go and.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this with just this one rum and coke. So I've got extra rum, extra ice, and extra coke. I also just got done filming my Max Payne 3 review. That's why I'm kind of in this costume here.
Walk-ups, that's not a costume, mate. That's a shirt.
Apparently, at the 14th Annual Game Developers Choice Awards, the highest peer awarded honors in video game development. Now, let me just stop there and tell you what peer awarded means.
It means it's awarded by your peers, doesn't it, Walk-ups?
So this is literally, this Game Developers Choice Awards is literally the Oscars for game development, basically making video games.
Correct, there.
I couldn't vote because I'm not a game developer.
No, of course you couldn't vote because you're not a game developer, are you? I suppose you'll just have to wait for the Brain Surgeon of the Year awards to come round until you can have your vote, eh?
And the Ambassador Award, which goes to honoring someone who is helping video games advance to a better place through advocacy or action, is going to the media critic, Anita Sarkeesian.
Doesn't that tell you something, Warcorpse? At all, really? Like maybe she isn't the fucking devil you've painted her to be?
In doing so, Anita has herself been subject to harsh reactions ranging from epithets to misogynistic threats of violence. Oh yeah, some fucker in Boise, Idaho threatened her on Twitter. Son of a bitch, that's gonna get me under the bed.
Oh no, Warcorpse, look, there's loads more than just that one guy. What a fucking lying sack of shit you are.
And what amazes me is that I'm told that I'm archaic, I'm a dumbass, I'm backwards, I'm a knuckle-dragging Neanderthal in a Hawaiian shirt that needs to get into the 21st century.
Pretty much, Warcorpse, yeah. I mean, that is a pretty fucking accurate description of you, isn't it?
I thought 2020 was a legitimate journalist source, but citing Anita Sarkeesian as a fucking victim is about as far off.
Did his hatred fuel his hair growth? Possibly. Testosterone, which is in AMAP people, it does actually fuel the follicle stimulation. That's why men who get past the age of after mid-50s-ish, it starts singing out because the level of testosterone not quite nosedives, but it gradually decreases from about their mid to late 30s until about their mid to late 50s. But yes. Plus, alcohol, if you drink too much of it, actually stunts the production of testosterone. Not that Dave would know that, of course.
Off on fucking journalism as you can fucking get.
Oh, right, yeah, there's loads more.
There's
still fucking loads and loads more, Warcorpse. You're so full of shit.
And by the way, thanks, Atheist Gamer, for getting me all worked up.
Hang on a minute. You and the Atheist Gamer? Really? I never would have guessed. Oof. Turns out AG's something of a cock tease, is he?
Goddamn mom, including major news outlets, somehow wants to keep painting this fucking manipulative bitch as the perpetual victim. She's not.
You're going to give yourself a fucking aneurysm, David, if you keep on yelling and screaming, but he's still fucking doing it, by the way. This is over a decade ago, this video. And to the state, he went live a few hours ago. And like I said, I managed to be contained because I wanted to call in and destroy this absolute fucking idiot. And lovely Raptor and everyone else in Raptor Blue's chat said, not worth it, leave him the fuck alone, let him destroy himself. And he did. Obviously, because he was. I'm still saying this idiot needs fucking destroyed because he's just got fucking worse from this point onwards. Well, he's always worse before this as well. Still want to fucking destroy him though. But educating people about Dave and what he is like, always a good thing. Carry on yelling, Dave. Let's see if you actually break your fucking throat in your voice box.
She knows what she's doing. She's lying. She's manipulating you. She knew goddamn well the response of it.
And you don't do that at all? Like he is without sin, cast the first stone. Does that mean anything to you? Not that he's a Christian, of course. By the way, atheist. Hello, hello. And he has actually used religious doctrine for his arguments. So the man is a fucking hypocrite anyway. Go and completely fucking destroy your voice box, Dave. Seriously. So we can't fucking hear you screaming.
And by the way, female gamers are just as pissed off with her as male gamers, if not more so, because they're dragging. So now every time a female's sitting, or a chick's trying to pick out a nice video game, she's got males going on. Fucking bitch. Probably another fucking feminist gamer, like feminist.
Yes, of course, Warcorpse. She's the reason that male gamers are sexist towards female gamers. Wow. Just fucking wow. You dick.
I mean, and there have been a lot of people that have defended feminist frequency. I'm going to reach out to Tool Time again, maybe get that fucking skinny prick to debate me. How is this woman, how is nobody, how is not one goddamn news service fucking taking a stand and...
I'll tell you why no media outlets have come out against her. Because you stupid fuckers harassed the shit out of her and made her the fucking story. You must know that the media always likes to play a certain angle within a story, and you gave them that. You gave them that pre-packaged in making her the fucking victim. If you stupid fucking douchebags had just ignored her, she'd have been a footnote. She'd have just been a minor story about a successful Kickstarter campaign, and that's it. I'd have never heard of her, most probably. And probably nobody would have ever fucking heard of her. But no, you harassed the shit out of her, you sent her death threats, you harassed her to fuck, and now she's world famous. So well done there on a piece of utterly ridiculous counterproductivity. Bravo, Gamergate.
Once again, old Warcorpse has to make an apology. This time, it's feminist frequency. Feminist frequency, Anita Sarkeesian, the old Warcorpse is sorry. Sorry about the fact that you're so full of shit. That you live in Santa Monica, California, I live here in Minnesota, and goddamn it, woman, you reek all the way here!
Fucking hell, that was painful, Warcorpse. Really, really shitty and painful. The less said about that attempt at comedy, the better. So let's just move on, shall we? Now, a thing that really amused me with Warcorpse was when he put lots of clocks behind him on the wall there. Because you can see from these older photographs he's just got art or shelves or whatever. In these newer ones he's put these 6 clocks and it's now moved up to 10 clocks behind him. But Warcorpse explained why he did this.
So, some of you, actually a lot of you, have asked me about my clocks. Some of you are trollish assholes. But a lot of you that are actually friends of mine on here have wondered about these clocks. Well, I'll tell you the story of why I wanted to have all these clocks. The thing is, back in the day, some of you might be too young to remember this, some of you will remember this. When you watch the nightly news, the anchor on the news set usually had a bunch of different clocks in a bunch of different time zones.
But the thing is, Warcorpse, it doesn't give you journalistic gravitas like this. It makes you look a bit... yeah. Now, one thing you'll find with Warcorpse's videos is that he just liberally sprinkles in there some of the most crass and disgusting things. He really does. Now, a lot of you might call hypocrisy on me because I swear quite a lot and I say some pretty crass things myself. But Warcorpse takes it to a completely different level of just... bleh.
I'm sorry about the fact that the first time you picked up a PlayStation 3 controller, you thought the son of a bitch was a double-headed dildo!
I didn't think that. Dave, define my existence as a gamer, if you want. Okay, at this point, it's worth it just to see you lose your shit about a female gamer who's got the best part of 5 years over you. An experience and an education and a degree. Not in gaming or actually digesting the absolute rancid shit that you say on your stream. Can I get, oi, Dave, fuck off in chat. Yes, hide your face in shame. It's the minimum you could actually do.
I don't know when the fucking last time your pussy was wet, but I'm sure it's the last time you had a rational thought in your fucking head. I'm the beer drinking, rant spewing motherfucker here on YouTube. Video about some stupid,
Yes,
disgusting fat bitch that I'm going to talk about. And of course, President Dickface is on there, better known as President Obama. However, I'm really getting sick and tired of this little stupid skank known as Anita. So, there's this fucking dried up old cunt. So some dumb bitch. Remember that girl I yelled about the fucking, I called her the mattress cunt? And don't think that I haven't been in the crosshairs. I get on here and say that fetuses without brains are basically meatballs. And the hand jobs, they're full hand jobs. What I mean is, they don't get them hard, bring them to the moment, and then stop. No, they go full bore with fucking splooge going everywhere.
Now that last clip shows up a strong theme throughout his videos, which is his utter obsession with pornography, and more specifically lesbian pornography. He has this weird obsession with lesbianism, but not normal everyday lesbianism. No, he's got this kind of idea in his head of this fantasy porno lesbianism thing.
While watching two girls fucking, I don't know, do jello shots off of each other's pussies.
Jello shots off of each other's pussies.
There's girl on girl kissing the girl with the asshole tattoo. The video of two girls making out. If your girlfriend is doing things with another girl, it's called gloriousness. And you should encourage this. If a guy says girl action does nothing for him, he's a lying motherfucker. What? Girl on girl is great. Don't look at me like that.
Help?
And they even said in this that, where is it? Basically that kids see the porn and then they start acting it out. No, they don't. That is the most, I'll link the article, but that is the most retarded thought process I've ever seen.
But walk-ups, you yourself...
John, he gets worse. He gets weirder. And he gets louder. I didn't think that was fucking possible the first time. Like, the first time I actually saw Dave was this video actually from Kev. He gets worse. A hell of a lot worse. Didn't think it was physically possible or mentally possible for someone to be this fucking degenerate, but apparently is. My middle sister, the one who's 18 months younger than me, she's a lesbian. She doesn't get it either. I have shown her this video about him being this detestable. If he ever does open calls, and do not call, you can mention me, but don't give my name. But yeah, some men are odd. I say that as a bisexual woman who's actually had dalliances, let's put it that way, encounters with other women. But the way he described, oh God. Oi, Dave, bisexuals do exist, and we have relationships with both with men, women, and non-binary people. Pansexual, bisexual, other men, other women. The way you glorify girl-on-girl action, deeply unsettling. Please don't mention us. On the whole, we are mostly good people. We are. Oh, no. Oh, that was a bad turn of phrase. Sorry about that. He doesn't get it. He's just. I'm putting it down to jealousy, really. Huh. And he'll be another bisexual icon. Hello, Kev.
Are the perfect example of that not being true. Okay, you live in this weird porno fantasy world, in your own head. Because I presume no woman has actually ever had sex with you. Considering I don't think many women would even touch you with a shitty stick. I mean, you constantly make fucking absurd statements like this.
We're not all like that, John, by the way. I will never, kiss and tell, really. There's only one that I really don't talk about because they them, by the way. They'd be like that, and it kind of unsettled me. But most of my lovers on the whole have been fairly decent. Sorry, I missed you. Rejoice, comrades, Jacqueline is here. Hi, Jacqueline. Hi, darling. Welcome, welcome. Look at young Kev. We are talking about war corps and how big a dick he is. Because these people do exist, and he just got worse from this point. This is about a decade ago. Carry on, Kev, my comrade.
If you are especially straight men, listen up. If you're with your girl and she starts kissing, and hell, I'll even go making out with one of her friends who's also a chick, you should do one of two things. Either A, enjoy the show, or B, try to figure out how to be in the middle of that. Same thing as if you come home and your wife, girlfriend is cuddled up on the couch with one of her friends. You shouldn't be angry. You should be going, I need to get some drinks. See if I can get in the middle of that. What the fuck happened to guys? Am I the last generation of men? Am I like, what, the last fucking Jedi? Would I now have to pass on the teachings of men and what it means to be a true man? Look, to pass it on. If your girlfriend is doing things with another girl, it's called gloriousness. And you should encourage this. Yes, you might run the risk of those two hooking up with each other, but you had some threesomes out of the deal.
Relationships don't work like that, Dave. I will confess, I have actually had affairs while I've been, before we actually legally got married. I did actually have affairs with other women because reasons that I won't go into. He doesn't seem to get how relationships work. I wonder why he's single. Dave, relationships don't work like that. And if you were actually in a loving, committed relationship, you'd understand, especially if you were in a relationship with a bisexual woman. Not that you don't know that, of course. Yeah.
Why are you complaining?
See, to War Corps, the real world doesn't actually sort of really exist, I mean, it doesn't matter that the woman that you love might have left you and is no longer in your life, and you may have have had children with her and all the rest of it. You may have a mortgage with her. None of that matters. No. It doesn't matter that your marriage might have broken up and the economic and familial and social fucking chaos that can wreak in your life and the emotional anguish and all the rest of it. No, that doesn't matter because you should be happy because you had a threesome. I mean, he's got the fucking mind of a 14-year-old.
Is an idiot.
Now, for me, what sums up completely War Corpse's utter fucking stupidity and ignorance is the fact that he supports, say, gay marriage and stuff like that. So in that sense, he's not anti-gay, but he makes the most horrifically homophobic comments, including in this video.
Alright, so there's this guy. He goes by the name of Clinton Lee. He owns Brentwood Photography in St. Petersburg, Florida, and recently he put a photo, because of the Supreme Court decision, he put a photo with All We See Is Love. On the left are two guys kissing. In the middle is a guy and a girl kissing. And on the right is the most glorious sight of all, two women kissing. And goddamn, don't they look hot. Sorry, not all lesbians are fat, hairy fucking dykes that no man wants to fuck anyway. Some of them are...
I have met lesbians. I am related by blood to a lesbian. The lesbian I am relating to is gorgeous. I love her. It's my sister, by the way. I've met other lesbians who would be classed as butch. They're the same height as me, but they're a lot more built. They do exercise. I don't really. There is some exercise that I could actually do to lose a little bit of weight, which would be a good idea for me. Lesbians are beautiful people, on the whole, really. They'd be gorgeous. They'd be intelligent. They wouldn't touch you with a fucking 50-mile barge pole, Dave. For obvious reasons, they're lesbians. They don't sleep with men. Most of them did have male friends. Some of them do have gay men friends, and they'd be gorgeous as well. All the gay men that I've met here in Glasgow, they have degrees. A good few of them are actually civil engineers. Good for them. I'm not physics or maths educated, mind-wise that way. Like I keep on saying, biology coded. I like studying the human body because the human body is endlessly fascinating in the ways it can fuck up. Not that Dave would know that. Most of the bisexuals I have met and who I have slept with, we have biology or human-based degrees. Good few of them are doctors, actual GPs and surgeons and things. Some of them are like me, biology degrees, biochem, virology, things of that nature. A couple of them are hydrologists, so that's the study of water and how to utilise and blah 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 blah. God, I miss her. Yeah. Dave, education is a good thing. Oh, yo. The album's called Cacophony, and the artist is called Paris Paloma. I suggest you put it on your playlist from YouTube Music. She'd be amazing.
quite fuckable and make the whole goddamn thing awesome.
I mean, how fucking stupid do you have to be, War Corpse, to make a video defending someone against a homophobic attack whilst making that kind of ridiculously homophobic statement? Really, War Corpse? I mean, do you have a fucking brain?
Nope.
Now, War Corpse has actually got a couple of other channels as well. He's got a game reviews channel.
Kev, my lovely man, my comrade, my brummy bisexual, my brother in arms. He obviously has a brain because he is breathing and he is speaking and his body still works after a fashion. So he has a brain, a functioning brain to actually run all the autonomous things that happen in our body, like breathing, digestion, and other autonomic things that happen within the human body. Does he have the capacity to actually learn and be intelligent? Doubtful. I do. And then, oh, come on, we know how Kev swears. I swear, because I'm fucking good at it. There's no such thing as bad language, by the way, everyone. There is such a thing as bad grammar. Now, maybe we'll talk and elucidate and mispronounce. Well, technically, if people know what word you're using in the context that you're saying it in, they usually get it. I use my mother as an example. She can't spell to save herself, but her point comes across because she be intelligent and she has a degree as well. So she has three of the most intelligent girls on the planet, as far as I'm concerned. Not to big up myself or my sisters. We all have degrees now. Yay. I want the same for my nieces and nephews. My eldest niece, I love her desperately, or them. They do not have a degree yet. Plenty of time for her to get one, or them to get one. And both my nephews, so my niece's younger brothers, they're just teenagers. Plenty of time for them to get a degree. Plenty of time. And definitely enough time for my youngest niece. She'll be 9. She is 9. She'll be 10 in January. My God, she's going to be 10 in January. Fucking old. So infinite time for my lovely little darling to get a degree because she's only 9. So both my biological parents have degrees. My dad was a nuclear engineer, by the way. Why, goddamn you, give me Kev.
All right, let's talk about a game that's a great big piece of boring shit. This game is about as exciting as going to your local library. Books are doorways to adventure. My fucking ass.
Books are doorways to adventure. My fucking ass.
Yeah, maybe if you read a few more books, Walkups, you wouldn't have so much fucking shit where your brain should be. But he also has a cooking channel.
Welcome to Dave's Cooking Show and welcome to Bitch, I Want a Sandwich.
Yeah, well, that's enough of that then. Fucking hell. What a prick.
Here we go.
Yes, it's the inevitable bit about rape.
It was like because the male doctor seen you naked while you were an infant. And when you were 2, you'd run around and show your naked self to everyone. So, yeah, not really rape.
Several places, trains, public buses, offices.
You know, I know it's horrible to blame the victim. But look, if you're fucking getting raped, that...
No, I think you've actually spelled it correct, Ackland. I'm sure that's how her name's spelled. No, I think you've actually spelled it correct. We'll check in about a minute, or less than a minute.
At many times, maybe you don't know how to say no.
Oh, for fuck's sake. War Corpse! You fucking prick. You know what, I'm done.
Degenerate piece of filth is the word you're looking for, Kev. Every so often I have to air these bastards for obvious reasons, because they're still around and still spewing their absolute vile garbage into the ether. The only things I seem to be screaming about are their fucking title, more renewables, Labour stop being fucking pricks or bastards, coming after people like myself, and things of that nature, not actually targeting people, but don't get me wrong, I would love to target Dave quite heavily. But at the end of the day, he's not really fucking worthless, is he? Case in point, this entire video. Thank you, Kev. Good point.
Done with this fucking prick. War Corpse, you are a fucking ignorant twat. You are a fucking douchebag. Go fuck yourself.
If you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough. When you get knocked down, you gotta get back up. I ain't the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I know.
I'll make it easier for myself. Feminist. What is frequency? Go away, Dave. Go away. Oh no, you have spelled her name like correct. Thought that. Well done, Jacqueline. Oh, it's actually you, Anita.
Welcome to Feminist Frequency Radio. This is the show that asks you to be critical of the media you love. I'm Kat Spada.
And I'm AC Lamberty. And Kat, it's so good to see you because I'm so excited for our trip to the great.
Let us see what I've put in my watch later. Any suggestions for what to watch or for what you'd like me to react to, please post in the chat. Take it away, Barbs.
What do you think the ocean would look like if all the water dried up? Well, this place has the answer. The country of Turkmenistan has one of the most amazing natural phenomenons on Earth. And I know a lot of you guys are thinking, oh, the Darvaza crater, the gas crater, the gates to hell. No, not this, okay? This is amazing, but I'm not talking about this. Almost nobody actually ends up going to this part, the western part of the country. And when you head out in this direction, you start to notice that the landscape starts changing and suddenly you have all these strange eroded stone outcroppings. And then you reach what I consider to be the actual most amazing part of the country, Yankee Kala Canyon. canyon. Unlike most canyons that were formed by means of rivers cutting through terrain, this canyon is a seabed erosional canyon. What does that mean? Basically, long ago, everything was underwater, most of Turkmenistan, and then the water receded, leaving this eerie leveled sediment landscape that looks
Italy, Triassic, so about, and the Pleistocene as well. So Italy, Triassic, so about 280 to 250 million years ago, up to about 1.3 million or something. Oh my God, should I show the Pleistocene? The Pleistocene do be good.
like an empty ocean. That large body of water was called the Paratethys Sea. The locals call it the Tessus Ocean. Basically, it included the Caspian Sea and all the flat areas around it. Over time, the water receded, leaving behind what can only be described as one of the most captivating, marvelous spectacles of geology. And the crazy thing is, it's so incredibly quiet when you go there. There's barely any wind blowing, and everything just seems to be stuck in a time freeze. It's actually a little eerie. And the crazy thing is, Yankikala isn't the only example of an ex-seabed erosional canyon. There are many across the world, such as Valle de Luna in the Atacama Desert of Chile, the Makoshika Badlands in Montana, Charin Canyon in Kazakhstan. There's also the Bardena Reales Cliffs in Spain. There's quite a few. So there you go. The next time you want to see a dried up, empty ocean, go to the western part of Turkmenistan.
نحن اليوم هنا على أطراف قرية المغير منعنا من الدخول عليها القرية محاصرة من
Oh,
نحن
dear God.
اليوم هنا على أطراف
Today we are here on the outskirts
قرية المغير منعنا من
of a. Oh, you're not going to pronounce that. We are not allowed to enter it. Funny that. Oh, Jacqueline, you've put some. Yeah, deeply, deeply troubling and deeply worrying to me, really, as an atheist, but as a former Protestant. That's not how geology or the history of the actual planet works, by the way, you fucking idiots. For more on this, check out Mini Minute Man, Milo, Kiwi based. Well, I don't know if he's a leftist or not, but he's definitely stopped him. And he's a really good geologist and anthropologist. He's really good. We're not allowed to enter it.
الدخول عليها القرية محاصرة
The
منذ
village has been
الأمس
besieged
منذ صباح
since
الأمس
yesterday morning.
يجري فيها ما
They're
يجري من
destroying everything
القضاء على كل ما هو
Palestinian in it.
فلسطيني
No
سواء
surprise.
كانت أشجار الزيتون آلاف
Where
الأشجار
there's
تم
over
اقتلاعها
3,000 that
عشرات
have been fought,
الجرافات
dozens of
الإسرائيلية تقوم
Israeli
باقتلاع
bulldozers
الأشجار
have been.
حتى اللحظة عدد جنود الاحتلال الذين
We're
داخل
welcoming
هذه
ourselves
القرية
who
يفوق
entered
عدد
this
السكان
village and
تنكيل
sent in our residents and
بالمواطنين
assaulting
داخل
citizens.
بيوتهم
Inside the home.
تخريب للبيوت اعتقال
Destroying their
والد
homes,
الشهيد
arresting the
حمدان
father
أبو علي الذي
who's
استشهد
killed
قبل
4
4
days
أيام
ago
في قرية
under a
المغير.
bonfire.
المغير تتعرض لما تتعرض له كل أنحاء الضفة الغربية من فعلا استيطان إحلالي بكل ما تعنيه الكلمة من معنى، وتطبيق خطة A1 التي وقع عليها قبل أيام من قبل حكومة هذا الاحتلال تعني فعلا إنهاء الحلم إقامة الدولة الفلسطينية وسيطرة المستعمرين والمستوطنين.
What they are currently doing in the West Bank, totally illegal. I don't care what any of the fucking Zionist bastards. I said a naughty word. Whatever the authorities in that country say, it is illegal. It is against international law. There are several, I don't know the exact number, but there are several UN resolutions against the settler colonial state. And they're ignoring all of them, obviously, because they be bastards, really. They are not meant to be doing this. And if the people who are living in the West Bank object to it, certain actions usually get taken, and you can think of what they are.
على كل أنحاء الضفة الغربية، يمنع الدخول أو الخروج من القرية حتى سيارات الإسعاف، حتى الإعلاميين أنتم منعتم من الدخول إلى هذه القرية. لا نعلم بالضبط ما يجري إلا عبر اتصالات من هنا ومن هناك من بعض المواطنين. لا زالت العملية مستمرة ولا نعلم إلى متى ستصل، لكن أهل مغير معنوياتهم عالية ويقولون أننا ليس لنا مكان إلا هنا.
في كمية كبيرة من البلد طلعوا على أشغالهم على وظائفهم وطلاب، هسا اللي طلع انحشر. في بك عندك خيارين، يا إنه بشوف حدا من أصحابه من أبو فلاح أو ترمسعية ببات عنده، يا إنه بده يغامر ويجي عن طريق الجبال. طبعا طريق الجبال فيها مخاطرتين، في عندك المستوطن من جهة وفي عندك الجيش من جهة ثانية.
اللي في حاجز على مدخل البلد برجعوا أي حدا، حتى لا بدخلوا سيارات الإسعاف ولا أي حدا. ومعظم العالم كان تقريبا 200 ل 300 شخص اللي طلعوا على وظائفهم وعمال على شغلهم، تفاجئوا انه سكروا البلد تقريبا الساعه 8 9 صباحا ومنعوا الدخول والخروج منها. وهينا مش شاحطين، يعني لا عارفين ندخل ولا عارفين نعمل يعني على ابواب المغير بنحاول ندخل حتى مشاة، فسبقونا في شباب حاولوا يدخلوا وطخوا عليهم رصاص وقنابل صوت وقنابل غازيه ورجعوهم. يعني فيها مخاطره كبيره.
Oh, it just spilled everywhere. Folks.
Ray Joyce. This be Becca. She is awesome. I don't know if she's former or current, but she went to Brigham Young. She is an artist and an art historian. She is gorgeous. She usually has gorgeous looking hair, as you can tell. Hi, Becca.
I think the time has come. It is time to talk about this guy. This is the most incredibly cursed mascot I have literally ever come across. Really hitting the breaking news here on this channel. Breaking news from 1978. So let's dive into that, shall we?
He has never been seen wearing a MAGA hat, which is weird for all the shit he actually spouts. Obviously, he's actually regretted to actually voting for the GOP because he's a wanker and a misogynist and anti-intellectual, really. But we have never physically seen him wearing a MAGA hat. At this point, I don't think it really fucking matters. We know what he's like. He has said shit. Lots of fucking mad shit and lots of detestable and misogynist and misandrist sometimes. Delightful. Bring down his own gender. I try not to be misogynist or misandrist, don't get me wrong, there's certain men in this planet that I don't fucking like, and I just want them to fuck off. Case in point, Manfrog. He has every right to exist, I just don't want to see him in public life. Oi, Nigel, come up to Scotland to see what happens. I advocate for violence at the ballot box. Or just basically sidelining people like Dave, Manfrog, Starmer, blah blah blah. Is it working? Have these men shut up yet? Unfortunately not.
You know that moment when you learn about something that was a past trend and it seems literally so ridiculous that you almost can't believe it ever happened? For instance, it seems like a lot of people right now are talking about that old show from the 90s called Decorating Sense. And the reason it has gone so incredibly viral is because a lot of the DIY projects they do on this show while decorating people's houses are so incredibly laughably bad that it doesn't seem real. That idea of having something that's so bad that it feels like it's satire is kind of what I'm talking about today, except somehow it's worse. That's right, folks. Today we are talking about what I believe to be the most dangerous and evil mascot in American history, the Dutch Boy. So why exactly does this rosy-cheeked little kid who looks like if the berries and cream lad was a little more eugenics themed make me so incredibly angry? Well, let's talk about it. The Dutch Boy Paint Company was founded in 1907 as an offshoot of, that's right kids, the National Lead Company. Given all this information, you may have artfully discerned that, yeah, they sold lead paint. But the thing is that during the 1900s, when they were the most popular, the actual selling of lead paint itself was not that unique. A lot of different paint companies were doing that. Although Dutch Boy was one of the highest sellers of lead paints, they weren't the only ones. No. What made Dutch Boy paints truly unique was the abundance of interesting ways that they chose to market those lead paints. Just a couple of years after Dutch Boy was founded, some countries like France, Belgium, and Austria were already banning white lead in interior house paint. And it was looking like other
We were
countries,
one of the last, by the
perhaps
way,
even
everyone.
the US of A, would be joining them in that lead-free party.
We were the
After all,
last.
multiple studies by this point had shown that lead had the potential to be really harmful, especially to children, which was kind of awful news for lead companies,
God's brain
especially in the
changed the way the
US.
body
Even
works.
more especially to the National Lead Company behind Dutch Boy Paint, because they used kids in a bunch of their advertisements from the very beginning to show how safe and clean and durable lead paint was. But apparently advertising was starting to fall behind the facts. You know, the facts that were being released that said, hey, lead is not that great for you, actually. So to combat the quickly falling popularity of lead paint, in 1918 the Lead Industries Association started a 35-year-long campaign called Cater to the Children, which was exactly as bad as it sounds. The idea was to try and convince the American public that lead wasn't all that bad and was actually an integral part of the American lifestyle. And they did this in a couple of different ways, but the main one was, you guessed it, advertising to kids. Woohoo! With this new campaign, the Dutch Boy was suddenly featured in school giveaways, games, books, puppets, dolls, and coloring books. The idea was that if you can influence a kid, you're influencing the new generation of consumers. Hence, advertising, very marketed to children. For instance, as part of this campaign, they handed out all of these little paint cans to teachers to distribute amongst their students, along with these little coloring books, like A Magical Trip to Paintland, or The Dutch Boy's Lead Party, a delightful little book that showed exactly how lead was integrated into every aspect of the American lifestyle. And because it's literally that bad, let me just give you a tiny taste of this pro-lead propaganda. The first one at the party was Gay Electric Light. He said, I'm very brilliant. I always shine at night. No little of my brilliance is due to my glass head, which gives a light much brighter, because it's made with lead. And then the book basically just goes through everything from bullets to baseballs to dishes to everything else, telling the Dutch Boy how everything has lead in it and how the lead makes the quality of everything just that much better. Yikes!
I would have actually, Jacqueline. Well done. Yes. Brilliance and attracted are actually scientific words. But yeah, different selling. Hell. We have moved on. We are more enlightened now. Pardon me. Fuck off. Go away. We are more enlightened now. Sorry, I couldn't resist that one. But yeah, fucking hell. There was companies who actually advertised how good asbestos was as well. Even at that point when they started going on their campaign. It was already known how bad asbestos was, but they didn't give a fuck. Bottom line, be more than people's health or lives. People actually existing. Capitalism. Gotta love it. Yay. They're gonna fucking kill us all. Carry on, Becca.
And then the Dutch Boy showed them how all good painters spread. The paint which saves the surface. because it's made with lead, the guests were all delighted, and to the Dutch boy said, "We're proud to be related to Dutch boy pure white lead." So, yeah, super fun! Nothing like an anthropomorphic bullet to teach kids that lead is great. But, like, here's the huge problem with all of the advertising that Dutch Boy was doing during this time period. When you distribute a bunch of free stuff to kids, they don't understand that it is advertising. They don't understand that there's a motive behind that. They kind of just think it's a good time. As I had said earlier, by the time they rolled out this campaign, they had literally already proven in like the late 1920s that lead paint was demonstrably really bad for people. There's a particular study that talks about this kid who chewed lead paint off the bars of their crib and then they literally died. And unfortunately, this was not an isolated incident. You may be asking yourself, if lead was really that bad, why didn't they just take it out of the paint? Well, here's the thing. I'll explain that a little more a bit later. But, and I know this is a huge shocker for some of my viewers, companies want to make money, and extremely rich people want to, stay extremely rich. So in order to do that, sometimes they tend to compromise some of their morals. And so the National Lead Company performed their own scientific studies, which conveniently found that lead was either not as harmful as we previously thought, or totally inconclusive. We don't actually know if it's ever really been harmful to anybody. How do you really know? But regardless, these studies worked. They, like, really worked. In fact, along with what can be reasonably estimated as hundreds of thousands of homes across America, Dutch boy paints were used to paint Disney World, the Hollywood sign, and even the White House. Here's the thing about these studies. I'll be real with you for a second. I do a lot of research, not just for videos here on YouTube, but also in my personal life. And something I've come across over and over again is that just because something's in a scientific study or a story by a big news source does not mean that it's true. If that were the case, we would still be using lead paint all the time. That's why I'm super excited to be partnering with Ground News to support a cause.
Oh, Becca, my darling, my sweetie, please, please. You're so close to becoming a leftist. So close. I know she votes there. I assume, but from the way she does her videos and things of that nature, I do believe she votes Democrat. But she's on the left wing or the more centrist part of the Democrats in the States. She is so close. I can help her. If she would want to, of course. I wouldn't force anyone. You have your own beliefs, as always. But her more recent videos, the ones that she's been doing over the last 4 or 5 years now, maybe 6, from about the start of the pandemic to this day, she is showing sock tendencies, which is a good thing. There is a better way to do politics, obviously, and to run the country. Not that Trump would know that, of course. But with any luck, his diet and what he says and how angry he gets, apparently behind closed doors, he might have a coronary infarction soon. And you have to remember, the man is in his fucking 70s.
We desperately need more of right now. Information transparency. Last year, Ground News was featured at the Nobel Peace Center as an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. Take, for instance, this article about Trump vowing to ban mail-in ballots and voting machines before the next election. Although it's been covered by both sides of the political spectrum, it looks a little...
Good luck, Donald. That means you'll be dictating to all of the states. The last time that happened, we know how it ended, really. What? Super Hubby is still convinced there's going to be a civil war before I'm 50 in the States. For clarity, I am 46. I will be 50 in the March of 2029. I hope he is incorrect. I hope he is incorrect. And for clarity, he is fast approaching the age of 60. And again, I hope he is incorrect. But we will see. We're keeping an eye out for it. Obviously, there's already armed insurrection happening at the hands of the state. ICE, fuck off. You're nothing but stormtroopers at this point.
Little different depending on which source you read it from. And being that there are over 180 sources covering it, there's no way you'd be able to read all of them in order to get all of that information. No one has time for that. But with the ground news bias comparison tool, you can easily tell the political alignment and factuality of every piece of news you read on their app and website. And you can even toggle between different alignments to find out what information you might be missing out on. Everybody has a bias. That's why it's so important to be able to know where your information is coming from and how trustworthy it really is. So visit ground.news/brush or scan this QR code to get 40% off of Ground News' Vantage plan. Because frankly, it's a scary world out there, and you deserve to have trustworthy news. So going back to the studies though, the studies that claimed that lead wasn't really all that bad. For one, you need to be looking at where the money is coming from in these studies. Who funded this? Was it a good study? Now repeat after me. Chances are, if a study about the effects of lead on people's health is done by a company making millions of dollars selling lead to people, it's probably not super accurate. I wonder why. The other huge thing with a lot of these studies is that there wasn't really an ethical way to directly test the dangers of lead on a big sample size. It's not an ethical.
That's why governments exist. Getting government to listen to the ordinary citizens of said country, any country, even mass movements have failed. But if enough of us actually say, fuck off, we've read these studies. Some of us are actually involved in this industry and we've shouted out about it across many different industries across the globe. Do they listen to us? Do they bollocks? But if enough of us use nuclear parlance here, critical mass of people of said country, any country across the globe, say, fuck off, changes legislation. It has worked across the centuries a few times, but in the last sort of 180 to 200 years, really, it hasn't, because capitalism and capitalists, they be bastards. Obviously, we know that. We live in a society where capitalism exists. Can we change it? I live in hope. And if enough of us say, fuck it all, it might work. Or as I say, advocate violence at the ballot box. Vote them out. Email your MP, your congressman, your senator. Oh God. Is there any point in actually email or trying to talk to your senator? You might actually be able to reach your local legislators in whatever state. And I talk about America at this point. Or reach out to your councillors here in the UK. Or your mayor. Or your Lord Fiscal. Oh God, it was Homer. No, yeah, I know what one you're talking about, Jacqueline. Fuck, I can't remember it. Oh, whoops. I'll put Becca back on. I need to go and relieve myself. Enjoy, Becca. I'm away. I know what one you're talking about, and I can't remember its name either. Fucking hell, it was from the 90s and up until about the early 2000s, like 2003 or 4 or something. I can remember it. Fuck. Tess Daly was one of the presenters on it. I still don't know how Vernon managed to get such a gorgeous. Don't get me wrong, both Tess and Vernon are absolutely gorgeous people. And Vernon, oh God, he's so fucking funny.
Practice to have a study where you're like, okay, there's this group of kids. Now this group of kids, I want you to just kind of eat a bunch of paint chips. Eat a bunch of lead paint chips, kids. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. And you're fine. You just kind of stay exactly where you are. Do not eat paint chips. And yeah, we'll come back in 30 years and see how you're doing noggin-wise, shall we? Like, you can't do that! I'm saying all of this, but none of it really matters anyway, because we know for a fact these scientific studies were absolutely freaking bogus. We know that lead significantly lowers IQ, decreases quality of life and happiness, and oftentimes causes significant or even irreversible damage to the brain and the body. How does it do that? Well, let me tell you. The thing is that when lead enters the body, it looks almost identical to calcium, to the extent that it can literally take the spot of calcium, including in very significant storages of calcium, like, you know, your bones. The problem with this is that calcium is essentially the middleman of a lot of different nervous system and hormone processes in your body. So when you don't have calcium there to help regulate and like move things along and help everything understand each other, your body kind of goes haywire. It doesn't have one of the crucial connections that allows different processes to communicate and get done. And so because of this, your body kind of starts to shut down. You become moody, angry, your IQ quite literally lowers itself. It's not a great thing. But the worst part of it is that because lead is stored by the body, and because the body assumes that lead is calcium, it just kind of throws it back in your bones, it means that despite the fact that you haven't touched or eaten anything that contained lead in the past 20 years, if you suddenly have a period of intense physical or emotional stress in your life, such as pregnancy, menopause, aging, a physically demanding job, injuries, illness, cancer, what have you, the body often draws out calcium to give you an extra boost with all of these different metabolic and enzymatic processes in your body. I probably explained that badly, but if there are any, like, I don't know, biologists or people who actually know how this works and all the nitty-gritty details, please say something in the comments, because I would love your input on this. But essentially, instead of drawing out calcium in periods of extreme stress, like it usually would, your body draws out the lead. So even though it's decades later, you can be poisoned all over again. So eventually, with the overwhelming amount of evidence of its danger, the US finally put a soft ban on lead paint in 1978, outlawing future homes from being painted with it. The ironic thing is that if somewhere like a daycare center, you know, or a kindergarten was already painted with lead paint, that was fine. They didn't require you to remove that or do anything about it until 2010. Yikes! So they put this ban into place, but they didn't really enforce a lot of that ban for like the next 32 years. One of the things that I honestly find simultaneously the most hilarious and messed up about this situation is that Dutch Boy is still around, and it's still selling paint, just under the Sherwin-Williams company now instead of the National Lead Company. But if you read through its own description of its history, it feels like it's trying to gaslight us into thinking that it was never doing anything wrong in the first place. Listen to this. Founded in 1907, Dutch Boy is an industry leader in innovative, high-quality paint products and packaging solutions. We're proud that over a century later, Dutch Boy remains one of the most recognizable brands in the home improvement industry, inspiring generations of DIYers and paint enthusiasts. Dutch Boy is a heritage brand with trust and quality at its core. In recent years, a new vitality and youthfulness and the promise of simple solutions have reshaped our vision, bringing it to life with energy and empowerment. There's definitely a lot of irony in this, like, simple solutions talk, because the old Dutch Boy paint was pretty dang simple. It was 91% less.
Rejoice! Your girl will be back. Hello, hello. Things happened. I heard noises. Rejoice! We have a new follower. Google Rothschild Discord 03. Hello, hello, welcome. I am Mad Cat 79 Scotty. I am a Scottish disabled Marxist streamer. I talk about health and disability issues and politics in general. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. If you be naughty or detestable, you'll get bonked. But on the whole, I'm tolerant. If you are of a certain political persuasion, I can talk to you. I'm here to educate. This is Becca. She's an artist and an art historian. She's gorgeous. What the hell? Did you clipped me? Yay! More clips. Fucking bring it. Clip me more.
Lead, and the rest was just like miscellaneous other pigments and linseed oil. Pretty simple. Let's keep reading, shall we? About our icon. The Dutch Boy icon is a legacy of two 16th century Dutch chemists. These men created a superior paint production method called the Dutch process. Their work set the standards for quality and beauty for centuries to come, a legacy that lives on with Dutch Boy paint. What they are absolutely not saying here is what the Dutch process was. You want to know what the Dutch process is? I'm not telling you. Just kidding, I'm telling you. There are a bunch of different methods for making lead white. All of these historical methods are pretty much just the same. But what it is you take a bunch of like clay or earthenware pots and you fill them with thin strips of metallic lead. And then on the bottom you have a layer of acetic acid or like vinegar. And then these pots or containers were stacked directly on top of a bunch of horse poop and then left somewhere out of sight, out of mind to ferment for 3 months. At the end of which you could pull out all of these containers and the lead plates inside would be coated with a lovely dust of lead carbonate, aka lead white. So you have them talking about like this extremely important legacy of the Dutch process, but it is interesting that they're not mentioning that this is related to lead paint at all. It does kind of feel like they're leaving some things out of the story on purpose here. Come to think of it, they actually don't mention lead paint anywhere on their website that I can find, which I find a little silly for a company that was so lazy that it literally didn't bother to change its name from, oh hey, we're the lead paint people. It even has the history of their paint logo throughout the decades. Just absolutely no acknowledgement of what that logo stood for. Okay, listen, don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to call for Dutch Boy's head on a stake or anything. I understand that businesses are businesses. 10 out of 10 explanation. But like, I understand that in order for a business to function, it needs to keep up a good public image and public appearance. I do think that considering the fact that Dutch Boy was previously involved in such a huge safety concern that many people call it the silent epidemic, it feels like At the very least, you could put in some stupid corporate AI slop like, today, Dutch Boy is concerned for the safety and well-being of their clients more than ever, which is why we ensure that all of our paints are 100% lead-free. Like, we don't even get that. We don't even get like an acknowledgement that lead paint ever existed. It's not that it's just like annoying, but it feels insidious still to me. This company was indirectly responsible for the deaths of thousands of children, many of which they were directly advertising poison to. And they can't even say the word lead on their website anywhere? Seems a little ridiculous to me. But I guess the moral of today's story is to not believe everything that people tell you, especially if those people that are telling you things are a corporation that wants your business. Everyone has a bias, and especially in this current information environment with an oversaturation of information and there's just like rampant AI slop everywhere, it's super important to try and always know where your information is coming from. Speaking of dubious information, one of my next videos is going to be all about the history of propaganda and how to tell if something is propaganda, and also how to tell if something is AI. Tune into that, I guess. I don't really know how to end a video. Thank you so much for watching. Do not eat lead paint. And if you would like to join me in gaslighting people into learning about history, especially art history, you can join my Patreon. We have a lot of fun over there, and I do live streams every other week where we dive into things like antique paint sets and interesting parts of art history and the science in art history, and we talk about art history, and it's just a great time. But I hope that you enjoyed this video, and I hope that you have a wonderful day. Please don't eat paint.
Thank you, Becca.
Oh, Dutch Boy, we really in it now. Oh my gosh, wait. You probably can't see that worth crap, but I have the same paint can as on the thing. That's super fun. I wonder when this was from. Oh. It doesn't say. Well, bye.
Asking people to pay a small amount, 1%,
yes, well,
on
assets
assets
you're a
to help run our economy.
You're a politician, so you're trying to paint me as to just caring about billionaires, which is ridiculous.
Well, no, you started by saying this is my responsibility. You come on here as a very wealthy individual and dared to say on TV, I don't want to pay a bit more tax. When this country is crumbling, we have 4 million children living in child poverty, and you're saying, I don't even want to pay a little bit more. That's morally reprehensible. What I am saying is a 1% tax on £10 million or more, capital gains tax in line with income tax. We could look at inheritance tax. That looks at only 4% of properties in this country. There are lots of ways of bringing money. But when you are hoarding money and wealth into assets, that's the exact way to break an economy,
so hoarding,
rather than making it productive.
That's another rubbish claim. That's
rather
another
making it productive around the economy.
That's
Oh my god, Ed, Declan, I've been missing you. They might actually work, Jacqueline. They'd be doable. They might actually be doable, especially up here in Scotland, because we Scottish people, talking to shit, and we want to be represented. Oh dear God, how long is that one?
We're often told, almost every day, there is not an Israel lobby. And if you think there's an Israel lobby, that there's a Zionist lobby, a coordinated effort to undermine and obscure the facts and the truth.
Go back.
Asking people to pay a small amount, 1%,
Yes, well,
on
thank
a
What's on half an hour? Who would like to see this one? Yeah, they might actually work. Yeah, because people like me do exist in the world, and lots of people are like me. They want citizens initiatives over a broad spectrum of things in our life. They might actually work. They might be actually quite doable or be easily set up here in Scotland. I don't know about England. Obviously, you lived it. Do not need to dox yourself, my darling. Obviously, what part of these United Islands do you be living in? Just give the county or something. Obviously, I am from Perth, Perthshire. I live in Glasgow. But here in Scotland, citizens' initiatives might actually work. I would like that. It would be quite good for certain policy initiatives. It would work. It would work. Plus, we've got people like it's the Morton, the Jack Miller. Oh, you in Zara's constituency? Jacqueline's so fucking jealous. Her or Jeremy is leader. Personally, Zara. Fuck it. Where she be? I'll just start.
The Israeli Defense Force, Israel's well-funded.
Save. Stream videos. There we go. Let us check. Zara. Uh, I'm sure it won't dox you because most constituencies are kind of large. Wait, what constituency are you in again, John? Feel free to check my one out. She's Labour. She's called Maureen Burke. She has voted for punishing disabled people. Obviously, it's separate up here in Scotland. Thank fuck for that. Because if she had physically done that, the next time she came up to this constituency, I would have. Shipley. I can't remember. Oh God, aren't you near Healy's constituency then? There's another fucking dickhead.
Well, I've been talking to my dad, who reminded me that when he was growing up in the 70s and 80s, this is the race.
Rejoice, darling. Rejoice, everyone. Shanna Cranky Pants, the mod extraordinaire. She be here. It's doing not bad, actually. I'm still wearing the brace. I've taken it off for like 3 or 4 hours today, but it is back on. I have got it up. I have got two empty, those big plastic storage boxes. So they are under the desk, and my leg is raised up. This is feeling quite good. I have got another another 12 days of tramadol, and it's the same strength level, same strength that I was on before that got taken off a few years ago. It is doing quite well. I was out today. We had to go and get some shopping done. Um, we got our money early. No, I've broke my right fibula, my right shin bone. It is a kind of a messy looking break. I went to the hospital on Thursday. All right. So between Keighley and Bradford. Oh dear God. You're in the same area as fucking Shipman. Ugh. I am resting, don't worry. I've been keeping my leg up. The only real walking up, well, I obviously went out today, so I walked down to bus stop, got on bus, went to shop, went to supermarket, went to pub, had pints, walked down to get bus, came back home, put leg back up. I've done a little bit of walking today, but it's doing quite well. I know what to do. I've broken enough bones in my life to know what I can and can't do, really. I am doing well. It's still swollen as fuck. There's not much I can do about that. Shipman. As far as I'm concerned, he evaded punishment because he took his own. He unalived himself. But yes, apparently there's a really good ale producer in Keighley that I need to get to. I've talked to people. There's a couple of Yorkshire people that I went to uni with. Fucking hell, 23 years ago now. Yeah, with Ash. I can put it up if you want to see it, Jacqueline.
Racist, far-right, fascist violence. Well, I've been talking to my dad, who reminded me that when he was growing up in the 70s and 80s, this is the racist, far-right, fascist violence that they had to deal with growing up, and now we are seeing violence descend upon towns and cities across the country. And we need to call this racist, and we need to call it Islamophobic, because if we don't, we fail to really address what's going on. And language is really important. I noticed that the Daily Telegraph were calling it a counter-protest by Muslims. No, you have one side that is burning down citizens' advice bureaus, libraries, targeting mosques, attacking black and brown people who are walking in their communities, targeting women who are wearing the hijab, and you have others who are defending their communities.
Sure.
If he's a friend of Bergen, I would assume he's kind of decent, I would guess. My current MP isn't decent. I don't like her. I don't want her to be my MP. My MSP is ineffectual, really. If you want to look him up, his name is Bob Doris. So that's Bob, like your or surname Doris. Bob Doris. My home city of Perth, the MSP for there is John Swinney, the current First Minister. So if you want to check out what he's like, he's fairly decent. And rejoice, comrades. I was going through my Discord earlier on. Kate Forbes, she ran against Hamza Yusuf when he was when someone was going to take over after Sturgeon. Kate Forbes will not be running. She is stepping down. So before May at some point, well, she's already said her intentions. Yeah, well, a lot leftists are. I'm not like that. As much as I'd want to be a politician of a certain type, obviously I'm a Marxist. This constituency where I currently live, it is leftist, don't get me wrong, Soc Dem mostly. Don't get me wrong, there's a good few socialists and Marxists here in Springburn, kind of dotted about. But yeah. The actual Marxist who ran here just missed out getting his deposit back. He got 4.6% of the vote. Nice one, Greg. I would have wanted to get I would have hoped you would have got your deposit back. Unfortunately not. So he was a Communist Party of Scotland candidate here in Springburn last year. Would I get votes? Maybe. Who knows?
and standing up when they are finding no other help. So we really need to be quite clear about what's going on. And I have to say that it shouldn't be a surprise that this has happened. There is decades of work by the right-wing press and by politicians who have fanned the flames of this hate. When we look at the role that media outlets like GB News has played, that the Daily Mail has played.
Well, hang on, what has my newspaper done? What has my newspaper
done? So if we look
done?
at the front pages of the Daily Mail, and if we look at the language that has been used by outlets like the Daily Mail, and as well as
Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example?
I can give you a number of examples.
Come on, give me one
when
now.
the language around
Come on,
refugees
let's have one now.
and Muslims
Let's have one now.
Dehumanising. So
see,
what I'm saying is there are
Just give me a second.
politicians,
Do you have
and there
an
are
example?
there are politicians and there are journalists who have played an active role.
That happens up here as well, John. Don't get me wrong. A lot of families are actually moving away because Scotland's getting older than the rest, like England, Wales, Northern Ireland, or Ireland if you want to. It is Ireland. There is no Northern Ireland. There's only Ireland. Scotland's aging faster. There's not enough people because we don't control our own immigration policy up here because the Westminster be bastards. Of many different stripes, obviously. Labour, blah, 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 Tory scumbags. We are aging faster than the rest of the UK. We need control of our immigration so we can actually bring in younger people who can have children, set up families, set up households, create entire communities. But we're not allowed that because black and brown people, they be scary. They be terrorists, obviously, because they're not this colour. I'm here to stand against that narrative, really. Case in point, look at this gorgeous girl. Hello, Zara. She was born and brought up here in the UK. She is based. We need more people like her.
And fanning the flames of hate and division, and we are seeing that play out.
Just pause for a second because you did specifically mention the Daily Mail.
Could you tell me what
specifically?
Is the specific
I can list a number of headlines to Andrew after the show because I think this has taken up a lot of time. But what I would say is that media outlets and journalists, as
Oh yeah, don't remind me, John. Something else. It's called the the Hun up here because up here in Scotland, especially here in Glasgow, they always promoted and it showed how good a example of a football team that Rangers are. So the Rangers are called the Huns here for reasons. Oh God, it was when it was actually Matthew Wright. I can't remember the guy's name, but he called it the Daily Moan. Oh my God, I can't remember his fucking name. I do like it. I do like calling it the Daily Fail. Yeah, but most of the tabloids, the Red Banner ones, like the Sun, the Daily Mail, the Telegraph, and sometimes the Evening Telegraph, depending on what mood they're in. And we keep on saying, you got your own paper to yourself. You got the Guardian. Which they're centrist. They're not they used to be leftist, kind of, mostly, kind of leftist. But no, now they're centrist. And some of the columnists, apart from Owen, our lovely little twink, I love Owen. He is just a columnist and a correspondent for the Guardian. They're centrist now. They are not left wing. I don't care what you fucking right wing fucking scumbags say. Case in point, your mad Scottish lass ranting about what the tabloids and the broadsheets are like here in the UK. I think I'm going to be doing that until the day I die. I'm here for it, really. As long as I can educate people, I will do so.
well as politicians, we had a former Home Secretary who referred to refugees as an invasion. We've had Nigel Farage, also on GB News, saying that British Muslims don't have the same values, don't share British values. So when we look at the complicity, we have
blatantly obvious. Case in point, Zara, a Muslim, Assalamu alaikum, my lovely lass. I'm pretty sure she's got the same values as me. She might not be a Marxist, but she is a socialist in my eyes, from what I can tell from all her media appearances. She be leftist. She be good. Not Marxist. Neither is Jeremy or Jaman. But he be socialist. I would hope both of them have eco-socialist leanings, and I'm pretty sure the two of them do. Don't use someone's religion to damn them. You can't do that with me. I rubbish the religion I was born and brought up under. Trust me, because Protestantism, it do be cursed. Most religions do be cursed in certain aspects, obviously. I will never slight anyone for having faith, actually professing to a certain religion. All are welcome here. Be you Christian, Muslim, Sikh, Buddhist, Jain, Zoroastrian, all are welcome here. I do not slight someone for their faith. There's no point in doing that. It's amazing what just a little bit of history does for your psyche and for your learning.
have to be, there's a lot of mirrors that people need to be looking into. And I think also the role that ITV has also played in terms of inviting Nigel Farage, allowing him to rehabilitate his image.
The sooner we can dispel that and actually educate those fucking idiots, the better. Okay, Zara Sultana downstream. It's not that long. I can't spell, apparently. Oh, there's her. It's only 23 minutes. Jacqueline, for you, my darling. Oh, God, no!
So, Zara Sultana, co-leading the...
It's Stephen Midman. Hello, Midman. Hello, hello. I thought it was Ash as well, but Stephen Midman, also quite based. He is a leftist. Hi. This is quite good.
process of founding this new left party with Jeremy Corbyn. It's been an incredibly busy month for you. I want to ask you about the big news first. Did you watch the Lionesses win their historic Euros victory last night? Absolutely. How was the vibe? What was the vibe?
Oh, so it was in a non-traditional way of watching it. I had it on my phone on the BBC app, and I was watching it outside King's Cross station because I'd watched the entire game on the train down from Glasgow because a friend got married. And by the time we had got into King's Cross, it was penalties, and I just set up.
I forgot about that. I hope you had a really good time here in the best city in Glasgow, in Scotland. Glasgow, it'd be based. I just think I moved down to Clydebank to be with a man. He's happily married now with 4 children. All by the same woman, obviously. Abby, I love you desperately. I've talked to her. Don't worry. I hope your friend had a lovely wedding, a beautiful day. I would say I hope you got drunk, but she's Muslim. I don't think Sarah drinks. I got drunk, but fairly tipsy for my wedding day because my sister and my sister-in-law and my younger sister just kept on plying me with mimosas. One of my younger sister actually gave me a shot of tequila before we had to leave to go to the actual ceremony. He is super happy. I was just about to say his actual name. When I arrived there, why are you drunk? You can blame the girls for that. I was kind of drunk. I had the best day ever. Where are we? My God. My boobs look big. I would love to get down to that. That would involve me staying down in London for at least 2 nights. And I don't know how much it costs for like a hotel or B&B and something. But obviously it will be broadcast. We can watch it on Twitter and stuff. Yeah. As far as I'm aware, it does, John. Carry on,
Cat
Zara.
essentially outside a coffee shop and watched it, and it was incredible. It was so amazing. And you know, I think we have to stop calling it women's football. I think this is football, and the men's game is men's football, because clearly we are so much better than them.
So Zara, this is the first interview that you've given to anyone since you've resigned at the beginning of July. So why did you choose Novara Media? But I also want to ask you about that resignation, because it happened in a very busy and messy week for the Labour Party. There were welfare cuts as well as the vote to prescribe Palestine action. What was the relationship between those events and your resignation?
So the reason to do my very first interview since resigning, and since we have announced the process of building a new left party with Novara, is because legacy media does not operate in our interests, and Novara does. And for me, it is about speaking to our base. It is about speaking to people who align with our politics, to say that we are going to do the best possible job of getting this right, and we want you all to be part of that journey. And I don't think anything speaks to that more than me coming to you guys first to talk about this, and being really honest and transparent about what we're building here and how we genuinely want to do it collectively. My suspension obviously was a year ago, and the Labour Party decided to suspend 7 of us for wanting to scrap the 2-child benefit cap, which keeps hundreds of thousands of kids.
Basically, suspended for saying, no, fuck that, I don't want to starve children. And they got booted because Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves and Wes Streeting and who would that have been? Oh, Bridget Phillipson, because she was Education Secretary. Fuck all of them. Oh, Kendall, fucking Kendall. Don't get me started. I don't want to starve children. I don't. I am related to children. I'm related to children who are under the age of 16. And starving them is absolutely fucking abhorrent to me. Well, what do I know? I'm just a wee lowly woman up here in Glasgow. Fuck yous. I do not want to starve my nieces and nephews. You are bastards. Get the fuck.
Unavoidable poverty. And after that vote, I was told, you've got a 6-month suspension and then we'll review it. During that period, I voted against the cuts to winter fuel payments, because that is austerity 2.0. Following that, I have tried to challenge this Labour government on a weekly basis about its complicity in genocide in Gaza, as well as attacks on working class communities, and it became a weekly event. What is the Labour government doing, and how is it harming our communities? And it became an issue that I didn't think we would have on this scale. I knew that this Labour government wasn't going to bring about socialism, but I did not think it would be this bad this quickly in terms of returning to austerity and then also being worse than the Tories in terms of enabling a genocide in Gaza. So I had met with the chief whip of the Labour Party, who said my case was slightly different to the other MPs who had been suspended, in particular referenced my social media and how I characterised this as a genocide that the Labour government was directly complicit in. And I did not hold back. It is a genocide. That is what Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, countless international lawyers, lawyers specialising in international law are calling it, as well as the case at the ICJ and a response by the ICC. And
human rights lawyer, my arse, not anymore. Keir Starmer, forget sir, such a title should not exist. Keir Starmer, you are a monster. Actively funding and helping that settler colonial state. I hate you for it. Don't like you at all. Any of yous. I get you, Jacqueline. I really do. And yes, that's why I say human rights lawyer, my arse. He's not anymore. He might have been. He tried to change the socialist lawyers back in the day. Didn't work. He got booted. There are still socialists. There are still socialist lawyers. Talk to him. One Marxist I can think of. Oh shit. Jewish. Andrew Feinstein. He is a Marxist. I don't know how close he got to actually booting Keir Starmer. But if he had lost the seat and Andrew Feinstein became the MP for St Pancras and Holborn, that wasn't going to fucking happen, I believe, because the puppet master exists. If he feels the need to be that in control, Margaret McSweeney, run for the House of Commons, run to be an MP. Anywhere, I'm pretty sure you can parachute yourself into anywhere you want in England or Wales. Don't try up here in Scotland. Won't be worth your while, and I would hope with every fibre of my being you lose your deposit. Same for you, Man Frog. They still do not have an office. They're trying to establish one just now because Super Happy showed me them trying to actually find an office here in Glasgow again. If you can pay the rent this time, fuck it, come on up. And obviously, Nigel, come up here. There's every possibility you might actually meet me.
so millions of people are campaigning about this, protesting about this, and I know which side I'm on. I'm on the right side of history, and this isn't a fringe issue. And I was told it's not a fringe issue within the British public, but it is a fringe issue within the Labour Party. And you can't disagree with that if you're being honest. And so my suspension continued because of my opposition to Labour's complicity in genocide. There are no two ways about that. And people are trying to spin these rumours that I was going to be expelled.
Some of them did back in the late 1800s and early 1900s, but other than that, post-war, so after the First World War, the Great War, whatever you want to fucking call it, no sitting Prime Minister has ever lost their constituency. Ever. After they've stepped down, they have actually lost their seats. Case in point, the most recent one. You know him, you love him. We love laughing at this person. Boris Johnson. But no sitting Prime Minister has ever lost their seat. Ever. for at least my granddad's life, my mum's dad. He was born in 1915, by the way, and no sitting prime minister has ever lost their seat, ever lost their constituency, ever. Damning indictment on our politics, really, come to think of it. But none of them came close a few times. Case in point, her. Another case in point, Ramsay McDonald and Macmillan. Damn close to getting rid of those two. Boris, not so much. Blair never lost, even came close to losing his seat either. Neither's Brown. I love the Kingdom of Fife. I love Fifers desperately, but they should have just voted Brown out, really. Yeah, no loyalty to Scottish politicians, but most of them are absolute fucking ghouls. The one who should have actually lost the seat is the current Scottish Secretary, Ian Murray. I hate him with a passion. Ian Murray, you will not survive. I'm pretty sure of that. I have friends who I went to school with who actually live in his constituency now, and they ain't voting for that fucker anymore. They're leftists, they're soft dem, or soft left. They have hated him for most of his parliamentary career because he deserves to be hated. He is a wanker.
I was not going to be expelled. I did this on my terms, in my way, and I did it on the week that they decided to characterize people who are engaging in non-violent forms of direct action against a genocide as terrorists, as well as punishing disabled people and cutting their benefits. I cannot show any kind of support for that kind of politics, both what is happening in Gaza, but what is also happening here at home. Those, for me, are not abstract issues. They are deeply connected. This is a government that does not act in the interests of people here, let alone people anywhere else in the world. And in fact, it's complicit in making people's lives worse.
I'll find out who that is, Joe.
Regardless of borders. And my resignation touched on those issues, that it was both very much deeply against austerity and deeply against genocide, and I had no choice but to do this because I didn't get into politics to make people's lives worse. I didn't get into politics to be complicit in genocide, and I'm going to do everything I can to stop those things.
Let me ask you then about the New Left Party. It's launched, I think, last Thursday officially. Since then, last I checked, you'd had over 500,000 sign-ups on yourparty.uk. What does it mean for you to have that level of support right out of the gate? And why do you think so many people are interested in it?
I'm going to be honest with you. I did not think we would hit 500,000 sign-ups in just 3 days. That is incredible. And what that speaks to is the sheer appetite and desire for something new.
Campbell Bannerman. So that was 1908. Let's see. Balfour, he survived. Asquith, he survived. Oh, damn close. Lloyd George nearly got booted. Andrew Bonar Law did get booted, and that would be 1922 or 23. Baldwin survived, so did Ramsay MacDonald. Neville Chamberlain stepped down. Churchill survived both attempts. Clement Attlee survived. Eden, damn close, but he survived. Macmillan survived. So did Douglas Hume. Wilson got booted, but he came back. The Daddy Boner Law. He was Scottish, by the way. Yeah, Scotland used to produce most of the most virulent fucking Tories known to man. Sorry, UK. Eden was Scottish. 58? 50, 58, I think. 56. Macmillan survived. Douglas Hume survived. Wilson didn't, but then he came back. Ted Heath survived. Callahan, 3 attempts, one of which worked because he was James Callahan. She survived. Fuck. Then Major Blair and everyone since Ted Heath, apart from James Callahan, they've mostly survived. So for all of my life and for all of Super Hubby's life, he was born in 1970, by the way. So that would have been Wilson. That would have been Wilson onwards. Super Hubby, he was born in 1970. So Wilson onwards for him, they've all survived. My mother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. What the fuck? 19 prime ministers my mother has lived through. That is rather frightening. Let's try my gran. Baldwin? So for my gran, my mum's mum, it would have been Andrew Bonar Law when she was born. But for her voting life, it would have been Baldwin onward, I believe. No, yeah, Baldwin onwards. Granddad, my mum's dad. It would have been Bonar Law for when he was born, but when he started voting, it would have been Baldwin as well. My poor mother, she was born when Churchill was Prime Minister again. I feel for you, Mum. I really do. Yeah.
Millions of people feel politically homeless. I talk to people in the street, I knock on doors, and people don't feel like they have politicians, let alone political parties, that truly represent them. And people voted for the Labour Party at the last general election, not because they felt inspired by Keir Starmer or what the Labour Party was promising, but because they weren't the Tories. And the Labour Party had a mandate for real change. That's what.
Just because you say you're taking over from the Tories and all the economic and social devastation they have wrought. Yeah, he was. On the home front, kind of good left-leaning policies, NHS, welfare state, things of that nature. But our foreign policy has always been dog shit, Jacqueline. But yeah, started in late 55, but yeah, 56 to 57, basically, at the behest of settler colonial state. And the Americans, obviously, as well. I like to say that in Sort of Super Happy, we basically got just slapped upside the face by the Americans. No, No colonialism or imperialism, apart from ours. And people seem to think that we got a lot of money from the Marshall Plan. No, we fucking didn't. We were one of the lower recipients. They fortified the ones who are either bordering or close to the big evil, the Soviet Union. They got more funding, especially West Germany. Obviously, East Germany, because they were actually shared a border with the Soviet Union. But lots of countries, including France, parts of the Nordics or Scandi country, all the ones that actually bordered the Soviet Union, they got more funding than we did here in the UK. Don't get me wrong, we've got money through the Marshall Plan. Don't think we were the. Please do not believe any of the hype that we got the most money. We fucking didn't, trust me. And if I could actually call him up, wherever he is, whatever other realm he's on, I would get my dad, my biological dad, to actually talk about it. I actually asked him this, so why do we get fed this that we were major recipients of the Marshall Plan narrative, propaganda? We didn't, trust me. Check out these resources. Thank you, my biological dad. I appreciate it. In his personal life, major problems, but for his intellect and his political analysis, my dad was actually quite based. He was a Marxist like me. That changed over because education means profit. We changed that. We don't pay student fees up here in Scotland. Because I was born and brought up here, I got free education. I didn't need to pay for the actual tuition, actually going to university or learning off campus, essentially. Here at my house, here in my flat, which is good. I love it. The Open University rules. But yeah, we changed that, saying fuck off. Why should you charge people for being getting this education? We need blah 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 people in these areas. There's no point fucking charging for them because the country needs them for obvious reasons. Will they listen to us? Do they bollocks? Maybe I should actually change the instead of screaming into the void. Do fucking title. Don't charge people for doing fucking essential things that make the country run, like doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, fucking civil engineers, fucking bus drivers. Don't charge people for getting those kind of educations. A country needs these people. They need people like me. They need biologists, they need doctors, they need chemists, they need physicists. That started to get changed in the late 60s to early 70s, but it was just a nominal fee, like a couple of £100 to get your degree and stuff. But for the most part, essentially free. It changed. Thank you, you absolute fucking war criminal. Blair and Brown, thank you. For a Scotsman, you literally done us over and we changed it. We didn't charge Scottish students. So screw you, Gordon Brown. Oh, fucking hell, John. If I could help you, I would. The only thing I really needed to pay for was my books, my actual literature, the actual books I needed to do my degree, and stationery, which is cheap. And I got a free laptop, not the one I'm currently using, but another laptop. I didn't need to pay for it, and I got free Wi-Fi for my flat, and obviously free Wi-Fi on campus at Strathclyde. Oh God, yeah, John. Of course he was worse. Him and Gideon. and particular disdain for IDS. He can fuck off, as far as I'm concerned. Seriously, Ian Duncan Smith, I don't care if you're fucking Scottish. Piss off. I don't like you. You be a wanker. Pfizer should have won your seat. You shouldn't be in Parliament anymore. Pfizer Shaheen should. IDS, yeah, he's Scottish. So's Gove. Fucking hell. Yeah, he was born and brought up here in Scotland, just outside Edinburgh. Funny that, some of the most detestable fucking Tory bastards, they were either born or educated up here in Scotland. That's why I detest them. Cameron wasn't, neither was Gideon. But IDS, Gove, Rory Stewart, who else? None of the ladies, none of the women. But they recognise the actual good that Scottish universities do, and they still impose these fees and reduce the funding for universities across the land. And we said, no, fuck you, we're going to change that. And the Scottish Government did. Thank you, SNP, you'll be based. He did, and he can fuck off for that alone. Oh, God. I can fucking see him. I can't remember the bastard's name. Wasn't he? He's Labour. Shit, I can't remember. Give me a minute. I'll see
It
if I
kept
can
saying
remember
that it was going to do. And in the year that it has been in power, we have seen a return to austerity. We have seen more arms sales under a Labour government than the Tories. They are worse than the Tories when it comes to arming a genocide, and they are directly complicit in that genocide, and they lie all the time to parliamentarians. They have defended selling arms to a genocidal apartheid state in court, and I could not knock on another door asking people to vote for the Labour Party when it is a genocide party, when it is an austerity party. And so I am very excited to be able to be part of building something new. It has never been done before.
John, thank you. I could actually see him and I couldn't remember the fucking bastard's name. Yeah, it was Gavin Williamson. He was education and one of the junior ministers in health and social care. Yeah. Oh, Ray Joyce, comrades, Elron Hubbard. He be here. Hi, Elron. Welcome. Great to see you. Thanks, John. That was going to annoy me. Yeah, it was Gavin Williamson. So, education, one of the junior ministers in health and social care. I think when he said that, he might have been one of the ones in the MOD as well, one of the junior ministers in the MOD. The one I remember him for was the education secretary. And yeah, I remember, yeah, he had a pet tarantula. Gavin Williamson, screw you. I hate ligged bastards. Fuck off. The pair of you can just vanish. Just go away. I don't understand. Oh fuck, was he the chief whip as well? Christ's sake, that might actually explain what. Ugh. Why do these ghouls still exist? As always, here to counter them.
In British politics, and so being able to take 500,000 people and more, because the numbers as we're recording this are growing, on this journey to shape something truly transformative is so important, exciting, and I recognize it as one of the most important opportunities of a lifetime. We can't get this wrong, because in 2029, as the polling currently stands, Farage will be Prime Minister. And someone like me, someone who looks like me, understands that threat acutely. And so we have to not just organise and build a new party, we have to win. And that's what this is.
Okay, I totally agree with you about the idea of not being able to get this wrong. The stakes are so, so high. But I guess you might have come in for a bit of criticism over the last month about there being, maybe a little bit of chaos.
Elrond, you do not need to say. I think you've probably said in the past, but I keep on forgetting. What was your degrees in? Your degree? What was your area of study? I'm blatantly obvious. Virology and parasitology, so viruses, parasites, things of that nature, how it affects the human body. I know what I talk about in certain aspects, really. And I do kind of chat shit at times because human. Obviously, I am STEM coded. I want people to go into STEM industries. We need them. Do we need more people like me? Possibly, but that is up for you to decide. Ooh, you might be actually quite good to talk about AI and how it might affect the human grey matter. They really do fascinate me, Elron. They really do. I might annoy you every now and again for your takes on certain technology issues.
Attached to the launch of the party. Was it launched? Wasn't it? The name. Do you think that matters?
No, and Westminster lobby journalists love this idea of drama. They love this idea of the left not really knowing what it's doing, but we do know what we're doing, and 500,000 people.
Ooh, scary socialists exist. We do actually. Hello, hi, I'm a socialist. I'm a Marxist. I'm an eco-socialist. I do exist. I do be speaking and talking to people on the interwebs. I get you. The reason I stopped my degree was because of health issues, physical issues, and autoimmune arthritis, blah, 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 all that kind of thing. I am so glad I got my degree now, though. So happy. But if I'd actually graduated and went into my chosen profession, my chosen career, I might have actually been helping create the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, or what we've been into. There were 3 getting studied at the campus at Strathclyde. My university got co-credit for the AstraZeneca and the Pfizer one. The main praise went to the BioNTech team, the German team, that actually helped create it. But I would have been involved in the AstraZeneca one. It does actually, John. Well done. No pressure. And if we can figure out a way to actually pay you, would you create an emote for me? You can design yourself. You know what I say. You know what I like. Mostly what I say on the interwebs. If you want to create an emote for me, I will pay for it. Or if you don't want the money, I can send you down. Literally, Katie made a tablet, which is basically just the sugar and condensed milk and butter. Or a flavouring. If you want a flavouring, I can send it down to you anyway because tablet be based. If you suffer from toothache, then be careful.
also recognize that. And the truth is they're rattled. They've never seen anything like this. And the fact that we're trying to really have democracy, not just this slogan or this, you just kind of say it and don't mean it. We're trying to have it at the heart of everything we're doing. And the idea that members choose the name, I think people can't get their heads around. And that's democracy for you. And I think we have to recognize the sheer appetite.
The Jam Party. Obviously democratically chosen. I'm sure we'll love it. I'm more interested in their policy positions. Obviously, we can speculate, but we know what most of their policy positions are going to be because Zara and Jeremy, they be decent people, obviously. Thank you, Zara. If you want a really funny name, fuck it. Call it the Madcap Party, if you wish.
We have to recognize that we are going to be doing rallies and roadshows. We're going to galvanize this movement that is ready for something different. But I think when we look at political parties in the UK, they represent the billionaires, they represent oil and gas. And we're saying this is a member-led party by members for members, and they're going to shape everything that we do.
So let's talk about that democratic nature of the party. So you're leading up to a founding conference in the autumn.
Yes.
What is the scope of the democracy that's going to be involved there? So you talked about deciding a name, but...
Oh my God, you've reminded me of Crispin. Thank you, Jacqueline. I don't know who Socialist Think Tank is. Would I would I enjoy being in the chat? Would I enjoy interacting with whoever they are? Christ, it's been fucking years. Sorry, Crispin. I do like the fact that Jeremy actually talked to him. Oh, right. No. The fact that we're not seeing her as much as we're seeing Jeremy, she might be busy. That's why I'm thinking she might actually end up being the leader. All right, cool. Right. Are they Yorkshire people? Oh, right. Oh, here's an idea. Zara talking to Bowler Hut individual, or God, is there any point in her talking to either Graham or Phil? Graham possibly. Phil Moorhouse. Sorry, Phil, you've lost me. You're an absolute fucking wanker. She might actually have a good conversation with Bowler Hat Man. Come to think of it. Graham and Femi might also be a good opportunity for her as well. But we need to get her to talk to either like Curtis, Cog, or but we now know his name, Ben. I'm still going to call him Cog, obviously, or Lewis. Oh God, Zara and Sarah. That would be a kick-ass interview. I would love that. Oh, Zara talking to Katie, Zara talking to Helena, or Zara talking to Kev. It's not that far away from Coventry, come to think of it. You could actually drive down and see him. Good point, John.
What else is going to be put to the members? What level of kind of fine-grainedness is
So
democracy
before we
going to
get
work?
to that conference, we need to put together a conference arrangements committee. We need to make sure that we have truly every member feeling empowered to get involved. And what I think.
Yes, John, I agree. Zara and Kev for the shits and giggles, obviously, but Zara and Helena, that might actually be very, very productive. That would actually work. Must annoying to Helena to actually get Zara onto the stream. Obviously, I wouldn't be pushy. That might actually be a good idea. I might actually just DM Helena and say if there's any way we could actually get Zara to talk to any of us, including myself.
Think that looks like, and obviously these are discussions, what I think that looks like is one member, one vote. It looks like having an accessible way of engaging, which is both in person and hybrid, which is affordable for everyone. And we need to get those details right. That conference and that membership has to look at governance, it has to look at policy, it has to look at even tactical alliances going forward. I obviously have preferences over things and I'm happy to share them, but ultimately it will come down to our members, what the name is, how we operate when it comes to, a new popular front like what we've seen in France. We can all have ideas, and obviously Jeremy has also said, please share those ideas. We want everyone to get involved, but we need to get the best ideas and we need to then deliver on those.
And what about the leadership structure? Will that be a matter of democracy
Absolutely.
as well? So it could be a single leader, it could be co-leaders, it could be
It's
a Zara
whatever-
Sultana, Jeremy Corbyn leadership race.
It's whatever the members want. And obviously, again, I have a preference that me and Jeremy should be able to co-lead this, but the members will get to choose. And that's what's really quite exciting. It is literally transferring that power. And I guess for a lot of people who have only really seen politics done through traditional party structures, that's going to be a culture change, but we're really interested in harnessing that energy and allowing people to choose what direction this takes.
Already working on it. I would get my lovely, gorgeous little ginger twink, Ross Greer, to talk to Helena. If he and Lorna win to be co-leaders, I can email him directly. I can talk to him directly to see if he'd want to talk to Helena. That would be so fucking productive. That would be brilliant. So Ross Greer talking to Helena. That would be good. Ross Greer talking to Zara or Jeremy as well, Jeremy Corbyn. That would also be cool. I'm pretty sure he's talked quite a lot with Zach. I don't know how much he's actually talked to either Adrian or Ellie. Possibly a bit. But yeah, getting Ross Greer to talk to Helena, good idea. Feel free to put your suggestions in the chat, in the chat or on the Discord, and I can form them and I can send them to Helena. I agree with you. I think he does actually.
All right, let's talk about electoral stuff now. So we've seen the polling. Anyone on the left who's seen the polling recently is like, oh shit, this could happen. Like 10 to 15% of vote share out the gate.
That is a floor, not a ceiling, as far as I'm considered.
All right, but now a lot of that vote is coming from Labour and some of it from the Greens. What about reform? What's the strategy going to be for reform, for taking them on?
Well, you can't take on reform by mimicking them, which is what the Labour.
What is the strat or the play or the game to deal with Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics? as much as I'd love to see Kev actually talk to either Zara or Jeremy or Ian Lavery or Cricket or Richard Bergen and things like that. Oh my God. Trickett and Lavery, why the fuck? Well, obviously Trickett got booted with Zara at the same time because he didn't want to starve children because he's a decent human being, and so is Zara. I'm surprised that Lavery hasn't been booted yet. He be based. I do love Ian Lavery. I don't blame him. As I say, hell mend them. They decided to vote that way. I've always said, especially where the Tories were concerned for most of my political life, really, and most of my voting life, you cannot trust the Tories. They be scum. They hate us. They don't want to see us prosper. They don't want us to see just a basic standard of living, really. Did they listen to me? Mostly. Are they listening to me now that Labour are in charge? No, they're not. We can't trust S&P no more. Yeah, we can. They are better. They might still be kind of garbage in certain areas, but they are better than the fucking Labour Party. How many times do I need to say this to people? Do not trust Labour. Look what we were like. This constituency has voted Labour since before my gran was born, for fuck's sake. And nothing ever fucking changed. It wasn't until we voted for the SNP that things actually started to change to get better here in Glasgow, up in Perth, over in Edinburgh, and across the Isle of my great nation. It is my country, remember? It may be Scotland, but it is my country. Until we actually voted for the SNP, nothing changed. It was all still fucking shit. They might have given us little bonuses and things of that nature, like bread and circuses kind of deal, really. But no, it has actively got worse for the last 26 years. Still listen to me, obviously, on the Westminster level. We can't trust these fucking bastards. Please listen to me. Ah, that happens across the globe, unfortunately, which is kind of. It's a joke. There's a reason he stops doing it when he's doing serious news stuff, especially when he gets invited on to turn left and stuff. Things of that nature. I love Kev. I hope he doesn't change himself too much. Just toning yourself down. Obviously, you can still swear, but and you can be eloquent with it. Most of the policies that our current Westminster government are doing are dog shite. I do not like them. I didn't vote for Labour anyway. Fuck it. Most people who voted for Labour under the control of technically Keir Starmer, but Morgan McSweeney and Pam McFadden. Oh, there's another fucking Scottish bastard I hate with a burning passion. Pam McFadden, fuck off. Normally, because you're Scottish, you can come back up as long as you shut the fuck up and just don't do nothing. I didn't vote for this shit. I didn't want to. I'm pretty damn sure Zara didn't either.
Party have done with this race to the bottom on immigration and essentially just following their lead. We have to provide a real alternative. We need to show that we will defend migrants' rights. We will address people's material concerns, because everyone is worried about the end of the month when the bills drop. They look at the profits that these water companies get, these energy companies get, well, when their bills are getting even higher. And we need to address material concerns. That's what the Labour Party should have done and hasn't done and refuses to do. And that is the only way we can beat reform, not by trying to be like them, because why would you vote for a copy when you can vote for the original, which is what I tried to tell the Labour Party when I was in it. And so we need to fight on our terms and not allow the far right to dictate those.
And fighting on your terms, would that mean, so for example, in individual seats, would you like run candidates in winnable seats only, or would you risk sort of splitting the Labour vote in reform seats?
The membership will decide this, and I think we have to be strategic.
Stephen, my man, my dude, my comrade, kind of. You are feeding into the narrative that they'll be splitting the left of the vote. Labour aren't the left anymore. They probably haven't been left since about Kinnock, really, come to think of it. Blair certainly wasn't left. He was a centrist. He's also a war criminal, by the way. Labour aren't the left, so the fact that you're saying if your party exists, you're going to be voting for you're going to be splitting the left. No, 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 no. Labour aren't the left anymore. They're not. When was the last truly, even just left-leaning Labour, would you say, Elron? Good. I agree. Yeah, think of it. Left-leaning here in Scotland. Not Salmond, obviously, for many, many different reasons. Sturgeon, kind of left-leaning, something maybe. Same for Hamza. Swinney's more centrist, but still kind of left-leaning. Bag of Welsh bag. Oh god, I love that fucking description. That's getting fucking pinned. I'm pinning that. And yeah, 20 minutes is fine. I love that so much. That's brilliant. Thank you, Eldon. I'm one of the ones who would have said that he would have been, in certain policy aspects, he would have been better than Blair. But because he had a major coronary infarction, which means massive fucking heart attack, he's buried on the island of Iona because he was a devout Catholic and also kind of socialist. Oh, wrong one. Stop fucking calling at me. Oh no, he didn't. Which makes it weird that his son. And I will stop there. Hilary Brent, I have nothing against you whatsoever.
strategic. We have to identify the places where we can win and where others who have the same goals and values around progressive politics, around defeating reform, where we can work together. And
Well said,
obviously, when there is a time for that, that will be, I imagine, a negotiation. But we will not be doing politics in the old way, where it's just a few men in a small room and kind of hashing it out. It will be led by members, and there will be, I believe, and I would actually argue for that tactical alliance method, but it will be on our terms, and it will be in the interest of our members, but also to stop Farage getting into power, because that has to be the guiding principle.
Let me ask you about your Labour journey, because I think it reflects for a lot of people who are members of the Labour Party who felt discounted as members, which is something that you're promising that this new left-wing party won't do. They were sort of asked to leave, and now you've provided a home for them. What was your journey through Labour? Because a similar sort of story for you.
Yes.
You were asked to leave, and now you have.
Yes.
So tell us your
So
journey.
I joined the Labour Party as a 17-year-old under Ed Miliband. I was really angry about the coalition government tripling tuition fees. I saw that as a direct attack on my generation.
Can someone check this one, because I'm keeping an eye on our chat, because the last time I played this, trollish bastards came invading into my YouTube. Can someone go and check how old Zara is for me, please?
And we see that now, where we've had generations of young people saddled with student debt. So when I went to university, I got involved with the free education movement. I'd gone to the occupied West Bank with my dad on a Labour Friends, a Labour to Palestine delegation, Labour activists, Labour members. And I saw apartheid, and I saw what land theft and what occupation, militarized occupation looked like with my own eyes as an 18-year-old. And it shaped everything for me, my political journey. And then I got involved with Students for Justice in Palestine. I got involved with the National Union of Students. And then Jeremy Corbyn becomes leader of the Labour Party, and immigrants weren't going to be thrown under the bus, and young people weren't this kind of photo opportunity anymore, but real stakeholders in an exciting vision. And I remember the rallies in Birmingham, and I remember feeling hope for the...
Thank you, John. Oh, dear God. She's only 5 years older than my lovely sweetie. My eldest niece, by the way. I love me nibbling. That is terrifying. Depending on what part of the year. I'm 15 years older than Zara. Obviously, I'm not older than Jeremy. He's... Fuck it, while I've got this paused. How old is Jabman? I want to say between 68 and 72 or something. If I've made him older than he actually is, sorry, Jeremy, I don't do it lightly. Are you? I'm 16 years older than you, John. Screw you. Fuck off. Damn it. A year after you were born, that's the first time I voted in a general election. He is, yes. He's actually quite fit. Well, look at him. Highly intelligent, educated. He's good at doing speeches. He's good at talking. He's good at interacting with people of the country. All of us. Every last one of us. Rejoice, comrades. Someone I haven't seen for a while. Hello, Wampa Stomper. Welcome back. Hello. Welcome back. Zara Sultana. Hope you're doing well. As I have said, I haven't seen you for a while. I was thinking about you. About a couple of months ago. Welcome back. What good? What good? I be educating. I be talking. I may be talking about bollocks at times. Don't get me wrong, lots of us talk bollocks. 'Cause we be human. But I still be educating. I still be here. Welcome back. Yes. Well, yes, smart people do exist, obviously, because I be here. There's a difference between, oh, you're welcome, Wampa. You're welcome. I'm here to educate the masses. And chat shit, basically. This be Zara Sultana. She be wearing an England football shirt. I appreciate that. I would be wearing a Scotland shirt, but it is £55. I can't quite afford that yet. I'd rather buy myself a Celtic top, really. No, I'm disabled. This is my job. Streaming. I get benefits. I sit here and talk to people. Well, I've got a degree. It would be in virology or parasitology, so the study of viruses and how they affect the human body. I can still do that online. I've got a diploma in office management and human resources. I was a bar manageress back in Perth. If only, Wampa, if only. I am not a professor. You have to have a doctorate to actually be a professor in my academic discipline, really. Don't get me wrong, I can educate people about how viruses work and how they affect the human body. I am good at that. I know what I'm talking about. I'm good at people management, but actually doing the actual work of being a professor, actually running courses and things, I don't think I'd physically be able to do that. I can educate people here, obviously, which is good. But actually physically being a professor or a lecturer, I probably physically struggle. Mentally, yes, I'd be able to do it, but physically, I would struggle to do it, unfortunately, which is kind of depressing. Yeah, I've got two sisters. I'm the eldest, by the way. There's three of us, so I've got two younger sisters. I have a mother. I had a father. My biological father is no longer with us. He has shoveled off this mortal coil. Two sisters. No, I was seen as a shy, retiring type, if you want to put it that way. But yeah, both, all three of us are. How do I describe it? My relationship with my sisters is complicated. Let's put it that way. Like I said, I used to be the shy, retiring type. I just let my sisters take over up until about my late 20s. I've taken a lot of my autonomy for myself now, though, which is good. But I still, obviously, still love my sisters. They're good. They're good people. Oh God, yeah, we're all on good terms. Don't get me wrong, we still kind of shout at each other every so often. We do be family, we do be siblings, and we do kind of get to know you're talking absolute fucking bollocks. And we've never held back in that regard. Because I said to my mum not to say to my two sisters that I'd got my degree, they said no. Do not believe Katie. She is basically talking bollocks until they actually saw my actual degree. And my dissertation. which for reasons I will not be publishing. It is published on the academic press for my university. The people who I wanted to read it have been given links and permission to read it, which is good. I like that. But other than that, it won't be getting published. Yeah, we're all in Scotland. Me and my middle sister, we both live here in Glasgow, and my younger sister still lives in my home city, which is Perth, up in the northeast of Scotland. My mum still lives in Perth. Like I said, my biological dad is no longer with us, and neither of my grandparents are. Any of my grandparents are. Oh God, yeah, yeah. And obviously, these things and this thing do exist. So I do actually talk to my sisters on a regular basis anyway. Oh wow. I can't remember if Maple's family are close to him or if it's Igloo's family are close to him either. Obviously, I know where Igloo, BC is because obviously BC. I can't remember where Igloo's based. Sorry, Igloo, my comrade. I can't remember where you actually live. I know where my McCheese is. I know where Jose is. I know where Tina 2 is. I can't remember where Igloo lives. Look. Who are you closer to, Wampa? I love the fact that I can get to my mum pretty easily. And I can get to both my sisters relatively easily. The only thing that prevents me is because they both have jobs. And my younger sister, who lives up in Perth, is a community nurse, so trying to get in contact and actually physically see her IRL kind of difficult because she's got two teenage boys, a household, a dog, and two cats to look after, as well as a job, and a house and a car. Yeah.
Very first time, and a lot of people did. And we know what happened, the attacks by the political and media establishment on what Jeremy's vision was and what all of our collective vision was. And I had got involved with young Labour structures in the Labour Party. Before I got elected, I actually worked as a community organiser because Jeremy had a vision of doing politics differently in the Labour Party. And that was the very first thing that Keir Starmer actually got rid of, the community organising unit. And so I have experience through the various structures of the Labour Party as just an ordinary member, then as someone who's an organised young person sitting on a committee, and then as a community organiser, and then as a member of Parliament. And the Labour Party isn't what many of us believed it was, a progressive vehicle of socialists and social democrats, of people who actually want equality, investment in our public services, foreign policy that isn't just, warmongering. And the Labour Party that we have today has been completely captured by corporate donors, by a prime minister that is obsessed with freebies and actually not holding his government to account and holding himself to account. Actually, he thinks he's above it all, and the rules are for everyone else, but not for them. Because the things that you were attacking the Tories on.
Correct, Elron. Correct. How do we destroy it? Or just make it shuffle off into the good night as a political organisation, Darren Wallasey? I am here to speculate with you, as always. Thank you, Wampa. Thank you. Hang on. Give me a second. I'll post this first. Rejoice! Wampa Stompa. Link to Numpty Women Discord. I am Numpty Woman over on Discord, and the voice channel is called the Numptyverse for reasons because Numpty, and I do be conversing.
You're happy to do yourself. And I think people see through that hypocrisy and they're not having it anymore. To me, the Labour Party is dead. It's dead morally, it's dead politically, and it's dead electorally as well.
Yes, Sarah, well said. Bring it.
So what are we doing? Are we going to allow them to tell us on the left that we don't have another choice? We have to vote for them or it's Farage. We're saying, screw your, false choice. We're going to build something, and we're not just, coming for votes here and there. We are the left. We are going to take all the left, and we're going to win. And that's what the pitch is. Like you said, Keir Starmer said, well, if you don't like it, leave. So I did. And me and Jeremy and millions of other people are going to build something new and different. And they are rattled.
And they should be rattled.
They should be.
500,000 is impressive. When you quit the Labour Party, you said 2029 is going to be socialism or barbarism. That's going to be the choice. And you talked there about 2019 and the way that the media and the political establishment all just, worked in a concerted way to bring down Jeremy Corbyn. Now, those interests absolutely prefer barbarism to socialism.
Of course they do.
So what are you going to do this time around?
That's why people like me, Zara, Stephen himself, Kev, Helena, Femi, maybe? That is the first step, Elron. That is the first step. And obviously we've got people like Kevin Helena that exist. We've got Zach Polanski. How's the polls looking for Adrian and Ellie anyway? I love Zach. I really fucking need to meet him. If I could, I would create the world's biggest fucking hook and drag him all the way up from London up here to Glasgow so I could actually talk to him. That would be quite based. I would love that. Even just getting him to talk to my lovely ginger twink. Either that or Lorna Gordon, Lorna Slater, or Ellie Gummersall, or fuck it, Patrick Harvey.
We're fighting back. We are not going to give the media an inch. I say I'm from Lozelles. When someone tries to fight with you, you fight back. And that's what we're going to do. It's not this nicey stuff. If you come for us and you come for our communities and you come for our class, we're going to fight back. And that's what's different.
And socialism, of course, needs solidarity. It needs a mass movement. That's what you're building at the moment. How are you going to keep that momentum going?
What we've always seen is a model which is very top down, which MPs are kind of at the top and everyone else kind of has to follow. And what we're doing is we want to empower those people who have now signed up to join us. We want to convert those into members. We then want to convert those into organisers in our communities. This is not just an electoral project. It is really building power in our communities so we can increase trade union density, so we can win within our tenants unions in our communities, so we can fight on issues to do with food poverty and women's issues as well when it comes to domestic violence and sexual violence and so forth. There is so much happening in our communities, and what we saw when people left the Labour Party post 2019 was they went and did work, right? They didn't just disappear. They filled up spaces in our communities, in tenants unions, trade unions, women's refuges and so forth, food banks, running food banks. We already have a lot of work going on. We want to support that. We want to provide people with a way that they can actually show that things are not going to continue as they are through a political vehicle. And before, they would have felt like they don't really have a choice. They might not have voted. But now we're providing them with something that they can shape and they can be part of. And should people want to pursue things electorally, of course, that will be a democratic way of doing it. It's not going to be the stitch-ups of the past. This is going to be a very different way of doing politics.
So I am like personally very excited about this New Left party, partly because I feel like I've never seen the country so divided and so angry in many, many ways as it is at the moment.
Stephen, my dude. I love Natalie. I do. I really do. But I will use it. Obviously, Helena's got the sound alert. Neoliberalism fucking sucks. Do I need to say it anymore? Obviously, I do. This is why I exist. For more Natalie Wynne and other philosophers, including Abby. God. I'm having serious problems with Philosophy Tube. Again, sorry, Abby.
And I just wonder how you're going to tackle that as a party. How are you going to bring people who really speak, violently, badly about each other, but may have their interests in common? How are you going to bring them under this?
I don't think the right has a monopoly on working class anger. I think we need to harness that anger and show that actually, if we take your anger and we show you that we can win in our communities up and down the country, in areas that have been neglected, in areas that have been told, well, you don't really have a choice but to vote for Labour, we can do amazing things. And the
No, we don't care. Starmer, Rachel Reeves, Liz Kendall, West Streeting. No, we don't. I at least have the Scottish Greens and SNP. I don't know what the electoral landscape is like in other constituencies, especially there in England. I don't. Obviously, I don't live in England. I live up here. I can speculate, obviously, but speculation isn't evidence. It is anecdotal, and it cannot be trusted because a human being is saying it. I might be chatting shit. Feel free to check me. Go away. You're annoying me. I know what I know. I try to be as truthful and factual as I can. Obviously, there's other information out there that can actually be talking. Fuck off. I am doing research. Don't worry. I would assume that Zara's doing research as well as Stephen.
last election showed that under first past the post, you don't have to win. You can win whether as an independent, and I think that's a really important thing to recognise, and a lot of people do recognise that. And I think we have an opportunity to bring people who are young, people who have been attacked, whether it's WASPy women, pensioners who have had the winter fuel payments taken away from them, young people who have been saddled with debt, who have basically give most of their
Rejoice, comrades. Clamor Jammer, 1980. She be here. Hi, CJ. Hello, darling. Oh, I'm looking because I don't know much. Excellent. I'm here to educate. This is Zara Sultana. She used to be Labour. She voted against the party line or the party whip because she wanted to get rid of the two-child benefit cap, which lots of families are getting punished by. So she voted for not starving children, and she got booted out of the Labour Party for it. Delightful. Keir Starmer, you're a fucking arse. And Morgan McSweeney, you're a fucking demon. Piss off. Yeah. People like me exist. My sister exists. She has children, and when that actually got passed, technically one of my nephews was under the age, and she cut it because my niece exists. My nibbling. She'll be 26 in December, by the way, or they'll be 26 in December. But because of the time when that passed, they done it retroactively as well. Delightful. Unless Kendall, Rachel Reeves, and Keir Starmer, you are fucking monsters. Fuck off. So, the lovely Zara voted against that because she doesn't want to starve children, which is good. That is a good thing. Do not starve children. So, fuck the Labour Party. My youngest has got 3, so my lovely nibbling. They'll be 26 in December, and my 2 nephews. They're both still teenagers, and my sister and her wife, who actually had the child, my youngest niece, she'll be 10 in January next year, so she's currently 9. So no, why would I vote for that? I don't want to starve my lovely niece. I love her. She is crazy and ginger-headed and green-eyed. Seriously, my youngest niece, she she really is kind of funny and mental at times. She likes outdoorsy type things. She loves her football. Good for her. She's quite a good centre back. So think of her like a holding mid position, really. Think of like Scott Brown, Kennedy, near Beaton, that kind of, or that, well, maybe not Danny McGrain. Huh. Oh my God. I need to show everyone Danny McGrain because he be based.
Come to landlords who don't have opportunities that their parents had. That social contract between.
Oh, sorry, CJ. Yes, the Duggars. Why? My lovely darlings, Sarah, because you said it the other night. My lovely darling Sarah, how many children do you have? I think you've only got 2, if I remember correctly.
Every group in our society has been broken, and it's our job to bring everyone together, united by a common interest that we need an economy and a society that's run for the majority of people and not profit. And so we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. Those arguments have been won around.
I'll quickly say, Mum's got 3 of us, so I'm the eldest, and I've got 2 other sisters. My younger sister has 3, 1 girl, 2 boys. My sister and her wife have one lovely little metal girl. She'd be awesome. I do miss her. My my mum's mum, 9. My mum was born in 1954. Her eldest brother, my uncle, he was born in 1943 when my granddad was on leave. He was a sapper. My granddad was an engineer, by the way. Ah, slight problems. I used to just be shy, quite retiring kind of girl for most of my early childhood and up until my late teens. Essentially, I didn't want the hassle. I didn't like the arguments, the orgy, essentially. I've got a little bit more forceful now. Both my sisters are more, they're still eloquent, but they're still more forceful. There's a couple of different ways you can describe them. Huh. I've actually stepped up a bit, but I'm here to educate people, obviously, so I have to be heard. Because what I am saying needs to be heard because I am correct. Obviously not right, hang on. Hey,
nationalisation, public ownership of utilities, around mass building of council homes, around wealth taxes. And so we're not trying to convince people of those arguments because the majority already support them. But what we've also seen is a mass movement of millions of people who look at this Labour government and see complicity in genocide in Gaza, who see the likes of Keir Starmer and David Lammy as people who are complicit in war crimes who should be on trial at The Hague. And so there is no turning back from that point. And we have to look at how our political system is happy to sign off arms to all sorts of terrible people, whether it's the UAE, who then send arms to the RSF in Sudan, to the Saudis, who then used it in Yemen, and the Israelis who are using it to commit genocide in Gaza. We need to look at our economy, where arms dealers seem to have, no, they don't just seem to have, they have preferential treatment. They seem to basically be able to tell the government exactly what to do. That has to change, and we're providing a vehicle for that. So if there are people who have petitioned their MPs, who have lobbied their MPs, who have gone on demonstrations, who have done personal boycott actions, and are thinking, what else can I do? I feel completely hopeless. I'm watching a live stream genocide. I'm watching kids starve to death. My government is entirely complicit in this. How can I change things? I am basically speaking to those people as someone who has spent my entire adult life committed to the Palestinian cause, to say we are going to do something about that.
So a lot of people under the umbrella that you've attracted, people opposed to the genocide in Gaza, as everybody should be, people massively opposed to.
Funny that, CJ, isn't it? A lot of my generation, so I was born 79, as you can tell from my name on Twitch. And for most of my political journey, out with me streaming and just me voting and being politically active in certain areas of my life, I've got more and more left wing. I was a Trotsky. Confession time. I was a Trotskyist when I was a teenager. I got rescued by my best friend. I miss him desperately. His name is John Bell. He is a poet. Look him up. I miss him. Maybe having John on the stream might be quite good. He is very eloquent. He is tall. He is 6'5". He is large. He likes eating food. He has children. He'd be a Marxist with kind of anarchist leanings, just like myself, really. Funny that Glasgow seems to be breeding anarchists for some strange reason. Can anyone think of why?
Our role in it, people opposed to preferential treatment, not only of arms dealers, but the wealthy of all kinds in this country. So there's a real vehicle there. It's got to have a name, Zara. Just tell us, what would you like it to be called?
So this obviously will be chosen by the members.
Rejoice, comrades. Red Jester Productions is here. Hi, Jester. Hello. How goes you? Good to see you in chat. If you haven't already, go and follow Red Jester. He'd be awesome. He likes Terraria and Magic the Gathering. What else do you play, Jester, actually? Yeah, oh, hang on. I will do it. Shut it. Mm. Ta-da! I order you, go and follow Register Productions. Register. That is Stephen Medvin. He be working at Novara Media. He be left us. That is an absolute fucking legend. Zara Sultana. She is an MP. She be based. She is the one that has started the new socialist left-leaning party with Jeremy Corbyn. Zara is based. I will think. Let me get back.
In the most democratic way possible. Everyone's got an opinion. I do too. I think it should be called the left or the left party because it says what it is on the tin. And I think that is something that I will be pitching, and I'm sure loads of people have an opinion. I'm sure you do too. Do you have any thoughts?
No, I think keep it simple, keep it clear. That's the way to win. The left sounds good to me.
Exactly. So we will obviously put that to the members, and we'll see what we get. But those are my thoughts.
All right. Well, good luck, Zara. Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ooh, Hollow Knight. Hmm. Ah, fuck, I'll upload that one.
Late on Thursday night, former Labour MP Zara Sultana announced that she was quitting the party and starting a new political party with former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn. Now, both have had the Labour whip removed or suspended. Corbyn had it removed back in 2020 for suggesting that the claims of anti-Semitism in the party were exaggerated, and Sultana
got proven correct. They still booted them because they were taking over the party, really. So, please, anyone who actually lives in St Pancras and Holborn, do not vote for Keir Starmer. I do not like that man. I don't. Obviously, I don't live in St Pancras and Holborn, but anyone who can hear me who lives in that constituency, please do not vote for the current Prime Minister.
had it suspended in 2024 for voting to remove the two-child benefit. Both Corbyn and Sultana have been staunch supporters of Palestine and have frequently spoken out against the actions of Keir Starmer's Labour government. So their new party will be positioning itself to the left of Labour, aiming to
Aaron, my comrade, my fellow leftist, what do you think of this? That looks fucking cursed. I'm here to change this poll, literally. Don't get me wrong, I love the colours, but fuck off. Mad Frog and your band of merry fucking lunatics, seriously, I hate all of yous and all of your policies. Obviously, they have every right to exist as human beings, but fuck off with your politics. I despise yous. Why the hell are the Tories polling that high? They shouldn't be polling that high. It doesn't work like that. We need to educate these people. It doesn't work like that. You do actually have a kind of voice. This doesn't need to happen at all. Oh, fucking hell. Reach out to people in your family, your local community. Fuck it. Whoever you live with, if you're in a partnership or a marriage or anything of that, talk to them. Talk to your friends. Talk to your family. Talk to your mum and dad if they are still among us. Talk to family members. Fuck it. I don't want this to fucking happen. That will absolutely ruin us up here in Scotland. Oh, I fucking love that one. Nightbot, you're an absolute. Go away, Nightbot. Time out. Sort off. Thank you, Jester. I love that one so much. Look at it. It is a mad cat with a saltire.
Attract those voters who are frustrated by Starmer's rightward shift in office. So in this video, we're going to have a look at whether such a party could actually get off the ground, attract supporters, and ultimately become a new force in British politics. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. Now, it's worth starting by having a look at exactly what Sultana said on Thursday night. In the statement, she claimed that she, along with Jeremy Corbyn, would co-lead the founding of a new party with other independent MPs, campaigners and activists. She says that the Westminster system is broken and raises the issue of wealth inequality and the genocide in Gaza. Sultana
The electoral system has been broken since before my mum was born, by the way. And my mum was born in 1954, so it's definitely been broken since I've been alive, 1979, by the way. First past the post is fucking garbage. I want to get rid of it. Even if the rise of the more right wing or far left or types of parties. Give us proportional representation now. Will I be listened to? No. I will still make myself completely fucking loud. Get rid of first past the post because it's fucking garbage. Same for you in America, by the way. First past the post, it'd be garbage. You learned that from us. Sorry, American individuals. Sorry for American voters. The influence that we've... Things be happening. I hear thing. What be happening? What be happening? Oh, dear God. Shenaguza Sakawa? If I mispronounced that, just say rubbish. Be it okay if I call you Shanu or Shana? I am Mad Cat 79 Scotty. I'm a Scottish disabled Marxist streamer. Welcome to the stream. I assume with this name you're either actually Japanese or weeb kinetic. Let's put it that way. Welcome to the stream. Please be aware, if you piss me off, I will bonk you. I'll show you the best emote ever. Oh my God. If you know that one, I think you're safe to stay. Best emote ever. Thank you. Thank you, my comrade, for making that. This is a frying pan with bonk, because we bonk the fash here. And we also bonk idiots and idiots, or a variety of numpties or idiots. No.
Also points out the reason that she was suspended from the Labour Party, and goes on to claim that Labour has completely failed to improve people's lives. She ends her statement by claiming that billionaires already have 3 parties fighting for them. It's time the rest of us had one. Clearly then, there's an element of left-wing populism to this party, a rejection of the mainstream, and a promise to be a true
Mainstream? Right. Right stream. Right wing. That is it. Great swaths of the United Kingdom are left without people to vote for. We have the Greens, we have Socialist Independents, and a variety of Marxists and Communists of certain stripes. We have the Workers' Party and people like George Galloway. There is hope now. If I was physically capable of actually doing it, I would run for office because I'd be based. I'd be a Marxist. I'd be a communist. And I need to get into the places of power. Physically not capable. Psychologically, mentally. Yes. Yes.
true representative of the people. Now, it's possible that Zara Sultana jumped the gun with this announcement, as Corbyn didn't publicly comment until Friday afternoon, when he put out a slightly less definitive statement, saying that the democratic foundations of a new kind of political party will soon take shape, adding that discussions are ongoing, and seemingly avoiding to use the term co-lead. Nonetheless, something is clearly in the works, so what will this new party look like? But while we haven't really got any specific details, we can infer a fair amount from the statements and previous comments. Sultana's announcement suggests that the aim is to bring in other independent MPs, perhaps the 5 that, like Jeremy Corbyn, were elected in 2024 as independents and went on to form a parliamentary faction called the Independent Alliance. Presumably, this new party would also hope to bring over other left-wing former Labour MPs, such as John McDonnell and Absama Begum, who also lost the whip for voting to scrap the 2-child benefit cap, or even get some defections from friends.
Because, like I said, people seem to have a deep psychological abhorrence to actually starving children. Funny that people like Absana Begum, who is a mother, saying, I have my children, I feed my children, I don't want other children to get starved. Fuck, I may assume. Can anyone check for me? Does John McDonnell have children? I know Jeremy does. He doesn't have actual children himself, but he's got a wide variety of children he calls children. Zara has children. Zara's based. I can't remember. Zara got 2 and Upsana got 2? I can't remember. Fuck.
Friendly Labour MPs, like Diane Abbott, Rebecca Long-Bailey, and others. However, leading Corbynite MPs, including Abbott, McDonnell, and also Labour's Clive Lewis, have reportedly rejected the idea of leaving Labour to join a new party.
Oh, sorry. You're misinterpreting their actual statements, especially the ones they've actually said in the House of Commons, which you can freely report on because they work for us, by the way, .co.uk, for any UK people who are in the chat. And if you want to make it easier for you, you can check out my MP for any American or European people, or Far Eastern people, or anyone else from any country in the world. Check out my one, Maureen Burke. They work for us. It is a really good website.
party may also seek to bolster its ranks by looking to the local level, as in numerous councils across the country there are groups of councillors either elected
groups of councillors who are actually leaving. This is a month old, and between now and to this day, 81 across the country, well, across Scotland and England and part of Wales, 81 councillors who used to be Labour have said, fuck off, you are bastard, blah, 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 insert expletives here, if you wish. So no, you have lost councillors saying, no, this isn't Labour. They are correct. Huh.
as independents or who quit Labour in frustration at Starmer's premiership. This is something that Corbyn himself referred to when questioned about a prospective new party.
There's a lot of people all around the country in different independent groups. You look in Birmingham, look in Liverpool, look in Southport and so on. There is a thirst for an alternative view to be put. I'm working with all of those people. That grouping will come together. There will be an alternative view and there will be an alternative put there, which is about a society that deals with poverty, inequality and a foreign policy that's based on peace rather than war.
And would you like to lead that group?
I'm here to work, I'm here to serve the people in the way I've always tried to do.
Now, as we see it, there are essentially two reasons why Sultana probably decided that Thursday was the right day to launch the new party. The first is that Saturday was the one-year anniversary of the Labour government. Establishing a new party so close to this anniversary is intended as a clear criticism of the government and allows them to highlight the failures of the government over the past year. The second is that last week was a particularly bad one for Starmer. While he managed to subdue a backbench rebellion, this was at the cost of gutting a welfare bill that he'd spent weeks and huge amounts of political capital trying to justify. Not only does it now look like Labour backbenchers can push a weak...
He was never going to justify it. I'll just use myself as an example. He was never going to justify it in any way, shape or form. Punishing people like me, trying to force us back into the work sphere. Fuck off. I'm not physically capable of doing that. As far as I'm concerned, most of my joints are fucked, for lack of a polite word. I physically can't go into the sphere of work because Christ knows what I could actually do to myself. So no, fuck off. The fact that him, Rachel Reeves and Liz Kendall are coming after people like me, I am kind of shielded up here in Scotland. Obviously the block grant still exists. I'm a realist. But yeah, this is actually going after people who have got the same infirmities as I do then in England and Wales. You are scum. There is no point forcing us back into the work sphere because we are not physically capable of doing that. And people who are physically capable of doing it have to look after people like me. So no, screw you, Keir Starmer, Liz Kendall and Rachel Reeves. And Lex Keating, you're all fucking ghouls. You're all fucking monsters to me. Forcing people, because I'm shielded, luckily, and people down in England with the same sort of conditions, the same sort of socio-economic situation that they live in, and punishing them because they're disabled. You are absolute fucking demons. Screw yous. I don't like yous. I don't. How clear do I need to be for anyone who can hear me? Do not vote for the Labour Party member in your constituency. They do not deserve it. They are punishing people for the fact that they exist. Fuck them. Seriously. Fucking screw them. I don't like them. The sooner people actually fucking realise that, the better.
Prime Minister around, it will also frustrate the scores of Labour MPs who were pushed into arguing publicly that it was necessary to deny the personal independence payment to more disabled people. Not only could these MPs become more frustrated at the government and rebel more, but they could also start to look for a political home elsewhere. Anyway, aside from any question about timing, it's important to ask what kind of impact this new party could actually have. Well, short of actually winning an election, there are lots of ways that it could influence things if it grows to a reasonable size. In the case of a hung parliament or narrow government majority, with a decent number of MPs, the party could exert influence in coalition negotiations or in the passage of legislation. As the experience of Nigel Farage's Reform UK in...
I'm going to go back and show that one. Go back. I wonder why. I'll check that later on today, Aaron. Thank you. 23rd of May. I'll do that. I'll check. Because I am a nerd. I go and check Hansard's to my detriment, usually to my psychological betterment. But fuck it. I can actually say what I see in Hansard's and put it eloquently. For any UK-based citizens or comrades of mine, if you want anything checked in Hansard's, just send it my way. Tell me who it is, what your MP is, or what MP you want to check up on. I will check it because no one needs to deal with the absolute dog shite that is Hansard's. Don't get me wrong, it documents everything that gets said in the House of Commons. I know how to read it. Thank you. Lovely. I will not tell you this person's name. One of my cousins is a procurator fiscal, basically a prosecutor here in Scotland. She's her. She helps me. She asked me, Katie, why didn't you go into law? I'm more biology based. I can't do that. I get it. I understand it to a certain extent, but fuck off. I don't know how you do it. I love reading. So do I. So, well done for my cousin actually dealing with Hansard's on a daily basis. Good for her. Well done. I'm thinking if the things are going to go the way they go between now and 2029, this lovely purple pink banner might actually get close up to here, maybe 41, 42. We will find out. Don't you worry. That is going to reduce, and this one at the bottom is probably going to fucking increase. So no, please, people of the UK, do not vote for my frog in a band of very fucking lunatics, because he can't be trusted, and obviously Labour can't be trusted. Why aren't the Tories dead already? That's all I need to say.
With a decent number of MPs, the party could exert influence in coalition negotiations or in the passage of legislation. As the experience of Nigel Farage's Reform UK in relation to the Conservatives shows, even if a Corbyn party only won a handful of seats, just earning the vote of a few thousand people across enough key Labour constituencies to put those seats in doubt is a way of exerting leftward pressure on Labour, whether it's over welfare, Gaza, spending, or anything else. As for actual numbers, a recent poll by More in Common put a hypothetical left-wing Corbyn-led party on 10% of the vote, which is a pretty decent debut. Though remember, this party doesn't actually exist yet. Unsurprisingly, the poll shows that the Corbyn party would take votes away from Labour, which was down 3 percentage points in that scenario, boosting Reform's lead, while the most damage, falling from 9 to 5%, would be done to the Green Party, which in recent years has become a bit of a refuge for those on the left of Labour dissatisfied with its current...
Can I tell Ron? correct. Education, reach out, talking to people, blah, blah, blah. We do actually get a kind of repetitive, but yes, actually reaching out to people, it does work, oddly enough. The current polls, my lovely nibbling, my lovely sweetie, I call her my missus. She's lovely. I love her. They're lovely. On the current poll that they've sent to me, which was about 2 months ago, 18. Morgan McSweeney should be quaking in his boots. Technically, he shouldn't fucking get. He has every right to exist as a human being. He can do what he wants. But being in direct power with whatever this human being, I assume Keir Starmer's a human being. He looks like a human being. Maybe. I do like his tie, but I like purple.
Current leadership. This has naturally raised fears about the impact of vote splitting on the left. And even though the Greens may well be the biggest loser out of this, prospective Green Party leader Zach Palansky.
I've remembered his name, Jack. The Labour Party under Keir Starmer are not the left. They are not. Trust me on this. I'm a leftist. I'm a Marxist. I do research. I look at things. I read lots of different types of documentation. I try to digest the news. You fucking hell. The current form of the Labour Party are not the left. I will agree with John. The last kind of decent leftist, Michael Foot. John Smith, centre left. He was kind of decent. I'll give him his due. Foot, Social Democrat. He was a socialist. Anything after, no way, shape or form, and especially after her, no leftists whatsoever in party in Westminster at all, ever. How many times am I going to have to fucking say this before May next year? I think I'm going to get fucking upset, really saying it. Pretty sure my throat is going to get really fucking dry.
Responded pretty favourably to Sultana's announcement, so there is a plausible scenario in which a Green Party led by Palansky could strike some kind of red-green electoral pact with the Corbyn-Sultana party in order to optimise the left-wing vote. The next few years then will be a real test of the organisation skills of the Corbynite left, and winning over some other big names will be crucial. But the slightly jumbled announcement and apparent rejection by certain Corbynite figures is not exactly a fantastic start. It's also worth remembering here that small parties in British...
Massive fucking coronary. Literally, I miss him desperately. Yeah, Jack Smith and Hume as well. Massive fucking coronary. Basically, his heart imploded. He was 40. He was round about the same age as me, like 46 or 47 when he died. And that's how we got Gordon Brown Blair. He liked Blair. Johnson, I love you desperately, but for fuck's sake, why did you actually talk to your fellow Scottish man, your Scottish Labour leader, your Scottish Labour comrade, to let Blair? This has been released now, by the way. I can show you it if you wish. But no, I would have taken Brown over Blair in a heartbeat for 97. Seriously. Far too young, really. Massive heart. That's what takes out some of the best people, actually. Just a massive coronary or an aneurysm in the brain or somewhere else. I have survived. I've went through blood clots. Major breaks of bones across the body. I'm still here. I'm still chatting shit, essentially. But that's what takes out most of the best people, especially in politics, oddly enough. At least we still had Tony Blair, Tony Benn. Praise be. He'd be awesome. His son be dog shite. Hillary Benn. Fuck off. That is all. If you can just leave politics, just go away.
Politics tend to struggle to gain a foothold in elections. Think back to the creation of the Independent Group for Change, which also attracted a number of sitting MPs. Their presence in politics was ultimately very short-lived. But at the end of the day, British politics is clearly in flux. It's more fragmented than ever and looks decidedly European, in that smaller parties are polling far higher than normal. So perhaps the conditions are prime for a new party to break the mould and threaten Labour's long-standing dominance on the left. This is a complex and nuanced story though, and as such there's plenty more to read about it online, with 106 sources reporting on it. The issue is, how can you be sure that what you're reading isn't totally biased? Well, that's a problem that we face when writing these videos too, and luckily that's where this week's sponsor, Ground News, comes in. For this story in particular, they've identified that there
Nearly 2 minutes?
They say the holy water's watered down, and this town's lost its faith. Our colors will fade eventually, so if our time is running out, day after day, we'll make the mundane a masterpiece. Oh my, love. I take one look at you, you're taking me out of the ordinary. I want you laying me down till we're dead and buried, on the edge of your knife, staying drunk on your ride. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so wild. We'll be ordinary. You got me kissing the ground, we'll be sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch, oh Lord, return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found hopeless hallelujah on this side of heaven's gate. Oh my life, how do the edge of your night, staying drunk on your vibe. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we got never so out of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground, sanctuary. Trying to be with your touch, oh Lord, return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we got.
Looking for a sign on the mind or a cycle time. Buried in the memory, hiding deep. Wolf is at your feet, and suddenly caught in the light, half alive under watchful eyes. Suckering for fun, youth is always on the run, rising with the same sun, chase your fame, loaded gun. Tomorrow never comes if you can't pay the price today. Take a breath, feet first, 10 floors down to break the chain. Oh, death crashing on the reef, on repeat, drowning in the memory, out of reach, fight the feelings of fate in the echoes of yesterday.
As you can tell, I can't sing.
We're in the middle of a hostile government takeover. I wanna talk about it, but I'll be late for work. And if you say, wait a minute, who we have to stop this? We have one, but you didn't want that lady in office. Hostile government takeover. Hostile government. Nigerian prince, damn, surprise, surprise, ended up being a white man. Oh, I just wanna know what the hell do I do? a hostile government takeover.
Who'll be live? Huh? Okay.
I don't know, being like, oh yeah, you know, it was really cool that Jason raided me. Let me go look at his VOD and see what he said before he raided me. Maybe it's something funny or interesting that I could use for, like, you know, a clip. And then next thing I know, I'm spending, you know, an hour and a half, I don't know, like an hour raiding, fucking editing it, capturing it and editing it, and then I'm like, oh god damn it, I gotta fucking start streaming. It's always something, you know, you guys, always something. I don't know, I'm trying, guys. Where's the, what am I doing? Okay, wait. Tasks, okay, just sorry, yeah, I forgot. You know, I gotta log out from the other job. I forgot the other job needs to log out. Okay, confirm. 9:31. Yup. Okay. Anyway, it's good to see y'all here. Thank you for coming. It's an exciting day, isn't it? It's Saturday though, which is a thing. That's the weekend. We like the weekend, right? Hold on, 9:31. That is 7 hours and 6 minutes I put into 7 hours and 6 minutes of work. Based. Of course,
Okay.
Right, so the United Kingdom has long presented itself as a nation committed to international law, the defence of human rights and the maintenance of rules-based order. Yet recent developments in its relationship with Israel and Israeli defence contractors suggest, well, otherwise, let's put it. Last month, the government under Keir Starmer formally prescribed Palestine Action, the grassroots protest network that had made its name by targeting the UK operations of Elbit Systems, Israel's largest private arms company. This move came at a moment of acute global scrutiny, of course. The International Court of Justice had already ruled that Israel's war in Gaza posed a plausible risk of genocide and had issued binding provisional measures ordering the state to prevent such acts. At precisely the moment when international law required caution and distance, therefore, Britain was criminalising its own citizens for dissent instead and moving closer to Israel's defence industry all at the same time. The deeper irony is that the fight back against that prescription, the announcement of a judicial review into the legality of it, has all coincided with revelations that the Ministry of Defence is close to awarding Elbit Systems a contract worth in the region of £2 billion to train British soldiers. According to reports, the arrangement would place Elbit at the centre of the British Army's land warfare training programmes, with responsibility for preparing some 60,000 troops annually. For activists who had long described Elbit as Israel's war machine on British soil, this looked like a crushing defeat. The criminalisation of their movement had been the prelude to a massive deepening of UK Elbit ties. So the timing raises a rather obvious question, therefore. Was the banning of Palestine Action not a measure to protect security, but a political manoeuvre to clear obstacles for a controversial defence deal? And when Britain buys into Elbit at this moment in history, is it really buying security or something far darker? After all, this means the British Army will be trained by the same entity that trains the IDF. So what does that say about us? Whose security is really being protected here? And at what cost? Right, so the prescription of Palestine Action represented a dramatic shift in how protest is treated in the UK, and not for the better. Until July of this year, the Terrorism Act had been used primarily against organisations involved in violent plots or direct attacks on civilians. You know, actual terrorists. Palestine Action, by contrast, had built its campaign around sabotage and disruption, occupying Elbit.
Hello, three comrades. Hello, Elron Hubbard. Hello, Jacqueline. Jacqueline H. Jack. And also, hello, John the Brazen. Hello. I hope everyone is having a good time and learning. I will say again, feel free to clip me, and if you have any questions, please post them. I am here.
Spraying paint on buildings, scaling factory roofs, damaging military equipment. We all know they're crap by now, do we not? Its activists prided themselves on direct action against war criminals, but they'd not engaged in acts designed to cause physical harm to people. Indeed, leaked assessments revealed that the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre, JTAC, who advise on matters of prescription to the Home Secretary, they concluded that the group's actions were focused on property, not life. The Foreign Office reportedly warned that designating the network as terrorist would look like silencing dissent and aligning with Israeli interests rather than protecting national security. I bet David Lammy didn't much like his department coming out with that one, did they? And Yvette Cooper clearly didn't like what...
Legally, he has to actually publish that. I don't care how much it fucking upsets his sensibilities. As foreign minister and foreign secretary, he has to publish them every so often, depending on national security and all that other bollocks. He has to. It is written into legal doctrine and the way the Parliament works. I don't care how he fucking feels about it. That is his fucking job.
JTAC had to say either. Because despite these warnings, prescription of course pressed ahead under Keir Starmer. It was his government, his ministers, his Home Office that signed off on one of the most far overreaching uses of the Terrorism Act we've ever seen. The official justification centred on the high-profile action at RAF Bryce Norton. Cast our minds back to what happened there, where the activists entered the base and defaced some aircraft with some paint. The government claimed this endangered military readiness, despite these planes being owned by a hedge fund and not the MOD. They just leased them and demonstrated a willingness to cross into terrorism, therefore. Yet critics pointed to the extraordinary breadth of the move. 70% of Labour members opposed the ban, a striking demonstration of how far the leadership have moved away from its base, but they don't care. Civil liberties groups called it an unprecedented attack on the right to protest. They're absolutely right. High-profile figures such as novelist Sally Rooney pledged to continue funding Palestine action in defiance of the prescription, prompting the Home Office to issue chilling warnings against material support. Well, she lives in Ireland, so good luck with that extradition order, Yvette. Anyway, the deeper context reveals the significance of timing, though. Palestine action had focused relentlessly on Elbit systems.
I will say, to be completely fucking clear, the legal systems between I'll leave Wales and Northern Ireland separate from this. The legal systems are completely different between Scotland and England. They are. They actually borrowed our legal system that we had set up between 280 and 350 years beforehand. Our legal system was already established when they borrowed it, and to clean up some of the inconsistencies, if you want to put it like that, within the legal code. Fuck off. The reason you were doing that was to actually disenfranchise the Scots, the Irish, the Welsh, and the lower classes in England. So, fuck you. You took our perfectly, don't get me wrong, the legal code back when they actually borrowed it was still dog shite. It is good. I like it. It is still dog shite though. My comrade, who is actually a legal person, she thinks still dog shite, even though that's her job. Lovely family member, can that be changed? You talking about it more might help, but me personally, I'm far too fucking busy. Funny that an actual lawyer would think of her as like a prosecutor, essentially. She'd be busy doing her actual job. Her immediate boss, second command, essentially, he'd be busy. The actual person who is in charge, the actual fiscal, the head of the fiscals of here in Scotland. He has time on his hands, but he is deeply philosophical. He knows I'm a Marxist. And he says, I will defend your right to be a Marxist and to be a leftist. Stop annoying your cousin. I don't. They email me. She is busy. I am not busy. Talk to me. He's gonna regret saying that to me, really.
Disrupting its sites, vandalizing offices, and generating headlines about its role in Gaza, the activist had cost the company millions and damaged its reputation. If Elbit was on the verge of securing a contract worth £2 billion to deliver British Army training, the criminalisation of its principal domestic opponent was, well, politically expedient to say the least, wasn't it? The question must be asked, therefore. We're all asking it, aren't we? Was this counter-terrorism, or was it corporate counter-insurgency instead? When protest is suppressed, not because of violence, but because it threatens commercial relations with a foreign arms company, an Israeli one at that, as Israel commits genocide, democracy itself is thrown out the window as well, isn't it? And you can't help but wonder if the hand of the Prime Minister, that Zionist without equivocation, is visible in this too. To understand the gravity of Britain's entanglement here, it's worth appreciating Elbit's role. Elbit is Israel's largest arms company. It produces Hermes drones, Skylark reconnaissance UAVs, Iron Sting guided mortars, advanced surveillance platforms. These technologies have been used extensively in Gaza, where drones provide constant aerial monitoring and mortars are deployed in dense urban environments. The company markets its products as battle-tested, of course, doesn't it? A phrase widely understood as a euphemism for weapons tried and tested and refined on Palestinian civilians, because we know this is what happens, don't we?
Correct.
Elbit's presence in Britain is long-standing already, though, to our shame. Those factories of theirs targeted by Palestine action, they didn't appear out of nowhere overnight, after all. Through Project Vulcan, it runs a £57 million contract providing simulation training for tank crews. It supplies artillery and mortar simulators for the army, contracts awarded in 2023 under the Tories. It has sold night vision goggles to the Ministry of Defence under deals worth more than £25 million between 2021 and 22. Through a partnership with Babcock, it's delivered £73 million worth of electronic warfare systems to the Royal Navy. Historically, it worked with Thales to deliver the Watchkeeper drone, a project costing about £1.35 billion before its retirement earlier this year. It also has a joint venture with KBR and the UK military flying training system, a £500 million 18-year arrangement providing aircraft and synthetic training. So the picture is sadly very clear. Elbit is already very much embedded in British defence infrastructure. The proposed £2 billion contract covering collective land training for 60,000 soldiers annually would not be an entry point for them at all, but very much a continuation, albeit a very, very big one. It would place Elbit even more at the heart of Britain's military doctrine, shaping mission rehearsal, combined arms training, and after-action analysis for an entire generation of troops. As Middle East Eye and the Cradle have reported, this is not a marginal deal, but one of the largest training contracts in Europe. To award it to a company synonymous with Israel's war in Gaza is to accept complicity not only symbolically, but structurally, and without a second thought. The government more than £25 million between 2021 and 22. Through a partnership with Babcock, it's delivered £73 million worth of electronic warfare systems to the Royal Navy. Historically, it worked with Thales to deliver the Watchkeeper drone, a project costing about £1.35 billion before its retirement earlier this year. It also has a joint venture with KBR under the UK military flying training system, a £500 million 18-year arrangement providing aircraft and synthetic training. So the picture is sadly very clear. Elbit is already very much embedded in British defence infrastructure. The proposed £2 billion contract covering collective land training for 60,000 soldiers annually would not be an entry point for them at all, but very much a continuation, albeit a very, very big one. It would place Elbit even more at the heart of Britain's military doctrine, shaping mission rehearsal, combined arms training, and after-action analysis for an entire generation of troops. As Middle East Eye and the Cradle have reported, this is not a marginal deal, but one of the largest training contracts in Europe. To award it to a company synonymous with Israel's war in Gaza is to accept complicity not only symbolically, but structurally, and without a second thought. The government and Elbit insist that the training contract is about simulation and technology and not politics. Well, that's always going to be a nonsense argument because everything is political. There's no such thing as not doing politics. Elbit's UK website describes deployable collective training environments, integrating live and virtual exercises, as well as gunnery trainers and artillery fire rehearsal platforms. From what
that sounds cursed.
one perspective, these are neutral tools for soldiers to practice coordination, target acquisition and communications. Yet optics matter. The International Court of Justice has ruled that Israel's conduct in Gaza presents a plausible risk of genocide. So in that context, contracting the IDF's chief supplier to train British troops is obscene. The rhetorical question then resonates in all our minds, I'm sure. What do people think soldiers are being trained in by such as Elbit? How to conduct genocide and get away with it, perhaps. Sociopathy 101. How to take the best selfies in a scene of abject devastation, perhaps. Sure, this is me being flippant now, isn't it? But upon hearing this news and wondering what our troops might actually be trained in, given what the IDF have been doing for 22 months in Gaza, having had similar training, such thoughts, I think, are an unavoidable association. Elbit's systems are battle-proven precisely because they have been used in Gaza. Its training tools mirror the environments of dense civilian populations, the very spaces where the IDF has levelled neighbourhoods. Its drones are the same as those circling Gaza's skies. Its battle management software is what coordinates Israel's combined arms operations. To the public, the distinction between simulation and doctrine collapses here, I feel. Soldiers might be practicing on virtual platforms, but what were those platforms built off the back of? Because we know all too well by now, don't we? To ask what British troops are going to be trained in, the answer is basically methodology that belongs on trial at The Hague. The reputational cost is immense, and deservedly so. It should be. Britain risks being seen not as a defender of law, but as a student of impunity. Allies who have moved to distance themselves, such as the Netherlands, will see Britain's choice as an outlier. Citizens who oppose complicity will feel silenced and criminalised. In effect, Elbit's training contract becomes not simply an exercise in preparation, but what critics will inevitably call a genocide school. The Elbit contract sits alongside Britain's broader arms licensing policies, which reveal a consistent pattern of double standards as well. Last year, the government announced the suspension of around 30 export licenses to Israel, didn't they? Citing the clear risk of misuse in Gaza. And at first glance, this looked like a step towards compliance with international law finally, didn't it? But the suspension was heavily selective. The more significant supply lines, particularly the provision of components for F-35 fighter jet programs, which are the most well-known exceptions, have continued unabated. And this isn't a technicality either. No matter how much the Starmer regime hide behind such claims, Israel operates at least 36 F-35 aircraft, with more deliveries planned. Every single one contains British-made components, because that's how the F-35 supply line works. These jets have been central to Israel's bombardment of Gaza. Thus, even as ministers voted as suspensions, Britain's factories continue to produce parts for the very aircraft bombing civilians. When challenging the High Court on this, government lawyers argued that there was no evidence of genocide. Yet this sat uneasily beside the ICJ's binding orders, recognising the risk of that, plausibly as they'd already identified. The government managed a split screen in effect. On one side, limited suspensions to appease critics, and on the other, ongoing supply to sustain Israel's war machine. And this hypocrisy corrodes credibility. To the public, it looks like deception, because it is. To lawyers, it edges towards complicity. To international observers, it suggests Britain prioritises industrial commitments over human rights, which looks even worse when we're led by a supposed former human rights lawyer. And it raises the central question, is Britain's defence policy driven by principle or by a refusal to jeopardise lucrative programmes, even at the cost of enabling atrocities? For Keir Starmer's government, the answer seems pretty clear, doesn't it?
That is the question, isn't it? Hello everyone, how's everyone doing? I'll be here. I'll be broadcasting. I'll be talking. Shout off in the chat if you're here. Hello, I love you so.
Elbit's role in destabilisation is not confined to Gaza, though. Just last week, the company announced a $1.63 billion contract with an unnamed European country, which turned out to be Serbia, supplying Hermes drones and precision missiles and electronic warfare systems and command and control platforms. Serbian media described it as a historic upgrade, but regional analysts warned of grave risks. Such a vast injection of advanced weaponry into the Balkans could prompt neighbouring states, the likes of Croatia and Bosnia and Kosovo, to respond in kind, igniting a new arms race in a region still scarred by war, and certainly the people of Serbia have not been happy about this, mass protests having broken out. But the relevance to Britain lies in reputation. By embedding Elbit in its training programmes, Britain is aligning itself with a company not only implicated in Gaza, but also in the destabilisation of Europe. The optics extend beyond complicity in genocide to complicity in regional insecurity. If the Balkans descend into renewed conflict, Elbit's role will be scrutinised. And Britain, as one of its most prominent partners now, will not be immune from association. Once again, the question arises, therefore, is Britain safeguarding its own security or importing?
More than likely, Demo. We will see. We will see. I'll be covering it. Don't you worry. Are they covering their own arses because they're absolute fucking demons? More than likely. I don't have the hard evidence, obviously. I go on the vibes that we're getting from our actual government. I can digest it, and I can tell all of yous. Maybe Zai, maybe it's not. Nah, maybe it's not. Sir Kid Staver is talking bollocks. So is Ian Murray. Yeah. Okay.
Instability and entanglement by tying itself all the more to Elbit's fortunes. Surely there are other arms companies from other countries. Why this one? Why Israel? Well, why isn't it, frankly, isn't it? Underlying these developments is the economic dimension as well. Israel's economy, as we know, has been battered by the war on Gaza. Tourism has collapsed, foreign investment has slowed, the tech sector has seen layoffs, credit ratings have been downgraded. Defence exports, however, have been robust. They remain robust. Contracts like the UK's £2 billion training deal or Serbia's $1.63 billion procurement inject critical cash. They support the shekel, reassure Israeli investors, sustain tax revenues. They allow Israel to finance its military operations despite reputational damage and partial sanctions that may have been invoked by other nations.
Don't care. Don't give a fuck.
Thus, Britain's deal with Elbit is not just about training at all. It's a financial lifeline too. By awarding contracts of this magnitude, and incidentally, as we're being warned of further cuts and tax hikes here to our incomes, Starmer and Reeves can still always find money for war and defence contracts, can't they? Lining Israel's pockets in the process. Britain is helping keep Israel's war economy afloat. The complicity is therefore not only symbolic or doctrinal, but also fiscal. Britain is paying into the coffers of the company most directly associated with the destruction of Gaza, and in doing so, it undermines the efforts of international civil society to isolate Israel economically through boycotts, divestments, and sanctions. It becomes a part of the machine, a willing financier of destruction dressed up as procurement. Those behind it belong in The Hague. The Genocide Convention obliges states not only to punish, but to prevent genocide. In the Bosnia versus Serbia judgment of 2007, the ICJ held that this duty arises when a state knew or should have known of a serious risk. The ICJ has already determined that Israel's actions in Gaza constitute such a risk. Britain is therefore under a positive obligation to take measures within its capacity to prevent genocide. That case has been proven, so now we're being made complicit by the Starmer government. Continuing to provide arms and contracts moves in the opposite direction. International law also recognises complicity through aid or assistance. Article 16 of the International Law Commission's Articles on State Responsibility states that a state is responsible if it knowingly assists another in committing an internationally wrongful act, where the assistance significantly contributes to the act. Supplying parts for F-35s used in Gaza, awarding major contracts to Elbit, and silencing domestic protest all contribute materially. The government's argument that Elbit Systems UK is a separate entity is legally weak, as Israeli arms companies cannot export without state approval. The nexus with the Israeli state is therefore unavoidable. Thus, Britain is not only failing in its duty to prevent genocide, it is edging perilously close to liability for complicity. In my view, we're already past that. Ministers may protest that these are routine procurement decisions, but international law is clear. Knowledge plus contribution equals responsibility. If genocide is eventually confirmed, Britain will not be a bystander, it will be seen as an enabler. Beyond law and optics lies democracy, though. The prescription of Palestine action occurred despite overwhelming opposition within the Labour Party. 70% of the members opposed the move, yet the leadership proceeded regardless, because the membership, well, they should just know their place. Why are you still a member of the Labour Party? What do you get out of it these days? Cultural figures were threatened for pledging support. Protest was criminalised while corporate contracts were advanced. This inversion, citizens punished, corporations rewarded, raises profound questions. Whose voices count in Britain's defence policy? Not the public, not party members, but the foreign arms companies that profit from war. This democratic deficit is compounded by secrecy. Defence contracts are negotiated behind closed doors with limited parliamentary scrutiny. The public is told that security requires such arrangements, yet the outcome is a policy that aligns Britain with genocide while silencing dissent at home. The legitimacy of such governance has to be questioned then, doesn't it? A democracy that criminalises protest to protect corporate contracts ceases to act as a democracy in any meaningful sense. Starmer's government has, in effect, chosen to treat solidarity with Palestinians as criminal, or solidarity with Israeli arms dealers, state policy. Contrast Britain's path with that of the Netherlands for a minute. I brought them up earlier, and there's a reason for that, because they've just chosen a different course. Organisers of the Netherlands Defence and Security Exhibition in Rotterdam have just barred Israeli firms, including Elbit, Rafael and Israel Aerospace Industries, from participating in it. The decision was justified on security grounds, but clearly reflected the broader context of the Gaza war. The Dutch government has also curtailed military exports, suspended Israel's access to EU research programmes, and reviewed its bilateral agreements. This
Can I turn on? Correct. How do we change that? Obviously, community organising, mutual aid, self-help, things of that nature. I'm here. I try to educate. I I do like screaming into the void, but I also try to educate people, which is good. I appreciate that. It is good what I'm trying to do here, kind of, maybe. But yeah. Oh, no problem, sweetie. I will talk to you later.
demonstrates that alternatives do exist, that there is such a thing as leadership being shown in the face of genocide. It just isn't happening here. Western states can choose to distance themselves. The Netherlands has taken steps to signal disapproval and reduce complicity. Norway has divested from Israeli companies, another 6 of them recently out of the 11, with many more still being looked at. Even within the EU, there's a growing recognition that normalising ties while genocide is alleged is untenable. Britain, by contrast, has moved in the complete opposite direction, deepening its ties and criminalising dissent. This makes it an outlier, not a leader. Makes it a coward, not a leader. It suggests a government more determined to protect arms deals than uphold law. For a country that so often invokes its history as a defender of law and liberty, for someone like Starmer, who does it so often given his past track record and his career, the hypocrisy is blatant and it is gut-churning. And the consequences of Britain's choices are grave, to say the least. Legally, the UK risks being drawn into proceedings at the ICJ or ICC itself, either for failing to prevent genocide or for aiding and abetting it. Politically, it risks diplomatic isolation as other European states move to disengage. Reputationally, it risks being seen as a nation learning from genocide rather than resisting it. Domestically, it risks alienating its own citizens, criminalising protest, and undermining democratic legitimacy. Strategically, it risks embedding Israeli doctrine in its armed forces, a doctrine condemned worldwide for its disregard of civilian life. These are not hypothetical risks, they're already materialising. Britain's courts are hearing challenges to arms exports. Civil society is mobilising, and thank God for it. Allies are questioning its choices. History will judge harshly those who chose complicity over prevention. Starmer's rancid government is already reaping what it sows after a year in power, though, with voter intention for Labour now standing at just 18%. It has never been that low in the Labour Party's history, and a year ago they enjoyed polling of more than 40%. The Starmer effect. It's like the anti-Lynx effect, isn't it? Never has a government become so hated so quickly, save that of the idiot Truss. The haunting question is whether Britain will be remembered as a state that upheld law or one that paid billions to learn impunity from a company accused of fueling genocide. Britain did not accidentally align itself with Israel's war machine. It did so by design. It silenced dissent by prescribing Palestine action. It deepened contracts with Elbit Systems even as Gaza burned. It continued to supply F-35 parts while boasting of suspensions. It ignored the ICJ's orders while claiming adherence to law. And it rewarded corporations whilst criminalising citizens. This is not neutrality, it is complicity. The UK is not merely failing to prevent genocide, it is financing, embedding and legitimising the companies that enable it. So in years to come, when historians ask what Britain did during the Gaza genocide, the answer is not going to be a flattering one. and this will come to define Keir Starmer in the history books. The UK did not stand aside, it did not protest. It chose to learn from, fund, and protect the very apparatus of Gaza's destruction. This is complicity by design, and it is a stain on us all that will not easily be washed away. So in light of this, the ban on Palestine action is reflected even more foully on this foul government, and particularly...
Mission time. Rejoice. I've taken my meds.
On Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary, who is still defending her stance, despite the judicial review coming and the news that JTAC's report to her to advise her on the correct course of action regarding Palestine action, leaked into the public domain as it has been, completely contradicts everything she's been saying. Should the prescription be lifted, she probably won't survive the fallout as a result. She doesn't really deserve to.
I'm of two minds. Will she survive the fallout? Conflicted. Will the country change because of her actions? Or being just a bog standard MP or a or the Home Office? We will find out. Sorry about that. You might have heard me burp there. Oh. Interesting question, really, isn't it? I've got my own series. I do. I will say, I don't think Yvette Cooper is going to survive the next general election, really. I don't. Time will tell, of course. Yvette Cooper. Fuck off. Thank you for enjoying my TED Talk. Goodbye.
Either, in my view. So get the details of that oh dear how sad never mind story in this video recommendation here as your suggested next watch. Please do also hit like, share and subscribe if you haven't done so already, so as to ensure you don't miss out on all new daily content, as well as spreading the word and helping to support the channel at the same time, which is very much appreciated. Holding power to account for ordinary working class people, and I'll hopefully catch you on the next video. Cheers, folks.
Thank you, Demo. Stay best. Bang it.
The Israeli Defense Force, Israel's well-funded and high-tech army, is the most moral army in the world. That is, if you believe the branding.
צה"ל הוא הצבא המוסרי ביותר בעולם.
The most moral army in the world.
The IDF is a moral army.
The most moral. The IDF does more to safeguard the rights of civilians than any other army in the history of warfare.
But apart from the allegations of war crimes in Gaza, the attempts to paint it as an animal-friendly, queer-friendly, religiously tolerant military institution, the history of the IDF says more about it than its social media image. Before the formation of the State of Israel in 1948, and before there was an Israeli army, there were three underground Zionist militias, the Haganah, the Irgun, and the Lehi. They were comprised of mainly Jewish migrants to the British Mandate of Palestine, with the aim of helping usher in the Jewish state by any means necessary. They differed in their tactics and beliefs, and at times fought with each other, but together they terrorized Palestinian villages, committed acts of violence, terrorism, and ethnic cleansing, and executed bombings and assassinations against the British to force them to give up control of the land. They blew up hotels in Jerusalem, embassies in Europe, and assassinated a UN mediator.
Because, sorry, because they were a threat. Think of the word threat, and it's philosophical or geopolitical or just basic human level. The word threat. What they done was terrorism. I don't care. Fucking knock me from orbit. Take away my ability to actually speak to people, educate them. Fucking bring it. That was terrorism or state-sponsored terrorism. Funny enough, and it's still fucking ongoing. How many times am I going to have to lose my shit over this shit? I can't. I will carry on. Don't you worry. There's something wrong with here. Sorry about that. Nice. Seriously, they can bring it. I am but a lowly little Scottish leftist here in the world. Feel free, target me. Try and take away my platform. See how that works out. Don't get me wrong, I'm always dodging shit metaphorically while streaming, but mostly, I think I'm mostly safe. Let's put it that way. If my own government want to actually target me, bring it on. I have intelligence. I have the knowledge to actually deal with this. Just fucking try me.
All of this happened before 1948, because after Israel was officiated as a state, these three groups would be brought together to create the IDF, and their militia leaders would go on to form Israel's government, become politicians, ambassadors, and prime ministers. And their dark history would be forgotten. So, let's talk about it. Let's begin at the turn of the 20th century. Europe was embroiled in revolution, war, and great social upheaval. Anti-Semitism had been rife for centuries in Europe, but attacks against Jewish communities had become widespread, particularly in Russia. While most attempted to flee to the United States, around 30,000 Russian Jews migrated to Palestine from 1882 to 1904, then under the rule of the Ottoman Empire. These communities were known as the New Yishuv, and they built small self-reliant settlements independent of the old Yishuv, who consisted mostly of Arab Jews who'd migrated to Jerusalem over centuries, mostly for religious practice. Unlike the old Yishuv, the new Yishuv were driven by a new ideology that was growing popular among European Jews as well as some influential Christian figures: Zionism.
And the basis of Zionism was the belief that the Jewish question, as it was called in Europe, in other words, a place of Jews, given the rising anti-Semitism, could only be solved territorially, that is, by establishing a state of their own. And from very early on, that state had to be in Palestine, because that way you could use religious legitimacy to justify what was settler colonialism.
The new Yishuv were ambitious. They built farms, formed trade unions and councils to purchase land from Palestinians. They also began to form small militias, seeking to replace hired Arab watchmen with Jewish guards to protect the new outposts. Some of these militias, like Bar Giora, had bigger plans. Its members wanted to create the beginnings of an underground army, one that would one day serve a future Jewish state, and fight for one if need be. One of its founders was a young Polish laborer called David Grun, who migrated to Palestine in 1906. He was shocked at how many Palestinian Arabs worked in the new settler colonies as farmers and guards, and set about trying to build connections between migrants and fundraise to ensure the Yishuv would become completely self-reliant. This included more money to buy weapons. Like many other Jewish migrants, he later adopted a Hebrew last name and would hence be known as David Ben-Gurion. We'll come back to him. By 1909, militias like Bar Giora began to evolve into larger networks, the most prominent being Hashimer, or the Watchmen. Despite only having a few dozen members, Hashimer began to think of itself as guarding not only the colonies and properties set up by the new Yishuv, but as a vigilante force that would respond to disputes. If a Jewish person was attacked by a Palestinian, Hashimer would send its armed members to seek revenge. They were inspired by Ukrainian Cossacks and, interestingly, Palestinian Bedouins. They rode on horseback and even dressed in kufiyas. Weird, right? In his book Orientalism,
they shouldn't be allowed to actually adopt the practices of people who they were actually denigrating and sidelining and physically killing in the last 50 or 60 years now. So no, fuck off. Leave the Bedouin alone.
and the Hebrew imagination, historian Yaron Peleg says the young Zionists wanted to recreate the image of the Jewish man and reject the anti-Semitic tropes of Jews as weak and passive. In the new Yishuv, they focused on farming and fighting as ways to build stronger, more self-reliant men, what Zionist leader Max Nordau described as muscular Judaism. And while they drew inspiration from the agricultural Arabs they saw around them, they no longer wanted to rely on Palestinian laborers and guards in their settlements. The Jewish state of the future had to rely on a Jewish workforce, and eventually a Jewish army. At this point, the total Jewish population of Palestine was around 60,000 and accounted for only about 7% of the population, with many of the earlier Russian migrants going back home once the situation had eased. But by the end of World War I, everything had changed. The Ottoman Empire collapsed, and Palestine was taken over by the British Army. Lord Arthur...
Oh, I don't even need to know this bastard's name. It didn't collapse. It was basically... Hello, here's that's Balfour, by the way. He be a wanker. He is dead, obviously. But he be a wanker. We have to read on him, obviously. But he still be a wanker. For more than that, we can actually rope in Kev. He'd be better at actually explaining how much of a bastard he is. Arthur Balfour, fuck you. You're a wank.
Balfour, himself a Christian Zionist and foreign secretary, signed the Balfour Declaration, promising to create a Jewish state in mandatory Palestine. This led to a bigger wave of migration to the new Yishuv, and up to 100,000 Jewish migrants arrived from Eastern Europe in the decade following the war. By now, the local Palestinian Arab population were starting to feel like something was amiss. Were outraged at the Balfour Declaration, and many of them saw it as a European plot to colonize Arab land. House purchases in Jerusalem and Hebron were increasing, as were the construction of Jewish kibbutzes and settlements. But what pushed tensions to the brink was the increased religious activity around the Western Wall and Al-Aqsa compound, which some radical voices were arguing should be under total Jewish control. This spilled over into riots and general strikes targeting British and Jewish outposts, which escalated into communal fighting in 1920 and 1921. For the Zionist leaders, it proved that the local paramilitary groups needed to be better organized and better equipped to protect the new Yishuv. This led to the establishment of the Haganah, or the Defense, which formed from the Hashimer recruits as well as an influx of soldiers who had served in Jewish regiments in the British Army during World War I. They smuggled in more advanced weapons from abroad.
Because we needed the troops. How do I describe this politely without sounding anti-Zionist? My actual country basically said, "You're Jewish, you're not British, but you are British enough that we can use you to physically get murdered or killed during a Great World War." I've actually read that. Like I say, please do not read Hansard. I will digest it for you and say blah 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 and give you the broad strokes of it. If you want to know the entire thing of it, oh gosh, okay, if anyone wants me to read the actual things that are in the Hansards, and we can go back to like, oh god, early 1400s, kind of, maybe. But for the last 500 years, I can go through Hansards and I can tell you what it actually means and how fucking bollocks it is. Because reasons and other reasons and geopolitical reasons and blah 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 blah.
And by the 1930s, the majority of Jewish settlers were enlisted, and the paramilitary group became the foundation of the new Yishuv. The Haganah now resembled what the Bar Giora had once dreamt up, an underground army fighting for the promise of a Jewish state. Initially, they coordinated and at times fought alongside the British against Palestinian Arab rioters in small skirmishes. The worst of these happened in 1929, when a rumor spread to Hebron that 2 Palestinians had been killed in the holy city of Jerusalem, and that a plot was underway to take Al-Aqsa. A riot ensued, targeting Jewish homes and synagogues. There were only 700 Jews in Hebron at the time, and many were sheltered by Palestinian families until the fighting ended, but by that time at least 50 Jewish settlers had been killed. The militants began to feel that the small British military presence was reluctant to fight the Palestinians, and resentment began to grow within their ranks. Some still looked to the British for protection, but others saw them as merely an obstacle to statehood that needed to move out of the way by force if necessary. Remember David Ben-Gurion? He'd now become the de facto leader of the new Yishuv as the president of the Jewish Agency, working with the British to protect Jewish interests and to shut down calls for unity with Palestinians.
Because it hasn't been released yet, speculation is still ongoing whether it was my government or what is now or what was then David Ben-Gurion as our future Prime Minister, blah, blah, blah. Think of that what you will, who was actually pushing for either side of that argument. How do I feel about that one? It is interesting. I actually lean because I live here in the UK, in Scotland. I lean more towards my government or my British state being absolute fucking wankers. Obviously, case in point, history. Don't get me wrong, I think it's eminently possible that David Ben-Gurion did actually do that, but because it is under a certain limitation until it actually gets released to us lowly British plebs. Thankfully, it will get released before I am 50. Will I be able to make sense of it? Mostly. I would say mostly.
But Ben-Gurion didn't want to confront the Arabs head-on, not at this stage at least. He also didn't want to create problems with his British allies and instituted a policy of havlaga, restrained. Under his watch, the Haganah forces would only be deployed to protect Jewish settlements, not launch offenses against Palestinian villages. At least, not for another few years. In a letter he would later write to his son in 1937, Ben-Gurion made his intentions pretty.
Rejoice, comrades! Sorry, I can't pronounce it. Hello, Ash. Rejoice. Ash is here. My leg is doing fairly well. We can put it like that. Welcome, welcome. This is Middle East Eye, as you can see with the title of the video. This is where we are. How goes it? Thank you, Ash, for coming here. Say hello to Ash, everyone.
Be clear. Quote, "We must expel the Arabs and take their places. And if we have to use force, not to dispossess the Arabs of the Negev and the Transjordan, but to guarantee our own right to settle in those places."
I will try to reduce my voice as much as possible. David Ben-Gurion, that is absolutely fucking mental. We must expel the Arabs and take their places. And if we have to use force, not to dispossess the Arabs or the Negev and Transjordan, you can think of that as like Syria and the lower parts of Saudi Arabia, and things of that nature. But to guarantee our own right to settle in those places, you are not allowed to do that. How many times or ways of saying this? That is illegal under international law. Obviously, they're not hearing us for reasons that you can see getting broadcast on media here in the West and other parts of the world. So no.
Then we have force at our disposal. Ben-Gurion's focus was back on Europe, where the tides of anti-Semitism were rising to unprecedented levels. With the emergence of Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich, it became clear that more efforts were needed to transfer as many Jews to Palestine as possible. Over the next decade, 250,000 European Jews would flee to Palestine, pushing existing tensions to a boiling point. The divisions within the Haganah were growing as well, between those who followed Ben-Gurion's lead and another group of revisionist Zionists, who not only felt that the British were getting in the way of the dream of creating a greater Israel over the whole of the Mandate of Palestine, but who also believed that this greater Israel should extend to all of Jordan and parts of Lebanon and Syria. But to make this dream a reality, they needed to put an end to Palestinian resistance on their own terms, without waiting for orders from the British or even Ben-Gurion, whose policy of restraint failed to convince the most hardline young Zionists.
That was already fucking happening. God. I'm losing my shit with this one. That was already in place. Well, not legally due to our British Parliament and stuff, but that was already fucking happening. And literally, it was already happening on the land, actually, in these places. So as much as Israel was to say that, you're already getting material support from my own government, which I fucking detest. How many times have we going to have to fucking educate you on this fucking fact? I don't, oh God. too much for my lowly. Oh God. I have to educate people about this, obviously, because this is still.
So they took matters into their own hands, splintering from the Haganah and formed their own paramilitary group, the Irgun. The Irgun was led by a number of defected Haganah senior commanders, including, most significantly, the writer Ze'ev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky was the founder of revisionist Zionism and had been active in Jewish defense efforts in the Russian Federation before going on to found one of the Jewish regiments in the British Army with the aim of fighting against the Ottomans in Palestine. In a paper he published in 1923 entitled The Iron Wall, Jabotinsky outlined his fundamental disagreements with Ben-Gurion and the other moderate Zionists, who he called vegetarians and peacemongers. Quote, "Our peacemongers are trying to persuade us that the Arabs are either fools whom we can deceive by masking our real aims, or that they are corrupt and can be bribed to abandon to us their claim to priority in Palestine. We may tell them whatever we like about the innocence of our aims, watering them down and sweetening them with honeyed words to make them more palatable, but they know what we want." Jabotinsky believed that all native populations resist colonists.
Straw poll, I'll just ask, how blatant was that?
And that the only way to deal with them was by creating an iron wall of force that couldn't be penetrated. With his ideas, the new militia began to grow from dozens to thousands, with an emblem that represented their ambitions to expand to all of historic Palestine as well as Transjordan. They initially fought strategically alongside the Haganah and the British, but that would change in 1936, when a Palestinian uprising would push them to take matters into their own hands.
Unrest in Palestine. Suspecting that the Higher Committee had incited Arab leaders to start a holy war against the British government, police swooped on the secret headquarters of assassins and rebels. Many arrests were made.
It was called the Great Revolt. Furious at Britain's support for Zionism, the growing population of armed settlers, and the crippling economic impacts of the Great Depression, the Palestinians attempted to overthrow British occupation, and with it, end the attempts of dividing their land. It began with a series of general strikes from mostly farmers, but soon the rebellion began to take structure, with armed rebels forming platoons and appointing leaders. But they were up against two British regiments, making up around 20,000 soldiers, as well as an armed and trained Jewish Guard force and Haganah and Irgun forces that together made up tens of thousands of armed militiamen. In short, they were outnumbered and certainly outgunned. The uprising lasted for 3 years, ultimately failed, with British forces, the Haganah and Irgun, often fighting alongside each other to crush the Arab revolt, killing thousands and razing entire villages. Irgun militants planted explosives and landmines in public spaces and engaged in shootouts with Arab guards. Seeing the situation spiraling out of its control, and with another war brewing in Europe, Britain passed the White Paper in 1939, which implemented for the first time strict limits on Jewish migration, allowing for only 75,000 new migrants over 5 years. This was the final straw for Jabotinsky and the revisionists. They saw it as a betrayal, proof that the best way to protect Jewish interests in Palestine was to go on the offensive, and that their biggest threat wasn't the Palestinians, it was the British, who they now regarded as an occupying force that needed to be expelled. By this time, Jabotinsky himself had been exiled back to Europe by the British, who were concerned about his growing influence. There he began to formulate a
plan. I just want to say, you'll see things that I'm not allowed to actually access because I be lowly, I be pleb, I be Scottish woman of certain descent, but this got released 35, 34 years ago when I was about 10 or 11, blah, 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 blah. So in the mid-80s, between 83 and 85, essentially.
Recruiting and training small underground cells in Poland that would first help evacuate as many as 1.5 million European Jews and sneak them and himself into Palestine illegally, bypassing the White Paper's restrictions. Together with one of the Irgun's leaders back in Palestine, a Polish Zionist named Avraham Stern, they recruited 40,000 Jewish militants and began smuggling handguns, rifles, explosives, and ammunition with the intention of launching their own revolt against the British. Stern even penned an anthem for the Irgun called Unknown Soldiers, a song that called on Jews to join the underground militias and die for their cause. But the outbreak of World War II would put the Irgun's plans of a great Jewish revolt on hold. Seeing the rise of Hitler and the systemic persecution of Jews in Poland, Germany, and later France, Jabotinsky offered to lend the British his trained Jewish militants to fight against the Nazis, the same way he'd done during World War I. A year later, he died of a heart attack while visiting a training camp in New York. But that decision to assist the British in the war would divide the Irgun and its remaining leaders, who were now in British detention camps. Over what direction to take the militia, Avraham Stern decided to split from the group and form.
Never forget, these men that were actually in the detention camps are actual fucking terrorists. They took out or targeted actual British troops. Not that I applaud my own fucking military, but they took out actual British citizens. So fuck them. They deserve to stay in jail, but as you're about to hear,
from his own militia, the Lehi, or Stern Gang, and tried to raise funds by robbing British banks, which were almost never successful. Stern's ideas were even more radical than Jabotinsky's. He advocated for the expulsion or complete annihilation of Palestinians, describing Jews as a master race and Arabs as a slave race. He and his group of small but fevered followers referred to themselves as terrorists, who believed that acts of terror were justified to reach their aims. Stern was so obsessed with fighting the British that in 1941 he wrote to Nazi authorities, pledging to fight alongside Hitler against the British if he agreed to help establish a Jewish state in Palestine.
He wanted to fight the British in order to gain independence. Stern, in his utter naivety, believed he could form an alliance with Hitler against the British.
He wanted to make an agreement with the Nazis so that the Nazis will send or let the Jews from Europe come here to Israel and be safe. And in addition, the Lehi will help the Germans by fighting the British.
But the Nazis never wrote back. Eventually, Stern was killed while attempting to flee an arrest warrant by British police. And while his group never gained the dominance he wished, it would continue to wield a significant impact on the events over the next few years. Meanwhile, as the horrors of World War II unfolded, David Ben-Gurion became engaged in the efforts to continue the illegal immigration of Jewish refugees to Palestine. Taking advantage of a distracted Britain, he employed the Haganah to organize a continuous fleet of vessels across the Mediterranean to sneak in thousands to the new Yishuv communities. By this point, there were close to 450,000 Jewish migrants in Palestine, though the British continued to restrict further official avenues for migration. And as the realities of the extent of the Holocaust were coming into light, the Zionists in the
funny that, isn't it? How they actually sidelined and disregarded people's human rights. Ah, funny. How do we counter that? Through people like me, essentially. This is disgusting. I fucking hate it. Starmer, I want to slap you. Or just tell you to fuck off. But that might be seen as violence. Or promoting violence. Just no. Just say, no, I'm not voting for you, because of. That's always available. Hopefully it's always going to be available.
Irgun, who'd put aside their differences to fight alongside the British, were outraged and determined to take control of Palestine once and for all. By 1944, a young devout follower of Ze'ev Jabotinsky had taken control of the militia. His name was Menachem Begin, and in 1944 declared an open rebellion against the British mandate, orchestrating a series of bombings on immigration offices in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Haifa. He then went after the tax offices, then the police stations. The Lehi joined in, taking part in a series of increasingly brazen attacks on British police officers, which eventually led to the assassination of Britain's Minister of State for the Middle East. On the 6th of November, Walter Edward Guinness, also known as Lord Moyne, was shot by two Lehi operatives outside his home in Cairo. His death sent shockwaves throughout the region and put the Zionist fight for control of Palestine on the world stage. Lehi and Irgun accused Lord Moyne of being one of the architects of the White Paper and used his death to send a message to Winston Churchill. One of Lehi's leaders and the brains behind the assassination, Yitzhak Shamir, later explained this in an interview.
He was against any Jewish aliyah, any Jewish immigration. He didn't believe that there exists such a thing like a Jewish nation or a Jewish people, and therefore we decided to make this operation.
It would not be Shamir's last assassination. Britain, still embroiled in the war, leaned on Ben-Gurion and Zionist leaders to quell the attacks, and the Haganah began going after Irgun and Lehi members, killing or detaining thousands of them, in a period that would later be referred to as the hunting season. Fearing an outbreak of civil war, Menachem Begin instructed his militants to stand down, knowing that their actions had proven popular among the Jewish population in the Yishuv, and his plan paid off. Within months, anger at the Haganah's continued collaboration with the British forced the Zionist leaders to back down, and join forces with Begin and the Stern Gang to launch a united Jewish resistance movement. The alliance between the three paramilitary groups escalated the attack.
Still kind of sore, Ash. Kind of swollen. Muscles coping. I guess that's a fashion. I am doing well, thank you for asking.
Against the British, and began to target vital infrastructure around Palestine, railroads, bridges, prisons, and police stations. It was now widely believed among the Yishuv that the British had betrayed their promise of a Jewish state, and that immigration restrictions had to be overturned to accommodate for the large population of refugees fleeing the end of World War II. But the alliance had to remain secret to protect the standing of Zionist leaders in Europe, a secret that was exposed in 1946 during Operation Agatha, sometimes referred to as Black Sabbath. The British conducted sweeping raids of Jewish settlements, arresting thousands of Zionist activists and militants, and obtaining a trove of
because of Operation Legacy and other political actors, if you will, we don't have all that information because we are plebs. We are not allowed to get access to it for reasons, obviously, because with any fucking luck, I will be at least before I croak it. I am currently 46. I'll be back. Hello. If they had any fucking nights to themselves, they'd be releasing at least 85% of the information they are keeping held due to reasons, which are absolute utter fucking bollocks. That might happen without me being involved, but I am involved. Bring it, give me my information. Why do you want your information? Because it's my information. I know that other bollocks. How do we change that? Email your MP. If you see them out in the wild just walking down the street, go up and talk to them if you wish, depending what MP it is, obviously. I can't restrain that. Because if I see my frog, Kid Staffer, Rachel Fries, or God, Wes, or John Healy, or any of the other fucking wankers, I will do or say things in their general direction. You can take a guess.
Documents that proved the Jewish agency, including David Ben-Gurion and the Haganah, were now working with the Lehi and the Irgun, both of whom were considered terrorist organizations. The raid infuriated the militants and threatened the fragile alliance. In retaliation, Menachem Begin ordered the Irgun to carry out an operation on the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, which was the base of the British Secretariat and where the confiscated documents were kept.
Please listen to me. That was an actual terrorist attack that took out actual living, breathing UK citizens who were there in the King David Hotel. I have no fucking time for these bastards. They are terrorists. They've actually killed British citizens. So fuck them. I don't care. Bring it on. Knock me from my orbit. At this point in my life, I don't fucking care. You killed British citizens. You're murderers, as far as I'm concerned. Bring it on.
On July 22, 1946, Irgun operatives placed a 350-kilogram bomb in the basement of the hotel, blowing up its southern wing and killing 91 people. Of them, 41 were Palestinians, 28 were British citizens, and 17 were Jews. The shock of the attack forced the Haganah to retreat once again, and Britain escalated its crackdown on Zionist activists. But the Irgun and Lehi persisted with their operation.
They didn't go hard enough. They literally killed British citizens who were both Palestinian, British, French, and also Libyan people died as a cause of that attack. Fuck them. I really don't give a fuck about them. They literally killed British citizens in that attack. I have no time for them. You dare to do that? I might hate my fucking government, but don't fucking kill British citizens. How do I get that across to people? I really don't know how to. But then you're just being anti-Semitic. No, I'm fucking not.
operations, targeting British police in assassinations and kidnappings and branching out into Europe. 3 months later, they blew up the British embassy building in Italy. Then in January 1947, Lehi operatives drove a truck full of explosives into a British police station in Haifa. It was called the world's first truck bomb. Then in March of that year, they blew up a British colonial club in London. Weary from the aftermath of World War II and struggling to control fighting in most of its colonies, Britain appealed to the newly formed United Nations to find a solution to the situation in Palestine. The UN, then made up of only 57 member states, voted to divide the British mandate into 3 states, with 55% of the land allocated to Jews, who only made up a third of the population. The state outline for Jews itself had a big demographic problem. Half of its residents were Palestinian, who rejected the proposal and sought help from another new organization, the Arab League. The British, feeling like the situation was no longer their responsibility, announced they were ending their occupation of Palestine on the 5th.
Because they said, we can't do this anymore, we have given the autonomy to these people, but they didn't. They said, we don't want to do that anymore, and they gave the autonomy and all the fucking power of the British state to the fucking Zionists. We don't know all the fucking information on it yet, but we can speculate, obviously, and it's been proven now. Come after me.
Of May 1948.
I have been instructed by His Majesty's government to announce with all solemnity that they have consequently decided that in the absence of a settlement, they must plan for an early withdrawal of British forces and of the British administration from Palestine.
But this announcement only further escalated the tensions, and almost immediately, a civil war broke out between Palestinians and the Yishuv. By January 1948, an estimated 1,500 Palestinians and 400 Jews were killed in the fighting. Ben-Gurion fearing a retaliation from the neighboring Arab states, began to reshape the Haganah from a paramilitary group into the beginnings of a structured army, implementing mandatory conscription for all Jewish men and women aged between 17 and 25. With the clock racing towards the 15th of May, Ben-Gurion and the Zionist leaders saw the war as an opportunity to cleanse the Palestinian population from the areas mapped out by the UN partition plan. On the 10th of March, they met in Tel Aviv and outlined Plan Dalet, a blueprint
For reasons due to... Oh dear. Super Hubby, be awake. Hello, Super Hubby. I'll still talk, but
for targeting Palestinian population centers in the Jewish partition state and enacting a policy of forced depopulation and destruction. That plan was effectively already underway, but over the next few months, it would escalate into a campaign of terror and ethnic cleansing across Palestine. On the 5th of January 1948, Haganah soldiers blew up the Semiramis Hotel in Jerusalem. reportedly killing 26 Christian Palestinians as well as the Spanish vice consul. On the 14th of February, Haganah's special forces, the Palmach, attacked the northern Palestinian village of Sa'sa in the middle of the night, blowing up 16 houses and killing 60 villagers. On April 9th, Irgun and Lehi militants jointly committed the infamous Deir Yassin massacre, where at least 107 Palestinian residents of the village, including women and children, were shot dead. Then the bodies were...
I read a story about a month, couple of 2 or 3 weeks ago, or possibly a month, that this actual massacre took out unalived or people no longer existing was 216. Verification is tricky, obviously, because reasons. Funny that. I believe it's between 295 and up to about 210, really? Will we get the actual figures? Who knows?
Piled up on top of each other and burned.
המון הרוגים היו, המון, עד שאספנו אותם, וזה לקח יומיים עד שאנחנו סילקנו את הגופות.
מה זאת אומרת סילקתם אותם?
מה לעשות? למה פחדנו שיבואו ויצלמו וילכלכו את השם של המדינה, רצינו להעלים אותם.
On April 25th, Haganah forces entered the Jaffa town of Saqiya, killing 14 people. An eyewitness says the rest of the villagers left their homes and ran towards the nearest town. He saw 2 women who couldn't run, so they were shot. On May 22nd, after the residents of Tantura village near Haifa surrendered to the Haganah, between 40 and 200 men were rounded up, shot dead, and buried in a communal grave. Today, that grave has been paved over to build a parking lot.
מתוקף זכותנו הטבעית וההיסטורית ועל יסוד החלטת עצרת האומות המאוחדות אנו מכריזים בזאת על הקמת מדינה יהודית בארץ ישראל היא מדינת ישראל.
By the time Israel unilaterally declared itself a state on the 14th of May 1948, more than 200 Palestinian villages had been emptied, its people fleeing at gunpoint or in fear from the stories of massacres that happened in towns nearby. By the 15th of May, more than 750,000 Palestinians had been made refugees, never to return to their homes again. The testimonies from those who survived would be passed down from generation to generation, their descendants still holding onto the keys of the homes their grandparents had to flee. The testimonies of the Jewish militants who took part in the massacres that unfolded would take decades to come to light, and when they finally did, it would be hard for Israeli society to stomach. The 15th of May is what Palestinians refer to as the Nakba, the catastrophe. For Israelis, this day is celebrated as their Independence Day. 2 weeks later, David Ben-Gurion, now the first prime minister of the new Jewish state, announced the formation of the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, combining the Haganah and the Irgun, with the majority of Lehi members joining its ranks. They immediately turned their attention to fighting off the Arab coalition that had responded to Israel's creation and the displacement of Palestinians. The United Nations appointed Folke Bernadotte as the UN mediator in Palestine in an attempt to reach a diplomatic.
Oh look, rejoice, a kind of mini Zionist, if you wish. How did we change this? Other than me, myself, and I. There is a lowly Scottish Marxist, an educator and historian.
Diplomatic solution to the unfolding Arab-Israeli war. On the 16th of September, he outlined his proposal, a single union between Palestine and Jordan with 2 sovereign members, one Jewish and one Arab. It would also allow for displaced Palestinians to return to their homes in the now Jewish-controlled cities and villages. In a letter to the UN Secretary General, Bernadette wrote, quote, "It would be an offense against the principles of elemental justice if these innocent victims of the conflict were denied the right to return to their homes, while Jewish immigrants flow into Palestine, and indeed, at least offer the threat of permanent replacement of the Arab refugees who have been rooted in the land for centuries." That letter was published on the 18th of September, 2 days after he had outlined his proposal, but by that time, he was already dead. The day before, while driving through Jerusalem, 4 Lehi operatives ambushed his motorcade and opened fire, killing him and another French military officer. The newly formed Israeli government arrested 200 of Lehi's remaining members and put them on trial for terrorism and disbanding the group. Its leaders, including Yitzhak Shamir, were sentenced to prison, but their sentences would quickly be suspended and they were eventually pardoned. A few years later, Shamir would join a new political party formed by Irgun leader Menachem Begin around the revisionist Zionist ideals of their predecessor Jabotinsky. It would be called Herut, or freedom. In a letter published in the New York Times in December 1948, some of the world's most prominent Jewish thinkers, including Albert Einstein and Hannah Arendt, described Menachem Begin and the Irgun as a terrorist right-wing chauvinist organization, and compared the Herut Party in its organization, methods, political philosophy, and social appeal to the Nazi and fascist parties. The Israeli Defense Force would become the foundation of the State of Israel, and its history of terror, assassinations, and ethnic cleansing would be wiped clean. The militant leaders who helped shape its bloody origins would go on to shape the country for decades to come. David Ben-Gurion's message of purity and restraint would become the narrative embedded in the army's propaganda, repeated to the world in response to growing criticism of its tactics. The historical voices who challenged this narrative from inside Israel would be outcast and ridiculed into silence. The Herut Party would remain on the fringes of Israel's parliament for the next 2 decades, but its ideas would slowly dominate the mainstream. In 1973, Menachem Begin would join forces with a former Haganah commander, Ariel Sharon, and expand Herut into a wider right-wing coalition called Likud. 4 years later, Begin would be elected Israel's prime minister. He'd be succeeded by former Lehi leader Yitzhak Shamir, who would serve as prime minister from 1983 to 1984 and again from 1986 to 1992. By this time, Likud and its revisionist Zionism roots had become an undeniable wing of Israeli politics, as well as its expansionist ambitions. And just 4 years after the end of Shamir's term, Likud would return to office under the stewardship and vision of a young, highly ambitious, and quietly ruthless prime minister. His name was Benjamin Netanyahu.
little wolf, fight. Wanna entertain me? Bite, little wolf, bite. Let's see how you take this. Strike, little wolf, strike. Wanna be a man then? Fight, little wolf, fight, little wolf, fight. You've made your worst mistake here. Might be your last one too. You'll have run out of bones to break when you and I are through. I'll teach you all the lessons your daddy never could. This cruel world doesn't give out presents just for being good. So fight, little wolf, fight. Wanna entertain me? Bite, little wolf, bite. Let's see how you take this. Strike, little wolf, strike. Wanna be a man then fight, little wolf, fight, little wolf, fight. Or die, little wolf, die. Don't you know it's fight or fly, little wolf, fly. Or because you had to try, little wolf, try. Run away before you die, little wolf, die, little wolf, die.
Need some help?
What's going on here?
Is your plan to stand around? Cause I suggest you fight back.
I don't know how.
Uppercut him, now.
Now. How did I do that? This time now moving slow.
No, I just made your thoughts quick.
That is so sick.
Alright now. Let's try this again.
Let's try this again.
I've no respect for bullies, those who impose their will. I've seen plenty enough to truly understand this kind of feel. Let's teach this dog a lesson in front of all his kind. One young wolf has a larger heart than all these men combined. Show them that you've got some fight, little wolf, fight. Take advantage now and strike, little wolf, strike. Don't go down without a fight, little wolf, fight, little wolf. Get up and fight. Wanna entertain us? Fight, little wolf, fight. See how you take this. Strike, little wolf, strike. Wanna be a man then fight, little wolf, fight, little wolf, fight. Oh, maybe I pushed you a bit too hard.
Ow. Go back and cry in your corner. Make sure your mother hears. If she won't choose a man to adorn her, we'll bring blood and tears.
Bring it.
Tell me, Athena, why you came to my aid. If I left, then it made no sense. And you tell your friends and they hold your hands, baby, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. If I left, then it made no sense. And you tell your friends and they hold your hands, baby, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Alright, I'm ready now, I ain't gonna fall back down, no. Alright, I'm take it on me, baby. All I ever ask, are you gonna be my lover? Tonight, I'll take you with me. What if I left, then it made no sense? And you tell your friends and they hold your hands, baby, never mind, 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 never mind. What if I left, then it made no sense? And you tell your friends and they hold your hands, baby, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. What if I left, then it made no sense? Your friends and they hold your hands, baby, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. What if I left, then it made no sense? And you tell your friends and they hold your hands, baby, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Alright, I'm ready now, I ain't gonna stop right now, no. Alright, take it on me, you baby. Alright, I never asked, do you wanna see my fire? Tonight, take it with me. But if I left, then it made no sense. And you tell your friends and they hold your hands, baby, never mind, 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 never mind. But if I left, then it made and they call your hands, baby. Never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, if I heard that it ain't no sense, and they tell your friends and they call your hands, baby. Never mind, never mind, never mind, if I heard that it ain't no sense, and they tell your friends and they call your hands, baby. Never mind, never mind, never mind. If I heard that it ain't no sense, and they tell your friends and they call your hands, baby. Never mind, never mind, never mind. If I heard that it ain't no sense, and they tell your friends and they call your hands, baby. Never mind, never mind, never mind.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the
I rule the seas of the pirate scum.
She was the captain's daughter, sea salt in her blood. Born on the high sea waters, rose like a rising flood. Her skin tough as stone, with the fire in her bones. She's a lone wolf, water rogue. When the deep sea's shaking and moonlight's blazing, Calypso sails. She sails alone, heart racing, destiny chasing. Calypso sails. She sails alone. Bound for the phantom shadows, the light on the night is clear. The beat in her chest is vengeance, as constellations steer her on through the fire as she burns through the tide. There's nowhere that you can hide. When the deep sea's shaking and moonlight's blazing, Calypso sails. She sails alone, heart racing, destiny chasing. Calypso sails. She sails alone. She sails alone. When the deep sea's shaking and moonlight's blazing, Calypso sails. She sails alone, heart racing, destiny chasing. Calypso sails. She sails alone. She sails alone. I rule the seas of the pirate scum. She sails. Work it, make it, do it, makes us stronger. More than power, power, never. Ever after work is over. Work it, make it, do it, makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour, work it never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Never over. Work it, make it better, do it faster, makes it stronger. All that effort, power, is never over. Work it, make it better, do it faster, makes it stronger. All that effort, power, work is never over. Work it, faster, makes it stronger. All that effort, power, work it never over. Work it harder, do it faster. Never over, work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over.
I did.
Oh, a bop it? I haven't seen. Hey, don't tell me what to do. All right, fine, hand it over. Come on. Hey, this is cool. Tell him, pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Heard you were saying shit, I caught a ray of it. You shouldn't play with it. You blew my mind, it's a joke, so that's all fine, ain't a joke, no. Pray to the God from the bottle, Rolex right, all the ops on my bottle. Burn CDs to the top of my Tahoe, falling down when I speed on a pothole. Napster and I down the whole load. All these magazines on the floor, though, telling me that's a no-no. Make God grab the chrome, so the chopper the best. She made the cut, so I hope that I'm blessed. You got the shit, but she copping for less. Got it for free, denying you best. Pull up. Pull pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Okay, now listen.
You don't wanna phone me, slipping it up, you surrounded like Gobi. Act like a lizard, you lowly. You taste like a lizard, you soapy. Meditate days, I'm lonely. I'm E11, I'm Obi. Feeling like homeless to owe me. Came off the bench like Ginobili. Time had been rolling, no rolling. Possession ain't nothing, they told me. I spoke with the master on 03. They told me that I better sow seed. On my path nobly, I got the hands were forbidden to throw these. They wanna beef, but they eating the 4-3. I'm fucking with God and we know she.
Pull up, 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 pull up.
Flat stands, I'm feeling forceful. Authored more so, tear your torso. Ay, ay. Fuck the Morse code that I forego, I'm resourceful. Ay, I got the crop, I got the bag and I ain't even shop. Gave me the Sadies, I ain't even cop. All that they gave me, I guess, is a payday. Bank wouldn't see me, calling the Mayday. Ain't validate, Mayday, wouldn't go long. Popping the CD, showing the photos. See me with rubies, saved like a Toto. I'm good for the dough. Talents I balance, I flip in a row. Water the wrist like I'm flipping on boats. You got us a him, but she giving me more.
Pull up, 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 pull up.
Father, God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine intervention, is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek. You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make it a game? Convince each of them that he ought to be released, and I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Hephaestus! Aphrodite! Ares! Hera! Or me? What do you say?
Great. Very well.
All right.
Bring it.
Apollo!
You all know I'm a fan of catchy songs, so with so many sirens gone, I think Cody's in the wrong.
They were trying to do him worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse.
If that's true, release him.
Hephaestus!
Trust is not given his force. Why should I give him my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Did you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Fine, release him.
You're a little high and mighty.
Odysseus claims to love his mother, but let her die of a broken heart.
He was busy fighting,
more like busy spiting. The Cyclops let him feel the pain that his mother felt and wrought.
Wait! Please reconsider this.
Really, Athena? These old tricks?
Ares!
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, pathetic and weak like his son.
Hold your tongue now, here's on my friend, and tell your lover that a broken heart can mend. You
Release him.
Hey, baby. So many heroes, so many tales. Give me one good reason why you should prevail. He's got the mind of a genius, try harder. He's pretty skilled with words. You can do better than that. He's kind of funny. Never once has he cheated on his wife. Release him. I've played your game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me, to make me feel shame. No one beats me. No one wins my game. Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes the kingdom fall. Is she dead?
On the banners of the cross, brave the walls of deadly waves, but to pay the price for loss. Went ahead by force of will, and the sails up to the sky, sanctioned by the sacrament and blessed to testify. The belief that the land will rise and the glory be unknown, and the hand of God will lead us home. All of our kissed by the iron fist, we are sainted by the storm. Facing the wind, for we all have sinned, we are tainted and forlorn. For a while, for a night, for the land we will fight. 70 feet for the iron creed, we are sainted by the night. Ride the planks and beat the sea on a quest to lands unknown. Gun for praise and sanctity on a give of flesh and bone. Onward into foreign seas with no fear and no regret. Heavy and with thorns to keep the crown upon our head. The belief that the Lord will rise and in heaven we are rolled. By the grace of God we die alone. All of our kissed by the iron fist, we are sainted by the storm. Facing the wind, for we all have sinned, we are tainted and forlorn. For a while, for a night, for the land we will fight. 70 feet for
Blood and glitter, sweet and bitter. We're so happy we could die. Scream for me, Vodka! Blood and glitter! What we are is but a choice, a promise to ourselves. We are free to break and change. Never forget, let it go. There's nothing no need to know. Whether above or below, we are all from the same blood. Blood and glitter, sweet and bitter. We're blood and glitter, sweet and bitter. We're so happy we could die. Blood and glitter, saint and sinner. We do fall before we rise. Now go, let your blood flow. With broken wings we learn to fly. We are blood and glitter. Keep your head up in the clouds. 2 feet on the ground. Life's too fast, so make it count. Never forget, let it go. There's nothing no need to know. Whether above or below, we are all from the same blood. Blood and glitter, sweet and bitter. We're so happy we could die. Blood and glitter, saint and sinner. We do fall before we rise. Now go, let your blood flow. With broken wings we learn to fly. We are blood and glitter. Let your blood flow. Blood and glitter. Let your blood flow. Blood and glitter, sweet and bitter. We're so happy we could die. Blood and glitter, sweet and bitter. We're so happy we could die. Blood and glitter, saint and sinner. We do fall before we rise. Now go, let your blood flow. With broken wings we learn to fly. We are blood and glitter. Blood and glitter.
No, Billy, I haven't done that dance since my wife died.
There's a whole crowd of people out there who need to learn how to do the scarn.
Don't ask questions you don't wanna know. Learn my lesson. Way too long ago to be talking to you, Belladonna. Should've taken a break, not an Oxford comma. Take what I want when I want it, and I want you. Bad, bad news. One of us is gonna lose. I'm the powder, you're the fuse. Just add some friction. You are my strange addiction. You are my strange addiction. My doctors can't explain my symptoms or my pain, but you strange addiction.
I'm really sorry. I think I was just relieved to see that Michael Scarn got his confidence back.
Yeah, Michael, the movie's amazing.
It's like one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life.
Deadly fever, please don't ever break. Be my reliever, 'cause I don't self-medicate. And it burns like a gin and I like it. Put your lips on my skin and you might ignite it. Hurts but I know how to hide it. Kinda like it. Bad news, one of us is gonna lose. I'm the powder, you're the fuse. Just add some friction. You are my strange addiction. You are my strange addiction. My doctors can't explain my symptoms or my pain, but you are my strange addiction. Wipe my glass, set myself on fire. Can't you tell I'm cracked? Can't you tell I'm wired? Tell me nothing lasts, like I don't know. You could kiss my ass, skin up your my motto.
You should enter it in festivals.
Or carnivals.
Well, that's a pretty good reaction. Pretty cool. Right?
You are my strange addiction. You are my strange addiction. My doctors can't explain my symptoms or my pain, but you are my strange addiction.
Did you like it? Did you like that?
Which part?
I see you're driven by your detestation. Your every step is stoked with animus. You need a different type of motivation, or there's no way that you can handle this. I know you're thirsting for vengeance, Baggy, you're out for blood, but you'll only stand a chance if you're out for love. Out for love, love. Think of who you care about, protect them and be out for love, love. You're gonna fight without gloves long as you're out for love. Fuel yourself with the fear of losing that somebody who's your reason to live. Harness your heart and you can't help choosing to fight with all you can give. I know you're thirsting for vengeance, Faggy, you're out for blood, but you'll only stand a chance if you're out for love. Out for love, love. Think of who you care about, protect them and be out for love, love. You're gonna fight without gloves, and when that push comes to shove, yeah, you just might rise above long as you're out for love. You better show some respect. Check your behavior. No one speaks to Zestial that way. Did you expect us to sit back and take your insolent praise and display?
You've got it twisted. I'm not the one who needs a new attitude. Maybe you missed it, but I'm that hashtag bitch, and I will do nothing less than what I please. Woo! I'm the backbone of the vase. Mad that I acted respectless. Well, it's 'cause no one could respect this. Story group attending. Since when are overlords too scared to fight? You're long past trending. Sorry, babe, but I ain't swiping right. You lost your relevance.
We can't act without more intelligence.
Ugh, no wonder I'm so respectless. I could eat you lot for breakfast.
You wannabes are inane and uninformed. Smug wannabes who don't heed when you've been warned.
Oops, did I strike a nerve? 'Cause when I brought out the angel's head, couldn't help but observe that your wrinkled face was turning red. And why are you avoiding war? That's what the guns you sell are for. Thanks to my being respectless, one thing I'm starting to suspect is you know why this angel's headless. Do you have a disclosure?
This made
They all laughed as they turned around slow. They said, you ain't welcome round here anymore. You just might as well go. He wiped the blood from his face as he slowly came to his knees. He said, I'll be back when you least expect it. And hell's coming with me. Hell's coming with me. There is a hill at the bottom of the valley where all the poor souls go when they die. And if you listen real close, you can hear them like a ghost saying you're never gonna make it out alive. There is a town at the bottom of that hill. They got a secret that they keep like a slave. They got a black magic preacher, and you do well to let them teach you. You'll be headed up that hill to the grave. And it is well with my soul. You line your pockets full of money that you steal from the poor, and on your way down the hill, you hear me ring that bell. I paid the devil twice as much to keep your soul. There was a drifter passing through that little valley. He had promised he was coming back to town. They didn't know him by his face or by the gun around his waist, but he come back to burn that town to the ground. First there was fire, then there was smoke, then that preacher man was hanging by a rope. And then they all fell to their knees and begged that drifter, begged him please, as he raised his fist before he spoke. I am the righteous hand of God, and I am the devil that you forgot. And I told you one day you will see that I'll be back, I guarantee. And that hell's coming, hell's coming, hell's coming with me. It is well with my soul. You line your pocket full of money that you steal from the poor, and on your way down to hell, you hear me ring that bell, and I said, hell's coming with me.
So things look bad and your back's against the wall. Your whole existence seems fucking hopeless. You're feeling filthy as a dive bar bathroom stall. Can't face the world sober and dopeless. You've lost your way. You think your life is wrecked. Well, let me just say you're correct.
Wait, what?
You're a loser, baby, a loser, goddamn baby. You're a fucked up little whiny bitch.
Hey.
You're a loser just like me.
Thanks, asshole.
You're a screws loose loser, an only one-star refuser. You're a power bottom at rock bottom, but you got company.
This supposed to make me feel better?
There was a time I thought that no one could relate to the gruesome ways in which I'm damaged. But letting walls down, it can sometimes set you straight. We're all living in the same shit sandwich.
I sold my soul to a psychopathic freak.
And you think that makes you unique? Get out of here, man.
We're both losers, baby, we're losers. It's okay to be a
coked up dick sucking hoe.
Maybe that's fine by me.
I'm a loser, honey, a schmoozer and a dummy, but at least I know I'm not alone.
You're a loser just like me. I got an appetite for gambling.
I got an appetite for sampling every drug and sex toy I can find.
Go ahead, baby, sing that song. Come on.
I got no holes left to deflower.
I sold my soul to save my power. Now I'm on that demon's leash. I'm trapped and it gets worse with every hour.
You're a loser, baby.
A loser, but just maybe if we eat shit together, things will end up differently. It's time to lose yourself, loathe and excuse yourself. Let hope in, baby. Play your card, be who you are. A loser, just like me.
That fucker is back!
Yeah, I thought he was gone for good too.
It's been 7 years!
You still pissed he almost beat you that time?
Fuck you!
Just saying.
Things have changed a lot since he left town.
That's for sure.
I gotta send a message of who's really in charge of things now. Welcome home. I'm gonna make you wish that you'd stayed gone. Say hello to a new status quo. Everyone knows that there's a brand new dawn. Turn the TV on!
Camera speeds rolling in 3, 2.
Top of the hour, and we're discussing a certain has-been who has been spotted cavorting around town after a 7-year absence. Did anybody miss him? Did anybody notice? More on tonight's program. So the radio demon is back in town. Why is he hanging around? What does that mean for your family? Well, Handley, I've got good news. He's a loser, a fossil, and I don't mean to sound hostile, but the demon is a coward. You can take that as gospel. Pulling my view is impossible. I'm visual. He's barely audible. Stop giving him the time of day. Don't listen to a word he'd say. I hope he had a nice vacay, but he should have stayed away. While he hid in radio, we pivoted to video. Now his medium is getting bloody rare. Hell's been better since he split. Where's he been? Who gives a shit?
Salutations! Good to be back on the air. Yes, I know it's been a while since someone with style treated hell to a broadcast. Sinners rejoice!
What a dated voice!
Instead of a clout-chasing, mediocre video podcast, his looks insecure, pursuing allure, splitting between this fat and that. Is nothing working?
Ignore his chirping!
Every day he's got a new format!
You're looking at the future! He's the shit that comes before that!
Is Fox as strong as he purports, or is it based on his support? He'd be powerless without the other bees.
Oh, please!
And here's the sugar on the cream. He asked me to join his team. I said no, and now he's busy. That's the team.
You old-timey prick! I'll show you suffering!
Uh-oh, the TV is buffering.
I'll destroy you!
I'm afraid you've lost your signal. Let's begin. I'm gonna make you wish that I'd stayed gone. Tune on in when I'm done. Your status quo will know its race is run. Oh, this will be fun.
Fuck! Dearly beloved, for your entertainment, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Hell's latest arrival, the equal opportunity killer, Alistair!
Hello, it's nice to meet you. Can you tell me where I am? I don't know how I got here, but I think I'm starting to understand. I don't belong among the angels, and maybe that's just fine with me. The things I did up there were high school, but now I'm going for my degree. Hey, sorry, but you just got in my way. I promise, honey, I can feel your pain, and maybe I enjoy it just a little bit. Does that make me insane? do I know you? Weren't you an old pal of mine? Departed from us far too early, but now we're meeting a second time. We used to have such fun together, and maybe you have what I need. But first I have one tiny question. Tell me, do you demons bleed? Hey, sorry, but you just got in my way. I promise, honey, I can feel your pain, and maybe I enjoy it just a little bit. Does that make me insane? Haven't been the same since I expired. Doesn't mean that I plan to retire. And now I have the power to bathe all of you in entertaining fire. Got in my way. I promise, honey, I can feel your pain, and maybe I enjoy it just a little bit. Does that make me insane?
She's got me nervous, talking 100 miles an hour. She's more than worth it. I swear she smells just like a flower. I'd fall to pieces if I went anywhere without her. I love when she says, "What's wrong with right here on the counter?" Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sister's mister. Coca-Cola roller coaster, love her even though I'm not supposed to. Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sister's mister. Coca-Cola roller coaster, love her even though I'm not supposed to. She keeps me up, all night, all night. She keeps me up, she keeps me up, all night, all night. I need her so bad. Sometimes I think that I can taste it. This evil romance, so good I never want to waste it. I can't trust my friends, 'cause she's what everybody chases. And I know where she's been, 'cause it's on everybody's faces. Come on! Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sister's mister. Coca-Cola roller coaster, love her even though I'm not supposed to. Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sister's mister. Coca-Cola roller coaster, love her even though I'm not supposed to. She keeps me up, all night, all night. She keeps me up, she keeps me up, all night, I never wanna have to slow down. Gotta be a better way to calm down. I gotta stay awake somehow. I never wanna have to slow down. Gotta be a better way to calm down. I gotta stay awake somehow. Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters. Coca-Cola roller coaster, love her even though I'm not supposed to. Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters, mister. Coca-Cola
Well, it was on this Monday morning and the day becoming fine. To the Harbour Grace excursion with the boys to have a time. And just before the sailor to the gangway from the pier, I saw some fella haul me wife aboard to volunteer. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old wife cry. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old wife say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. Hey! How he had full 300 souls aboard a what a splendid sight. A strong and regimental to make his spirits bright. Myself in the double from the funny things they'd say. They joke themselves from laughing when they see us in the bay. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old cry. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. Hey! She got no better, she turned to sickly green. I fed her cake and candy, fed pork and kerosene. Kissed her oil and sugar rock candy, rubbed gear oil on her face. I say she'd be a dandy when we reaches Harbour Grace. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old cry. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. Hey! She got no better, me wife's me darling dear. The squeak turned from my troll here, get here and carbonair. Tried every place in Harbour Grace, tried every store and shop to get her something for your take her to the hop. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old cry. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. Hey! The old cry. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. Hey! She died alone in brandy, we're coming back. We buried her in the ocean, wrapped up in a Union Jack. So now I am a single man in search of a pretty face. And a woman who says she'll have me, I'm off for Harbour Grace. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old cry. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old cry. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old cry. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard the old say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. Hey!
On a cold winter morning, in the time before the light, in